Okay, we are live NFL Combine. We have day one. It's defensive linemen and linebackers, and of course, as soon as I start talking, the cat needs to get involved because obviously, what is a stream without the cat's input? It's a very solid question. However, this is a pretty big day. We have linebackers. We have defensive linemen. And we're going to be doing a live watch along. Should be a very good time. Should be a ton of fun. And I am quite happy to provide instant insight, analysis, what have you. Should be live on both YouTube and Twitch. But the defensive lineman is always like the most fun group to me because you get to see guys like they're really like some of the best pound for pound athletes that you're going to see. Yeah, it's cool to see, wide receivers and corners, try to break into the 4.3s, even the 4.2s in some cases, right? But for me, seeing like a 270-pound defensive lineman run in the 4.6s is even more impressive, right? If you're going to talk about, the actual 40 time itself. Now, you're going to see some really, really athletic linebackers, like a 4.4, or something in the 4.4s, even low 4.5s at linebacker isn't exactly what it used to be because a lot of linebackers are doing it now. You have the new type. They're sub 230 and they're running, high 4.4s or low 4.5s. It's still really cool. They're still really athletic, but it's, it's a little bit more commonplace than certainly it used to be. So, hopefully this ends up being good to look at. Of course, I cannot show the actual combine. I can't broadcast TV, but we are going to have audio in and out. We are going to have the times popping up on the screen. And of course, I'll be explaining exactly what is happening. So I appreciate you joining me. This is always a ton of fun. This is a good chance to remind you guys that I will end up streaming the draft every year like I do. But the NFL Combine is a super fun off-season event. It's kind of our last check-in prior to the 2025 NFL Draft, and you get a lot of information this week. It's a primer to free agency in a lot of ways. Start to hear about some buzz and who's going to get traded, things like that, if that indeed ends up happening. So I appreciate you guys joining me. We can pull up an entire list of Combine participants, seeing exactly who's going today. Again, this is defensive linemen and linebackers today. So there are a number of players that have opted out for personal or health reasons, like Abdul Carter, like Mike Green. Mike Green would have been a really fun one. Abdul Carter certainly would have been as well. There will be guys that are unfortunately not testing, even though their testing numbers would have been quite good. But we should see, Mykel Williams is going to be one to watch. This is another freak athlete. Shamar Stewart, interestingly enough, is down from 290 playing weight, 281 at the Senior Bowl, to now 267 at the Combine. So why does a player drop a ton of weight? Well, there's typically one big reason. They are trying to run especially fast. So I think you're going to see a pretty insane time from Shamar Stewart today. 6'5", 267. Coming in sub 270 pretty much eliminates any chance of him playing any type of interior defensive line role. Yeah, a team could still decide to slide him inside on like 3rd and long if they wanted to, but that stuff gets a little bit more unlikely at this type of a weight. You're talking about a true edge at this point. But I don't even think that's a problem because Shamar Stewart was already freaky athletic at 280 pounds. If he can get even more explosive sub 270, that's going to be ridiculous. I think he's going to end up testing really, really well today. Of the defensive linemen that I expect to test especially well, I think Mykel Williams will be quite impressive. Shamar Stewart, I think Ezraku's going to run well. James Pierce Jr. might end up having the best time of any any edge, we'll say. Like, there are going to be probably off-ball linebackers that end up testing a little bit better than him in terms of like just a flat 40 time. But at 6'5", 245, I honestly think he's going to run in the 4.4s, which would be absolutely elite. So he is absolutely a name to watch. Let me go ahead and open up the chat here. Yeah, Braden Swinson could be one to watch as well. I mean, there are a ton of really, really amazingly athletic players. It's on NFL Network. If you don't have TV, I kind of don't know what to tell you. But that's where to find it if you actually have cable or any type of TV package. I cannot show it. It is illegal. So there you go. Let me pull up my Twitch chat also. Who else do I think is going to run especially well? I'm not sure which group we're getting. I mean, Josiah Stewart should test really well. I'm not really expecting much from JT Tuimoloau or Jack Sawyer. Scorton's going to be an interesting one. What did he end up weighing in at? 257. Wow. His playing weight was listed at like 285. So that is another pretty absurd difference. That is absolutely insane. 257 for him. And this was someone who was really productive at Purdue in 2023, less so in 2024. And he added a lot of bad weight. So Nick Scorton actually could be in a position to really raise his stock here. Like, really, really could, because he's an athletic guy. But typically he's been more of like a high effort type pass rusher, which is typically what we'd describe as someone who is, you know, not necessarily as, I don't want to say gifted, but, you know, don't necessarily have the elite hand usage or the elite burst. You know, high motor can be a compliment, but it can also be kind of like, I don't know, a subtle jab because it's like the only thing you can talk about. Oh, he's such a high effort guy. Well, he's not very explosive. He doesn't have good hand placement. Doesn't really show off a pass rush plan. Can't really go to many counters. So, but the weight, very interesting so far. Jihad Campbell was at 235. I think the interior, well, it's going to be actually quite dependent on who is listed at defensive line versus linebacker. You're going to see some of these edge rushers go with the linebackers probably, whereas defensive line is going to be like the true classic defensive lineman, probably guys at like minimum of 260 pounds. Of the defensive tackles that I expect to test well, Kenneth Grant apparently is no longer running. Walter Nolan is probably going to be one of the most explosive guys here. But there are a number that should end up testing quite well, like Joshua Farmer could be impressive, Darius Alexander. And this is kind of what you got to recalibrate depending on how much these guys weigh, because not every type of defensive tackle is created equally. Like a 0 or 1, like a nose tackle is going to be quite different from a 3 tech, right? Where, you know, they have very different jobs. It's like a 1-gapping type defensive tackle versus a 2-gapper. You're going to have different types of athletes with different types of bodies, different sizes. So, you know, if Walter Nolan comes out and runs 4.9, like that'd be pretty impressive. But it's a whole different conversation if Deion Walker does it, considering Walker is 331 pounds. Now, I wouldn't exactly describe him as a nose tackle. A lot of it's going to be like kind of a leverage game. Like, who's a pretty interesting, like Omar Norman-Lott is not a nose tackle, but he is explosive as hell. 6'2", he's only 291 pounds, kind of light but this is like that's his entire game. Is this is going to be like an explosive, interior penetrating type defensive lineman, which I know people are going to react to. Interior penetrator, but I mean this guy's just a pure like pass rusher on the interior. He's not really probably going to ever be a 3-down player in the NFL, and he doesn't have to be. You know, guys play specific roles for a reason. Jordan Phillips is a pretty good nose tackle, but he's not like especially big or anything. He's only 312 pounds, which is still big, but it's a big difference between like, you know, that and someone that's 320 or more. Like that's kind of where Alfred Collins has gotten up to from Texas. He played at like 320 pounds this past year for Texas, going to weigh in at 332. So if he can run in the 4 anything range, 4.9 anything, that would be extremely impressive, although I kind of expect that time to be somewhere in the 5s. Mike Green apparently has an injury that might stop him from running. All right, I'm going to turn the audio on. Hopefully it's not too loud. You guys let me know down in the chat if this is too loud. James Pierce was at, I don't know what you're asking about him, but he was 245 pounds. He's going to end up testing really, really well, but he's not, I wouldn't necessarily call him a defensive lineman. Right, he's only 245. This is like your typical 3-4 outside linebacker type. And yes, you can make combine picks using code Bengal on Underdog. I've actually made a number of picks that I've tweeted out. There are definitely changes that have been made to some of these lines since they came out yesterday or maybe even 2 days ago. I'll put these on the screen. These were some of my picks here. Arian Smith is a wide receiver. He's probably going to have the fastest time of anybody here at the Combine. I think there's a genuine chance he gets into the 4.2s. So saying faster at 4.31 is like kind of insane because that's such a fast time. But I genuinely think that's where he's going to end up being. Of the defensive linemen going today, I have Alfred Collins slower, 4.97. He is a Texas guy, so I am rooting for him to test really well. But him running a 5.0 anything is not going to hurt his stock at all. He's 330 pounds. Now, Shamar Stewart dropping from 290 listed playing weight to 281 at the Senior Bowl to now 267 at the Combine really makes me worry about this 4.5, 4.40 when he was already like insanely explosive at 280 pounds.
Most bizarre combine story. There's been some bizarre ones, but that's up there. That's up there, huh? Top 5.
Also have some other picks here. Jack Sawyer, I got it slower, 4.67.
That's top 5.
James Pierce, I thought could be faster, 4.49. I don't think I ended up taking anything there. Kenneth Grant, I think, opted out of participating in the on-field drills. I'm pretty sure I heard that. Now, some of these I was really surprised about. These bottom two especially, Carson Swessinger, faster 4.67. I've talked about him briefly in my NFL Combine standouts video, where I think that he's got a chance to run high 4.4, like 4.49 even. He's only like 225 pounds. He's fast on tape. I don't know how much of that is instincts, as I said in the video, compared to like actual legit speed. We're going to see if he's got a track background here coming up pretty shortly. But only at 225 pounds or so, I would very much expect him to run faster than 4.67. We'll see what it ends up being, but I like that number a lot. You can see him here. Oh, wow, he came in at 242. What? What? Okay. That changes things. It's amazing when their playing weight or their listed weight on some of these websites, these like just like UCLAfootball.com or whatever, lists him at 225 and then he weighs in at 242. Oh my God. That's gonna potentially change things. All right. He put out a tweet about it. That is insanely different. Listed weight at UCLA was 225. Does a lot for his NFL projection, but at 40 time might end up hurting. Shouldn't particularly matter. He is one of the best linebackers in this draft. He's actually a threat to be the first linebacker off the board. Like, it's not a guarantee that Jihad Campbell's the first one. I mean, I'm not counting Jalen Walker as a linebacker. But Jihad Campbell is my favorite linebacker in the draft. Came in at 235. A little bit under 6'3" as well. I think his official height was like 6'2" and change. But he's got a very interesting projection. Like, it wouldn't shock me to see a team try him out as like a 3-4 outside linebacker. I mean, it depends on the front that you're going to come out in. But he certainly is very exciting. All right, let me catch up on some super chats here. Mike with the 5. What's up, Bengal? I really enjoy all your draft content. I hope our Giants don't trade the 3rd overall pick for Stafford. Shane can't be that stupid. Yeah, I would agree with that. I don't think the 3rd overall pick is really on the table. We have guys about to run 40s, by the way. I would be cool with a trade for Stafford. I want that to happen. I do not want the 3rd overall pick to be involved. I don't expect that it would be, but I guess there's a chance. Darren Perky, good to see you, Darren, as always, with the 25. Didn't have a chance to tip you on the Navy Dynasty, as I can't make it to the live streams usually. You're overseas, right, as we would say? Appreciate all the content. Well, I appreciate you, Darren. Thanks so much for the $25. I appreciate your support, as always. It means a great deal.
Was not even here. We were just getting on board in Tampa. Right.
Let's see if I missed any balls. Okay, we are caught up on super chats. If you guys are here in the Twitch chats, I'll get caught up here on some of these subscriptions and whatnot. Again, I really do appreciate that, guys. We are live on both YouTube and Twitch. And again, I really do appreciate it. Who's there? They got Liam Cohen, the new Jags head coach, in the booth. That's who you were hearing in the background.
Again, you're not going to obviously talk about your draft plans live on.
Yeah, talk about the draft plans. Let's hear what they're trying to do. The Jags are really one of the more intriguing teams in this draft. They pick at number 5 overall.
About that 5th overall pick.
And
yeah, I think we've got to be creative. Obviously, we have to pick
a lot of the true like blue chip players may be starting to get off the board in that range. So it's gonna be very interesting. All right, let's catch up here. Xanderverse, thanks for the gift sub. What's your beef? Thanks for the tier 1 testing. Welcome back for 4. Sazy with the prime. Fly Latori, welcome back. Who do you think runs the fastest 40 out of all the players? I do think it's probably going to end up being one of the wide receivers. I think Isaiah Bond is in contention, but I think Arian Smith is probably the one that I would expect to run the fastest 40 time. Now, his hands are, I would say horrendous is a good word to describe them. Where is he here? Am I scrolling past him? Anyways, a Georgia receiver, Arian Smith. There he is. I think he's going to end up running the fastest 40. He's got legit, like, yeah, world-class speed. That's his calling card. He's a track guy. He's 175 pounds. That could change when those guys get weighed in on the day. Wide receivers are not running today. It's going to be defensive linemen and linebackers. But, again, I think Arian Smith is probably the front runner to run the fastest time. That would be my bet if I had to bet. So we will see. WNG Justin, thanks so much for the tier 1. I'm not going to say what team he's rooting for. Sam Adams, welcome back, Adam. Bengals #1 fan. I'll tell you what, 36 in a row and 51 overall is a pretty big fan. Jets, thanks for the 45. You excited for MLB, by the way? That's going to be fun. I got to decide what dynasty or franchise I'm going to do. Jets, welcome back, 3 months. Hey, Gene, love your mocks. Can you please explain any of the hype behind Michael Williams? Don't really see it. He's got very projectable traits. He's got like ideal NFL defensive end size with super long arms, and he's a good athlete. Think about like kind of the hype that Trayvon Walker got. Zave Baby, welcome back. Shamar Stewart's about to run 4.5 and go top 5. I think Shamar Stewart's got a chance to go top 5 anyway. I think that's like a really lofty projection for him. Not that Trent Baalke's not the GM in Jacksonville, but I do like him. All right, defensive lineman number 1 going. It's Tommy Akingbesote, 5'17". Not somebody I was familiar with coming into this. When you're watching Maryland defensive linemen, you are typically watching Jordan Phillips.
The 10 was 171. The 40 was 4'8".
Let me bring this up. What I'm going to try to do here is get the very bottom of the screen on, so you guys can see the actual real-time results. Hold on. It's a little bit too much.
Loves that defensive line. He loves the old NASCAR system, as they called it back in the day in Seattle.
You could throw 4 edge rushers out there at one time and let them go get the quarterback. This
all right, that should be good. This is Darius Alexander. Big Darius Alexander guy. He was a Senior Bowl standout.
He can knock you back.
He can rush off the edge at 305 pounds. I think he showed that at the Senior Bowl. He lined up in different alignments at Toledo.
305 pounds, and he carries it well.
Lawnmower Balls on YouTube with the $4.99. Thoughts on Cody Lindbergh's testing? Was on Bruce Feldman's freak list with Ariante Ursary. I don't know enough about him to give you any type of assessment there. Apologies. 173, 10-yard split, 4.96 40 for Darius Alexander. Not bad at 305 pounds. Anything sub 5 for somebody that's 300 plus pounds is going to be pretty impressive. You're not going to see a whole lot of defensive linemen or offensive linemen get into that range. So that is quite a good time. But the times aren't everything. It's important to keep that in mind as well. W is my favorite color. Thanks for the prime. Welcome back a year. Bengal, how do you feel about Tet? Personally, not a huge fan and don't have a first-round grade on him. I think he's quite a good prospect. I think he's one of the best 10 or 15 in this class. Very fluid, great size, obviously. Big catch radius. He's definitely in the wide receiver 1 type conversation, but I'm a huge Luther Burden guy as well. Here's Zeke Biggers from Georgia Tech. Ryan, thanks for the prime. Gotinho, thanks for the 3 months. Zion Dyer with the $4.99. Bengal, what are your thoughts on the Twins and Royce Lewis this season? 174.10. At 5.09 might be a little slow. That looked like it might have been a little bit quicker. We'll see if that gets adjusted. These are unofficial times right now. The way NFL Network records these times, they are hand-timed, and then we get the computer times updated a little bit later. So these are subject to change. On to the Royce Lewis comment. Yeah, I mean, he's an absolute stud, but he just cannot stay healthy. But obviously, quite a good player.
He is able to clog up some space inside. Don't have to move him around too much. He's just going to eat up blocks.
Here is Yaya Black from Iowa. Not going to really start there. I don't think Kenneth Grant is running. I think I heard he's not. True Jake, thanks for the prime sub. Welcome back 2 months. But yeah, Royce Lewis is a monster when he actually plays. Sucks that the Twins have had so many injuries.
He's not going to be asked to run this far very often.
5'4",
Igloo Breaker, thanks for the gift sub.
New HC of the Dallas Cowboys, Brian Schottenheimer. Checking out Warren Brinson of...
That's still such a surprising hire.
Next up.
Brian Schottenheimer seemed like it just came out of nowhere. Jamie Keller with the 5 EU. If they're in the same class, which they're expected to be, who do you think goes higher, Ryan Williams or Jeremiah Smith, based on what they've done in college to date? I think it's Jeremiah Smith quite easily. Smith, I think, would have been in play to be the first player off the board in this draft, and he's a wide receiver. I mean, the guy's just an absolute monster. J.J. Smith is a freak. Ryan Williams, I think, is an absolute stud as well. Long strides here from Warren Brinson.
Moving all right for a big man. That's a good time for him.
But Jeremiah Smith, I think, is the best player in college football.
Georgia,
And he was a true freshman. A little old for a true freshman. I think he got up to 19. But, I mean, he, I think, is the best player in college football. I think he would have gone very, 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 very high if he was eligible. I think you're talking about like Calvin Johnson, #2 overall range. Again, he might have been the first overall pick this year. He would have been the best player in this class. I feel that strongly about Ohio State's Jeremiah Smith. Jamari Caldwell moving pretty good.
5-1-7.
And that's for what he is and what he does, is someone that's going to just eat up double teams, play with a wide base.
As I said, not all of these defensive linemen are created equal. The roles are going to end up being different. It's very different compared to a guy that's, you know, holding double teams, playing over the nose, versus a guy that's going to be, you know, primary pass rusher. This is one to watch, though. Joshua Farmer was on my list of potential combine standouts. He flashes. He's explosive. He's got a chance to kind of put his name on the map here to some of the more casual viewers, I would say. Not exactly the best 10-yard split. Yeah.
He can run faster than that. He just got to loosen up and relax a little bit.
That was tight. Would agree. 5-1-4 with I think it was a 1-8-1 10-yard split. Got to remember, for these defensive linemen, the 10-yard split's going to be a lot more important than the actual 40 time. How explosive are you in short bursts? That's what you're going to be asked to do in the trenches, either, you know, as a defensive lineman or an offensive lineman. You're not really ever running 40 yards and doing anything. Like, yeah, you can say, what about a chase down? Or what about, like, blocking all the way down the field? It's highly unlikely. And also, you're 40 yards down the field, the running back is beyond the offensive lineman anyway.
10-yard split. You'll see this for the offensive linemen as well when they go out and run later on this week to wrap up the scouting combine.
10-yard splits, a lot more important for these guys today. With the linebackers, you start to maybe think about it a little bit more, especially for the DBs. Wide receivers at time gets a little bit more interesting. But, I mean, oftentimes you're looking at 20-yard splits as well. Here's Derek Harmon. Really interested to see what he's going to run. Very talented defensive lineman from Oregon. Was super productive this past season. Wonder just exactly how explosive he is.
He's got really quick hands. You can even just kind of look at his...
Once your offhand goes up, hold it for 3 good counts, okay?
Look at his body type. You look down at his ankles. Like, he's got athletic man's ankles. Like, though he doesn't have those big cankles, he's got some nice, lean ankles down there. That means he can get out.
This is true NFL draft. When we start to talk about ankles.
Real quick hands. He lives on the other side of the line of scrimmage.
Dude, explaining to somebody, I had to do it this morning. Oh, what do you do? Oh, I talk about college guys, and I get to see him work out today. It's going to be so fun. Harmon, easy mover. 4.97. Looked effortless. 1.77 10-yard split. That hurts with the $5. At 32, most of your mocks have defensive tackle / edge, which I agree with, since Milton and Sweat are gone, plus Huff is a soggy piece of bread. What other positions could we pick there? I'll tell you what's interesting about the Eagles that I've considered. What if one of the top tight ends gets to the Eagles at 32? Like, Dallas Goedert has dealt with some injuries. The Eagles love to go with 2 tight ends anyway. Kind of missing, like, that third receiver. Like, they are probably going to go something in the trenches, you'd think, offensive tackle or defensive line. But maybe it's a tight end. Maybe it's a wide receiver. If there's a really good DB that falls as well, I think the Eagles could just decide to go best player available. That's kind of the benefit you have of picking number 32 in the draft, winning the Super Bowl, having, you know, the most talented team. You can kind of just take best player available. So, 10-yard split's not out yet. the Eagles have plenty of different options. Now, it's not going to be, it's highly unlikely not to be Tyler Warren in that range. I also don't think it's probably going to be Loveland. I think Colson Loveland might end up going a lot higher than you guys think. He might end up being a top 20 player. But there are some other guys that might end up deserving first-round consideration where it's like maybe it seems a bit early at 32, but they might not be there by your next pick, so maybe you just take them. You can't find a good trade-down partner. I like Elijah Arroyo from Miami a lot. He's not going to be participating with the tight ends when they go. He's dealing with an injury. Mason Taylor from LSU, really, really good athlete. I love Gunnar Helm from Texas. Obviously, Harold Fannin was extremely productive. He's not going to be a fit everywhere. You know, he is not like a true classic inline tight end. He's more of an H-back type player. He's got the Jawan Johnson comparison. I think you're really shooting for Jonnu Smith here, if you can get it. The thing that kind of concerns me about Harold Fannin, I know the production was insane. When you watch him, though, he's not really that fluid of a mover. I don't know that he's an exceptional route runner. The offense ran through him at Bowling Green. He was the guy. He put up 1,500 yards. So the production is absolutely there at Bowling Green. I know he also performed well against Power 4 teams when given the opportunity. But I don't know. He's going to be an interesting one. I could see, I guess, a team falling in love. This tight end class is just so amazing. And you've really got every different type. You got, the true, just classic starters at tight end. But you also have some of the, okay, this guy's going to be more of a role player. Arondé Gadsden is like a receiver. Top time. Jared Harrison Hunt. But yeah, Gadsden is just a pure wide receiver, essentially.
Well, he's the leader, too. I guess we had to go to commercial break to see some fast 40s there.
Here's Cam Jackson from Florida. Was productive. I don't expect a big time here. 5'2".
Over 6'6", 328 pounds. Flash player, but that's a... Again, it's just these guys are all huge. Now, this is an exception here. This is Peebles. CD was talking about him.
Peebles can move.
Here, 282 pounds and a little over 6 foot, 6'1.5". He is quickness and explosion.
Charles?
Yeah, and DJ, we got to see him at the Senior Bowl, and you've tracked him throughout his time at Virginia Tech and of course, Duke before that. Every time I watched him, he was making a move on the defensive front, getting upfield and getting into the backfield. And
who else could Nazir Stockhouse from Georgia is going to run here pretty soon. He had a lot of hype.
When he comes up, is CJ West.
He was draft eligible last year, did not end up heading to the draft, came back to Georgia for another year.
Got good knockback, good hands.
Could be interesting to see what he runs. Even up next, I think it's Pegues from Ole Miss. JJ, I think it's Pegues. Damn, Aeneas Peebles is moving.
I thought he did too.
Hope he didn't hurt himself. Kind of stumbling there. At the end. 4.95 is a good time. I don't know that we're going to see anyone break into the 4.8s. I think this is only the first group of defensive linemen, unless you're not seeing Omar. I guess maybe Omar Norman Lott is just not running.
Simmons is going to be running in quite a little bit here. He's got 55 games at Tennessee, but he wasn't a starter. 6'2", 340 pounds. Lost weight going into his senior year, which was something that he wanted to do. But
we did.
Twist and cool full circle moment for us. He was at the 2019 draft in Nashville. He was on stage as one of the local high schools.
I completely missed him then.
Tweeted afterwards and was like, "That kid's got to be in the NFL." Well, sure enough, he's a step away.
There's J.J. Pegues, the mayor. That's his nickname. In Oxford, Mississippi.
He's one of my favorite players in the whole class. They use him.
I completely missed Omar Norman Lott.
Inside, they'll even let him play
if he went.
Offensively, you'll see him as some wildcat. They'll line him up at running back.
During commercial.
Some wing. He's got the end zone. He can catch the ball. He's going to actually get to work out at fullback after the D-line workout is over. Yes. So when you think about Scott Matlock with the Chargers, you think about Ricard.
4.86 for Tyrion Ingram Dawkins. Yeah, we did see that.
It's not just Travis Hunter.
Nice. Well, I mean,
So I guess, is Walter Nolan not doing anything?
Ty Robinson, Husker, he plays hard.
Decent jump there. 171 for Ty Robinson. 483. Good Lord.
And again, that's 288 pounds, over 6'5". He's got a lot of twitch in his hands. You saw him run there. There's his feet. But I'm telling you, he's got a lot of pop in his hands. We'll see that.
Is Walter Nolan not going?
These bag drills here in a little bit.
Yeah, Walter Nolan and Kenneth Grant not working out. Mason Graham only benching. It's not especially surprising,
I'm sure that,
but it would have been fun, man. Would have been fun. Here's Elijah Simmons from Tennessee. Huddy with the $2. Why is CJ and Bryce Young in the thumbnail? I guess I did not change the thumbnail.
and Peter was referencing.
Let me see if I can fix that.
Someone who J.J. Watt had an eye for.
Obviously don't want that.
Was coming, and here he is.
Is Will Johnson not participating, Kevin O. Peterson? Thanks for the $2. That's the first I'm hearing of it. I really wanted to see him run. His 3-cone, his agility testing, 20-yard shuttle, all would have been pretty good. That's disappointing if Will Johnson is not participating.
He's going to be really just playing rundowns and then try and push the pocket and collapse the pocket a little bit as a rusher. CD, I was just saying a second ago.
Why is this not saving?
Away from the line of scrimmage here.
No, not at all. But DJ, when you watched him play, and Peter referenced, he wasn't a starter for much of his time at Tennessee. As you mentioned, be a 1-2 down guy. Stamina going to be a question.
Let's see if I can confirm that.
Can you put him out there? But he had one of the biggest hits of the year.
I mean, it is probably true, unfortunately.
That poor ball carrier that he inhaled.
But
and now we'll see.
yeah, I mean, you just see a lot of these top prospects choose to sit out and not do anything. Fly Latory, thanks for the continued gift sub. Louie, thanks for the prime. Popping in real quick before I go back to work. What have I missed so far? Not much. The defensive linemen are just starting. Stackhouse running real upright. 516. Kendrick Lamar fan, thanks for the 2. Go Seahawks. Give me Jackson Dart with the first. That is an interesting take. A15 Nate, thanks for the resub 11 months. Or 47 overall. How you doing, Nate? Good to see you. Alright, I think I've changed the thumbnail here on YouTube if you're watching on YouTube. We got a little over 2,000 people in the chat. I appreciate you guys. Thanks so much for the super chats. I can't read every comment, but I'm trying to get to every super chat, obviously. So I appreciate you guys for those. Thoughts on Dante Thornton Jr. If you watched my video yesterday, I talked a little bit about him. Thank you for the $5, by the way, Sam. I included him as the last player that I expect to perform really, really well here this weekend when the wideouts go. He's got obviously very good size. We'll see what he ends up weighing in at, but I've got him at like 6'5", 225, and he can definitely move. I mean, he's a pure deep threat, can take the top off the defense. Saw him use that way, and yeah, he's a fun kind of like day 3 dart throw, probably at wide receiver.
Solid run, 504 at 308 pounds.
And to wrap up the first group of 40s, these guys will run it again. Those who choose to run it a second time will do so. The aforementioned Indiana Hoosier, CJ West. Looking at the 10-yard splits. These are the ones that may be even more important than the 40 because something's gone horribly wrong on the field.
Yeah, I mean, Ty Robinson ran really fast. CJ West is a good defensive lineman, by the way.
This building, you might have to chase this guy around for 40 yards. Anthony Richardson.
This is a real good player.
Yeah, no, it's all about the 10 time. And
there are a bunch of really good interior defensive linemen in this class. There are a lot of future starters. CJ West is going to be one of them.
Hold the point of attack and
oh, he's moving too.
That's a quick time. That's a great time.
173, 10-yard split, 495, 40. He looked explosive too. And he's a good player. And he's big too. Like, this is not a small guy. Let's see what grade Lance Zierlein has on CJ West. Would have expected him kind of in this group. But there's so many good defensive linemen. Like, Omar Norman Lott is all the way down the board. And again, like, depending on what you're looking for, it depends on how you're going to grade these guys, because certain teams aren't going to be in the market for nose tackles. Certain teams are going to want, pure pass rushers. Other teams might feel fine there. They want somebody that can actually just take up space and make plays. And there are a lot of guys like this in this draft. Just hold the point of attack, let other guys come in the back end and make plays. It just depends what you want. There's no one type of defensive tackle or one type of defensive end or edge, I should say. Even DB, right? There's a big difference between a press man corner and somebody that works a lot better in just a flat cover 3 scheme, someone that just can sit in zone, has the instincts to do so, maybe lacking top tier athleticism, versus a guy that can, run with anybody in man coverage, has the arm length in order to press. So there are a lot of different factors to consider when we talk about who's better than who. It depends. What's your team? What do they like to do? Not every player is going to be a good fit, because you might end up falling in love with a certain type of player that your team will just never even consider. For a while in New Orleans, Dennis Allen would only bring in 260-plus pound defensive ends. If you were not that big, you were not playing. You were not going to be rostered. So it can be really fun to be like, oh, man, I'd love Khalil Mack. It's well, he's never used a player like Khalil Mack. It doesn't really necessarily fit the scheme. There are guys who are outliers, but typically you can find out who's going to be a good fit with who. Zora Legend, thoughts on the monstrous Nebraska defensive line? They've got some names. They really do. And we just saw a very, very good time from Ty Robinson. He ran, I think, 4.83 unofficial. A little bit smaller, though. This is, again, not going to be your typical. This guy's never going to really line up over the nose at 288 pounds. But interestingly enough, his comparison is Grover Stewart. And if you look at Grover Stewart's a big boy. Stewart is 314 pounds and has certainly aligned over the center at 0 or 1 tech. So it's an interesting comp there, but he was definitely moving. So that's quite interesting. The second round of 40s coming up here. Interested to see what Darius Alexander runs the second time through.
Faster. Nice. He is on this second run to just kind of relax. Get a little tense on that first one. Just relax.
Here is Darius Alexander.
Faster run from an already fast.
He looks like he's moving pretty good.
5:03 on the second run. Stick with that first.
A little longer. Hold for a little bit longer.
We're now back live.
Okay.
172 on the 10-yard split, though, which is very good for a little over 300 pounds.
Yeah, Rich, one of my favorite players is just look at him with the eye test.
Eric Gonzo, thanks for the $2. Your opinion on how the Broncos draft goes? I don't even really know how to answer that. I can't give an opinion on how it's going to go. In terms of what they do, I think they're going to add a pass catcher, their first pick, whether that's a wide receiver or a tight end. And then, their defense is obviously quite good, but I still think they could potentially look to upgrade in some spots, or even just get more depth, right? Even a team that has the best group of corners in the league is going to end up probably taking a corner somewhere in this draft.
On the defensive side of things against the offensive
Bench Motor with the 2. Any underrated run stuffing interior defensive lineman for day 3, in my opinion? There are a lot. Not all of these guys can be top 100 picks, right? So, there are some guys that I think could be available on day 3. Cam Jackson stands out. He's 330 pounds.
I don't know how it all fits on.
Who else is in here that's particularly... a lot of these guys are just good against the run anyway. Jamari Caldwell is a particularly interesting player. He had a decent Senior Bowl, kind of an unsung hero on this defensive lineman, with Derek Harmon kind of getting a lot of attention. But another guy that has surprising burst, over 330 pounds. Jamari Caldwell from Oregon is definitely quite a good player.
Grant was great, did everything he wanted. We found out today.
I like CJ West a lot. Don't have his time up here yet, but I like CJ West a lot. I like one of the best run defending defensive tackles in this draft is Maryland's Jordan Phillips. He might get to day 3.
5.39 from.
Ian, thanks for the 5. Do you think the Lions can get Mike Green at their pick, or would they have to trade up? I don't think Mike Green's going to make it to 32 at this point,
Peter's talking about him.
but there's a chance.
USC game, and when it finishes, just put your feet up on the desk.
Roman, thanks for the 5. Thoughts on it? Sean
That's all you need to see. That's it.
Dolak?
USC game, grade the flashes,
First team All-American, but didn't get a combine invite. I know it's Mac, but come on. I don't know enough about him. It's really the first time I'm seeing that name.
This week when asked if there were a couple of
So I wish I could
plays
give you more there. I unfortunately don't have it.
have shown to
G. Vandy, thanks for the resub with the Prime. Zora Legend with the 5. Do you think the Panthers have any chance of getting a franchise player at 8? And with that, what's your most valuable player for them? I think the Panthers' best bet is taking a chance on one of the uber athletic defensive linemen or players in the front 7 in this draft. If I'm the Panthers, I'm hoping to develop one of Jalen Walker, Shamar Stewart,
Same exact thing. Now, you might require a little bit of
or
patience
Michael Williams, really.
on guys
Could they take Mike Green?
that can move like
Is that a little bit early? Maybe.
Brinson
I know it's tempting to add more offensive power
nostrils.
or firepower. Like you could look at potentially Tyler Warren at 8, even Colston Loveland, right? Like he's a really, really good player. It seems a little bit high for a tight end, but if you're going to make him a focal point of the offense, it's really not too early. I just I like Jatavion Sanders, obviously. Hook 'em horns. I think Tommy Tremble's fine.
Slightly better second.
I think if you're taking a wide receiver,
just to prove that I'm not.
I don't think 8 is too early for Luther Burden.
When asked.
I know that he's not even in the first round of some mock drafts coming out now. I think he's got a real chance to be a really good NFL player.
Now, Ohio State film, that's all you need to see, really.
He's a hero. He's a hero to many of us. Mason Graham.
But
pretty darn good against Alabama in the playoffs.
I mean, if they can get
A lot of high mark games.
something down the board, it's interesting, right? Because the Bears still have the Panthers' second round pick, don't they?
In Oregon.
Yeah.
I think the Bears are at 39
Down onto the field
and 41 in round 2.
down the field and body type the players and see what they look like.
So it's like
On the hoof, as
On
they
the
say.
hoof.
the
Yeah.
Panthers, their best
Oh my gosh, I have overgraded this
bet
guy.
is
I gave him such a huge grade.
just taking BPA at 8.
Necessarily look prototypical in terms of the length. And
I don't think receiver is
And then I proceeded to
all
watch
that
the-
bad for them.
Nope, nope.
You want Leggett to take a step up.
Is that right?
I like Jalen Coker a lot in Carolina. You got Adam Thielen for another year.
I'm gonna get to Walter Nolan in just a minute, but Rich, you were talking about.
I'd take a defensive player probably at 8. I know it's a stacked class. You're still going to be able to get talent in round 3. But the Panthers are so bad on defense. Their O-line is in place. Honestly, their O-line for the future looks pretty good.
Charles.
And then eventually we adapt. He said eventually we.
I don't know if they can really add anything in free agency to help out that receiving core. Their running back room looks pretty good with Chuba and a healthy Jonathan Brooks. That defense is so bad. You have no chance to win games with the defense allowing 30 points a game, every game.
You knew he'd be powerful.
Rick Brower with a 499. Is wide receiver a sleeper pick for Seattle with the rumors of DK trade and Lockett retire? Well, even a Lockett cut. He might end up being a cap casualty. I don't know if DK is going to get traded, but no, I've talked about it in my mock draft videos. I don't know if you guys have watched those, but definitely try to listen to some of what I say when I make some of those picks. I have people coming into the chat saying like, oh, who do you think this team's going to take? Who do you think the Commanders are taking at 28 or wherever it is? It's like, well, I've put out a mock draft every Monday, and people have already complaining in my comments. Oh, too many mock drafts. It's fun. I cry about it. I don't care. But man, I really think Seattle could probably take a receiver. I don't think they're going to take a guard because of the John Schneider, GM of the Seahawks, draft philosophy, and even just general manager philosophy in general of team building, not overvaluing interior offensive line, even though it is super important.
Okay,
But it seems like he's not going to draft a guard in the first round. So you need to pivot.
things that he
Could it end up happening? Could he break the tendency? Yeah, it could always happen. There are outliers all the time. Maybe there's a player that just ends up being too good, that they have too high of a grade on. Farmer moving this time.
down the line, he feels he's that versatile.
5'1", pretty good time for him. He's over 310 pounds.
What he thinks is gonna kind of
177, 10-yard split.
Yeah, he's
But
someone, again, the twitch and the explosiveness.
I think Seattle's in the market potentially for a linebacker, a wide receiver, a tight end.
More, and you'll see some.
I still think they could take a tackle depending on how they feel about Abe Lucas and his health.
And Joshua Farmer's had 2 good runs, looks smooth.
I think they could take an edge. I think Seattle's in a real position to go best player available. They're even outside shot quarterback at 18. Maybe they have a really good grade on Jackson Dart.
And I'm like, no, don't worry about Puma.
Maybe Shador Sanders falls
And there's
to them.
many more.
I don't know.
So I'm fine. Gregory. I think
515 guy.
515.
That's who he is.
Andres Perez with the 199. Bengal, come to Kansas City.
Harmon now.
Why does that feel ominous?
He had one of the smoother runs.
And obviously, we're going to be talking quite a bit about it in this copycat league. It's difficult to copycat
Ballface 30, thanks for the prime.
roster.
Amar with the 499.
On one single
Jair plus Lucas Van Ness plus 2025 round 2
great case
plus 2026 round 2 for Max Crosby. Realistic?
during the playoffs were the Los Angeles Rams.
No.
And they have got a loaded line. As
I
well.
don't think so.
They got
The
after
defense
Jalen Hurts that day, too.
Right? And so
There's a lot going on there. I don't think you're going to see anything like that. And I honestly don't think the Raiders want to trade Max Crosby. I don't think Max Crosby wants to get traded.
based on a Super Bowl,
We'll see. There's a lot going on with that.
your comp for Derek
It feels like a Madden type trade to me.
Spit out. So this wasn't necessarily an individual one, but this is what I love about
I don't know what Jair's value is right now.
context you can provide by just finding DNA matches across the board, and you get some interesting comparisons.
But yeah, I mean, it's an interesting thought. It's just like, I feel like
I think Cam Scattergoose.
trade speculation,
we got a few days.
like you can think about a guy getting traded, but once you start adding in different players into it,
It's fantastic.
uh,
Darius Harmon.
Yeah, it's just relaxed. Look at that.
it's tough.
My goodness, he improved on a 4-9.
YOLO Swaggins, thanks for the 2. What round do you see Savone Revel going in? Well, if you've watched my mock drafts, I've had him mostly in the first round. I think he could also get into the second with the injury stuff.
Player, and I think he's got a
Torn ACL, of course, but
outstanding shot of finding his way into the first round.
I think, yeah, round 1 to 2, I think he's probably a top 50 player.
Balmer Ravens.
Will Lucas with the 199. Message retracted.
I love that.
Log with the 199. Patriots making the playoffs next year. It's not unheard of. I think the roster's a little bit too far away, but I would have said that about the Commanders, and Jaden Daniels willed them to a playoff berth. 487 for Harrison Hunt.
There's a round of applause.
We like that. Salvador Estrada with a 5. If you were the GM of the Giants instead of the Jags,
The best time for a defensive
I'm not the Jags GM. It's both white guys. What would be your perfect offseason free agency plus draft? Well, I don't know who exactly all is going to hit the open market. Like Trey Smith, the Chiefs got tagged today, for example. But I'd like the Giants to improve their offensive line. I don't know that they're going to be able to through free agency. I think I'd like to see them add a veteran wide receiver. I'd like to see them get a veteran quarterback. Ideally, the Giants trade for Matthew Stafford without giving up number 3. Ideally, not giving up a 2, but I think you'd probably have to at that point. But ideally, the Giants get Matthew Stafford. And then in the draft, I'm looking at BPA that's not a quarterback. Like Travis Hunter would be exceptional. Abdul Carter would be great. I just don't know that's a great fit for the Giants. I don't think a trade down, the talent drop-off is just too significant. If the Giants got Mason Graham at 3, I don't think I'd be that upset about it. He's a pretty good player. Micah, thanks for the 2, says, smoking a stinker right now. Thoughts? Good for you. Zora Legend, thanks for the 199. What would you say your favorite prospect is day 2+? It depends who gets there, right? Like, there are some guys that I don't think are locks to be first-round picks, like Jahad Campbell, like Jahdae Barron, like Savone Revel, that are in that day 2 range that I think are really good. But in terms of guys that I think will absolutely be there on day 2 that I like quite a bit, let's do a couple for each position. At quarterback, Skip. At running back, whew, I love the running backs. Amarion Hampton, I think, could be a day 2 guy. I like a lot. Love Caleb Johnson. Love Bashal Tootin. Cam Scadaboo's fun, right? Trevor Etienne was actually better than I expected watching him. Jaden Blue, day 2+, has a ton of speed. I like Jarquez Hunter. I mean, the guy just runs through contact. This running back class is ridiculous. Brashard Smith, a super explosive former receiver, I believe. Rocket Sanders, this dealt with some injuries. Hasn't really been the exact same player we saw like 2 years ago, but is good. Khalil Mullings is okay. I like LaQuint Allen. I really like DJ Gittens. Like, this running back class is amazing. As a potentially getting drafted guy, Marcus Yarns from Delaware, explosive, option out of the backfield as a receiver. I'm a Marcus Yarns guy. We'll see if he gets drafted. At wide receiver, mark me down for the Texas boys. Matthew Golden, Isaiah Bond. Jalen Royals is getting some hype. I'm not sure overall about the athleticism with him. Savion Williams is fun. Dante Thornton's a really good athlete. Torrey Horton had a lot of hype going into the year. Didn't really live up to that. But when you watch him, there's a lot to like. Same thing for Pat Bryant at Illinois, to be honest. None of these guys are going to be first-round picks. Maybe Matthew Golden, right? Isaiah Bond could end up getting first-round hype if he comes out and runs crazy. Like, that's kind of what happened to Xavier Worthy. And Isaiah Bond, the tape is good. He just wasn't healthy, and then the quarterback play was really, 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 really bad. Fog, thanks for the prime sub. Who all is running today? Defensive linemen and linebackers. I'd like to see Aeneas Peoples break into the 4.8s. I think it's possible. Raider Nation, thanks for the prime.
I wouldn't know about that stuff.
Nick Johnson with the 199. With Garrett News, where do you think he'll go? Okay. Assuming you mean Myles Garrett and News, meaning like he requested a trade a few weeks ago. I have no idea. I think you're talking about some of the top teams in the league. I know the Browns don't want to trade him, so that maybe muddies the water, or muddies the water slightly. I feel like I'm not saying what I want to say correctly.
That's a great thing about this.
But
another crack at it at your pro day. I think he can invest that time.
Lions, Eagles, one of the top teams in the NFC South, maybe Falcons, Bucks, I think are good fits.
This is what it looks like being selectively aggressive.
Adam Davis with the 2. How are you liking Duval County so far? I say Duval. How did Liam Cohen say it? Yep, I am the new Jags GM, of course. Braden with the 2. If you're the Titans GM, would you trade the pick? Depends what the return is. Depends on if I want a quarterback or not. This draft is not that good in terms of top-tier talent. You're picking at number 1 overall. You get to get one of the best players in the draft. Or a quarterback. If I can get a first-round pick next year, yes.
I will.
But
let me know if there's a charge involved.
I don't know that teams are going to be exactly excited to move a 2026 first-rounder when that class is looking like it's going to be better than this one, at least in terms of top-end talent. And then 2027 is ridiculous. Will Lucas, thanks for the 2. Starks and Cincy can't take another backup edge. Well, they'd be taking somebody to start. Right, I think Miles Murphy's been incredibly disappointing.
Oh, you heard? Yeah.
But yeah, Malachi Starks, I think, is a great player. Ty Robinson's moving, dude. 4.89. Wonder what that 10-yard split is. 1.71. Very good. Mile High Pride with the 2. Broncos get Genty at 20. Hellman second. Thoughts? That'd be a steal. That'd be a haul. I don't think Genty falls to 20. I think Hellman the second is realistic. Filto with it too. Thoughts on Deshaun Watson for Justin Tucker? Yeah, that'd be a big-time trade. Chris Bank with the 4.99 at 22. I love so many players, but starting to think Hampton could happen with all the hype recently. Do you believe he's a day one talent and stud? I love Amarion Hampton. It just depends. Like, what is the value you actually place on a running back? I think running back in the first makes sense. You get them for their prime. You get the 5th-year option. If you can get 5 years of a top running back in the NFL, it is worth it. But it's kind of more of a finishing piece to a team rather than something you build around. So it's not going to be a good fit for everybody. But for a team like the Broncos at 20, I think the Chargers are at 22. Those are good teams already that could use a bit of a boost. So I do like a team in the 20s taking one of the best running backs in the draft, maybe one of the best players in the draft. I like Caleb Johnson a lot. I like Amarion Hampton. I just think the running backs in this class are so good that it's going to be hard to go wrong. It just depends what type of guy do you want. You want the hard-nosed downhill runner? Are you more of a zone scheme type of guy? Somebody that's got the patience, maybe the one-cut runner that can just put the foot in the dirt, head to the house.
Again, from an age standpoint, I mean, me making Jerry.
Zora with the 2. What apps/websites help you stay as in touch with like NFL draft and prospect stuff? I mean, Twitter is a good space to know exactly what's going on, getting those measurements tweeted out, knowing who's going to be participating. I'm always reading what a lot of people that know more than me are saying, and trying to go study the film and see where that kind of lines up with what my eyes are seeing. I think it's important to read what people are saying who are smarter than you. And then, thinking, okay, how does this differ or align with what I'm seeing? You can disagree on a player, right, depending on what games you watch. But certain things are going to be less debatable. Like, is an edge rusher bendy or explosive? Is a receiver sudden? Are they quick in and out of their breaks? Like, that stuff typically doesn't change a ton on a game-to-game basis.
You got this, man.
Peekaboo, thanks so much for the tier 1. We do have members on YouTube now and gifted memberships. If that's up your alley, you want to either become a member or gift some memberships, I would appreciate it. I appreciate you guys supporting me, letting me do this as a job. It's an absolute dream. Chris with the 199, do you think McMillan falls, or is it just a bluff? I still find him to be one of the best 10 or 15 players in this draft. It's not that good of a receiver class. I think he goes in the first half of the first round. I guess we'll see. Swaggy P with the 15. Giants fan here. Stafford and Dart going to save our QB room. Oh, God.
As we look at CJ West, sorry, he's coming up here. That's a different school. Kenny Clark.
Little Giraffe with the 100 bits. Bengal, what 40 time do you think you'd run? The last time I ran one, I ran a 4.7 flat electronic time. I feel like I've slowed down since then. I would hope to get inside 5 seconds at this point. But
early wins. That's what Kenny Clark has done.
I think I could be 4.8, 4.9. I used to be fast, like 4.7 for a potential professional athlete. Pretty good, but I'm also light. I'm not 200 pounds. But yeah, I don't think I could run 4.7 flat anymore. I'm gonna run the same time as CJ West, who's 315 pounds.
That wasn't clean.
That was the same result anyway. 4.96.
Jordan Petzold, thanks for the 4.99. How much would the Seahawks have to give it up to trade up for Will Campbell, and how's the fit? Where does the third QB go off the board in your opinion? A couple of good questions there.
On-field drills.
I don't think it would take that much to trade up in this draft. In order to get Will Campbell, though, he could go as early as like number 4 to New England. If he's there at
in the strength,
who's at 10?
Especially against the run. You're not going to move him. He's going to get underneath your pads. Hold his
You have the Jets at 7.
Here he is just getting on that inside shoulder. I referenced that Alabama game from the playoffs last year.
Saints are at 9.
Overall feel, instincts, awareness.
Why can't I think of who's at 10 right now?
He's going to club you and win up the field as a pass rusher.
The Bears. I think it's the Bears. All right, people are saying Bears. I don't think the Bears would trade down. Yeah, maybe the Saints. So you'd think you'd have to go up from 18 to 9. You'd probably have to add in a second-round pick to get that done. Which I don't know that you'd want to do. And then Will Campbell, I'd be playing guard probably with Seattle. I'm not really sure that the stars are going to align there, but we'd see. Where does the third QB go off the board in your opinion? I'm thinking somewhere in round 2. You know, maybe in that 33 to 40 range. You got some teams I could pass on QB around 1 that might consider it round 2, like the Titans, Browns, Giants, Raiders.
Looking forward to pro day.
A little bit of a heel bruise. One of our favorite clips we actually rolled earlier was
Peekaboo, who was a new member with the 5. It's cool. You got that little Bengal logo next to your name. Wow, I'd be a member if I were you guys. I believe with the play of both Jahmyr Gibbs and Bijan, it will improve the likelihood of running backs being taken in the first in the future. Yeah, I agree. I agree, especially highly. I mean, Bijan went number 8. Jahmyr Gibbs went number 12. And I think it's more than just that. Like, you're seeing
it's just hard to find a flaw in your game.
Like more too high than ever, meaning that teams are taking a player out of the box to protect the back end, like stop explosive passing plays, and that should give more opportunity to beat teams with the run. So the value of running back is starting to creep back up from where it was. So yeah, I do absolutely think that you could see running back end up going higher and higher and higher, like we used to see. That hurts. Thanks for the 2. Andres Perez with the 199. Should Chiefs go tackle or draft defense in the 1s? Or in the 1st, I'm going to assume. It depends who's there, right? I know they need tackle desperately, but let's say your choices are between like Cam Williams and Ariante Ursary. That might not be the best pick at 31. There will be better defensive talent on the board, more than likely.
Because that's what you do. You win your conference championship, and then you go win the national championship.
You think the Saints will take it 9? Love from Denmark. I mean, I've done a lot of mock drafts. If you want to check those out, but ultimately, I think defensive line probably.
Now we're going to get a chance to watch these guys change direction. See this with the defense.
Yeah, James Pierce Jr. I think is participating. He'll be with either the next group or the linebackers.
Again, how does this equate when you watch it? On Sundays, that's what we're trying to show.
Right now, we're just seeing interior defensive linemen.
Look at him when he was coming out again, changing direction. He's not heel clicking. He's keeping a nice base. He's bending his knees. This is, again, giving you that sense of the overall athleticism. You can identify some stiffness at times through this drill. That was excellent. You watch him at the linebacker position, different than what we see, obviously, with these interior defensive linemen. But it pops up throughout the game. It's being able to use your eyes, see.
Jason Brown with a $4.99. Found you way back in the day through Romantic Gaming. Thanks for always putting out great draft content. Is that Jerome PKR's old name? That is a name I have not heard in 10 years, or close to it. But thank you. Dawson with a 5 Canadian. What's the earliest you could see the Colts taking a quarterback if there's any chance, in your opinion? I don't think they should. Try to build around AR. If you really don't see development this year, you can start to think about moving on. But man, Anthony Richardson is so talented. He's been injured. He's been hurt. I know they say the best ability is availability, but I think it's ability. You gotta be good. You can't just be available. I'm available. You don't want me taking snaps. You gotta really give it a good run until it doesn't work out for sure. I mean, how many starts do you think Anthony Richardson has made? I'm gonna say under 20. Maybe even under 15.
Basically,
you got taken care of. I'll tell you what, Josh is going to have to get taken care of again here pretty soon.
Let's see here.
Josh Allen.
Already, huh?
Richardson has started 15 games in his career.
Time to get to the table.
And we're already ready to move on the 4th or 5th overall pick.
That are going to mimic what you see in
4th overall
I don't
pick.
necessarily see this as one of those. This for the defensive lineman, you're just see how they change direction. You want to see if there's any stiffness or tightness.
CVAS XE.
Can you play with bended knees?
Thanks for the $4.99.
Things, can you listen?
Mount Mool, MT Mool, thanks for the Prime. On Twitch, Lima Bean, thanks for the Prime.
Just keep your feet underneath you. CD, I think you're down there on the field. It's just, this to me is more about overall athleticism for these big guys.
It certainly is.
On Anthony Richardson, I told people he wasn't going to be good, and look what happened. You might be a stud, dude. He's played 15 games. How did you even call that? So impressive. New York Summertime, thanks for the 2. Giants need Antoine Bethea, Preston Parker, and Orleans Darkwa. Preston Parker is the worst Giant I've experienced in my lifetime. I don't remember Antoine Bethea being that bad with the Giants. He was just old. And Orleans Darkwa, beast. Timothy Proctor, thanks for the 2. Thoughts on Donovan Ezraku? I mean, he's a little bit undersized in terms of like height, weight. He's going to be a 3-4 outside linebacker, but I think the arm length is pretty good. And he's definitely athletic. Production's good. He's got a chance to go round 1 probably, but I think more of a day 2 guy. Starter upside at 3-4 outside linebacker. Now Alfred Collins, I don't think ended up running.
Lost a little weight, but he is a dominant.
But he's moving.
He can unlock his hips.
Now this is not exactly super entertaining when you can't see it. But you get to see how these defensive linemen move in space a little bit. These guys really are not going to be asked to do a lot of this. I mean, running across the defensive line, maybe sure, but I don't really care what a defensive tackle looks like in his back pedal. You know, it's not applicable really. Resting next to the $4.99. I want the Steelers to go get Genty. What do you think it would cost, and who would be the best team to trade with? Maybe the 49ers? If Genty is there at 11, yeah, I think that could be a decent spot. I think moving up from, 21 or wherever they are, close to it, up to 11, I think it would cost you probably like a second-round pick. It's a big move, and I'm not sure Genty's going to be available outside the top 10. He sure could be, but he's a really, really good prospect. Keys with the $9.99. Thank you so much for the 10 from Keys. I know the Bears have our second rounder, but we still have the Rams second rounder from the I'm assuming you mean Braden Fisk trade. Can you see us taking Kobe Bryant or Savone Revel or running back, Travion Henderson or Amarion Hampton?
DJ with Pegues playing wildcat quarterback. I think he's all power when he runs.
Sure, I'm trying to figure out who you're even talking about. I know the Bears have our second rounder. I assume you mean the Panthers. But we still have the Rams second rounder from the Braden Fisk trade. Was that the Panthers? Would they take a running back?
He can do a lot of different things on the football field. One of my favorite notes on him.
It's the Panthers. They wouldn't take a running back, surely. They just paid Chuba Hubbard and drafted Jonathan Brooks in the second last year. I don't see that happening. At least not in round 2.
Why move out? He said brought in a new freshman roommate every year. Just bring him in. He's not going anywhere.
The oldest dorm liver since
Jameson is for the 5 Canadian. Cam Jackson's a big dude. Jackson, 5 Canadian. Do you like the fit of Azariah Thomas on the Seahawks?
Hey, Rich, do you know what?
That's the Mike McDonald defense, which for Norman Lott on the ground, which for those who don't know is kind of like it's what the Ravens are running still, pretty much the same deal. It's like big, long, fast corners. Thomas doesn't exactly have the big-time speed, but can press.
No questions asked.
Yeah, I think that's not a bad fit. CVAS, again with the $4.99. As a Bills fan, I feel they trade for a big playmaker on D and draft wide receiver round 1. Like, Myles Garrett could be interesting. I don't know if the Browns would do that, but that'd be interesting. Could you dig deeper into this?
Again, we're seeing some new names
I don't know. Like, it's like define a big playmaker on D, right? Like Myles Garrett would be a really good fit in Buffalo. He'd be a really good fit anywhere, but the Bills could especially use some real help off the edge.
He gave me some
We can't keep seeing these defensive linemen slip.
Just a real strong, violent.
But I like Jordan Phillips a lot. Didn't look great there.
Forklift guys. He's physical.
But yeah, I don't know that you're gonna be able to trade for a big playmaker on D like Myles Garrett and still keep your first-round pick. But I think receiver is definitely in play for Buffalo in round 1.
See some of that tightness there.
Like if Matthew Golden's there, I've had him there. Emeka Ibuka, I think, could be available. He's a solid guy. I just almost wonder what his fit is with Buffalo when they already have Khalil Shakir and I think just extended him. Filter, thanks for the 5. Just took the Browns to the Super Bowl, and I'm not talking about Madden. Speaking on Madden, though, Bengals for franchise mode this year, please. It's time. It's not time. I mean, I used the Raiders this past season. Madden was just overall terrible to me, but there was not a big enough discrepancy between the good and bad teams, so the series was like not entertaining instantly. And it's making me really reevaluate what I want to do in the future. I'll say that. Kyle Lopez, thanks for the 5. How do you think Vrabel will perform for us? I've also heard a lot of negative things from Titans fans. Just want Drake to get some type of stability.
You made the point earlier in the day. DJ.
Nah, Stackhouse moving pretty good. I mean, like Vrabel, he's not going to be some big like analytics-oriented coach. He's more of like a player motivator type. But it seems like players respect him.
I know we've had music at times, but I don't know if it was like the actual drills. Also,
It's hard to say how a coach is going to perform because like when he had talent in Tennessee, they were good, and when it kind of fell off, so did the Titans. The Patriots need more guys that can play. Timothy Miller, thanks for the 5. Long-time listener, first-time fan. What do the Texans need to get over the AFC hump? They've got to improve their offense. The defense has talent. The offense, they need to protect C.J. Stroud. They need a better play caller than Bobby Slowick, who I know who got let go. Who is the Texans' new OC? I don't know if I remember. Well, I know I don't remember if they've hired one. I'm sure they have. Did they promote from in-house? I can't remember what they did. But I think getting C.J. Stroud some protection and maybe another talented receiver, which I imagine they're going to do one of those two things with their first-round pick.
Some technology capabilities here. One of my favorites is just the tracer. Let's watch the tracer here on Alfred Collins, a big DT from Texas. See the amount of ground that he's covering. It's like coloring on your paper here. As we look at Ty Hamilton, see him get moving, staying right down the line. The vertical comes straight down that line, and Jordan Phillips.
We didn't see a lot of guys participate. Like, just saw Ty Hamilton there from Ohio State, but we didn't see another Ty. No Tyleik Williams.
The symbol of the artist formerly known as Prince, like an etch-a-sketch.
Like all of the top defensive tackles just opted out. We didn't see Walter Nolan, Mason Graham, Kenneth Grant, Tyleik Williams. Alfred Collins was at least doing the on-field workouts, but didn't test. No Shamar Turner. I didn't see TJ Sanders. Didn't see Deion Walker. Like, half of the guys at the Combine are not participating.
Mr. Clean Magic Eraser. Wow. Has been my entire life.
Zvass again is what I'm just going to call you with the $4.99. Could see Garrett or Crosby. Again, I don't know that Crosby gets traded. I guess we'll see. I really want Golden or Burden. Burden would need a trade up for the Bills. Maybe not. There's a talk that he could be available in round 2. I really like Luther Burden. Again, I don't think it's a crazy pick inside the top 10 for a team like the Panthers or the Jets or the Saints even. Like, I don't think it's that crazy. But also, I'm seeing, like, I think in Daniel Jeremiah's recent mock, he did not have Luther Burden in the first round. So, I feel like there's been a little bit of prospect fatigue with Luther Burden. I know 2024 was not as productive as 2023, but quarterback play was so bad. I feel like it's kind of what's going on with Colston Loveland as well. Like, I don't know. I think Burden is a clear first-round talent and maybe the best receiver in the draft. I'll tell you, a realistic receiver rankings could have Teterow and McMillan as the third best receiver. Maybe even slightly below that. And he's really good. But it depends what you want, I guess. But yeah, Travis Hunter could easily be the best receiver in this class. Luther Burden has a conversation about it. Matthew Golden is in that top group. Like, so this is exactly what I'm talking about. Lance Zierlein has same grade with Golden and T-Mac for third or fourth for the best receivers. Very different types. Like McMillan is going to be an X or even like a power slot. Golden slot Z, one of those two. Burden, kind of the same thing. Ibuka, kind of the same thing. I hope Travis Hunter is doing everything. That's going to be a really fun one to watch. Jamichael Powell with a 5. Longtime fan. Thank you. What should the Lions do to reliably upgrade the pass rush opposite Hutch? Well, there's going to be something good off the edge available at 30 or wherever the Lions are. They're right in that range, right? There will be good talent off the edge at that point. Something will be there. However, if I can trade that first-round pick and maybe something else, whatever it takes to get Myles Garrett, I'm doing that if I'm the Lions. Yes, you lose Ben Johnson. It's a huge loss. But if you can have a defensive end pairing of Aiden Hutchinson healthy and Myles Garrett, good luck to Minnesota. I think the Bears would really struggle.
It's a flow and throw day for you.
That's exactly what it was.
Go get it.
The Packers, I think, have overall the best tackles in that division.
Now he's the coach of the year.
You know, outside of Detroit, obviously, is who we're talking about.
Have a better time than you, by the way?
I think it'd be a really big problem. And the Vikings are probably there, actually, with healthy Darisaw. Let me walk that back. This past year, it was not true, but healthy Darisaw, Brian O'Neill is better than Rasheed Walker, Zach Tom. Although Zach Tom's great.
Damn straight you did.
But yeah, if you bring in Myles Garrett and Aiden Hutchinson, good luck blocking those guys. That's a one-on-one for somebody.
What do you think of the guys that were
like? I'd give up at least a first if I'm the Lions to go get Myles Garrett. I don't know how available he actually is, but we'll try to get that done.
We've got these interior D linemen and separated from the edge players, but I think it's impressive. We talked to a bunch of these guys. Derek Harmon.
Connor Noor with the 2. Kenneth Grant or Walter Nolan for the Steelers at 21. Both might not even be there. If I'm the Steelers, I probably prefer Nolan. Keanu Benton to nose. Walter Nolan, I think, he ends up being like that Cam Hayward replacement.
So it's a really important part of the process.
What do you try to get out of that? Because so many fans would like to know.
Jaundice, thanks for the 99 cents.
Right now, at the combine.
In the physical side of the evaluation process.
As a Steeler fan, you want Ibuka so bad? He's solid.
Building for a little bit more, but in 15 to 20 minutes, whatever you end.
First look there at Cam Horsley. Didn't see him out there earlier. He was probably doing the wave drill. I just didn't notice him.
But you can get
Jordan with a 4.99. Savone Revel, Jahdae Barron, or Ezra Thomas. Which one for the Packers? I really think either Revel or Thomas. You're looking for a boundary if you're Green Bay, especially with Jair Alexander potentially going elsewhere now. Jahdae Barron, I don't think is an NFL boundary. As much as I love him as a player. But Revel and Thomas, we know, are boundary corners and would be really good fits in that half-league Green Bay defense. I love Jahdae Barron as a player. I think he's more of a nickel. I don't know that that's what the Packers need. I like Javon Bullard in the future. I think he's your nickel back.
I don't remember seeing this much good on good when you're evaluating these players. How different is that for you guys as you're going?
I think Revel has the highest upside due to athleticism. Salvador, thanks for the 2. Has Tracy showed enough to start or draft running back early? I think he has. Now, it still might be a running back by committee for the Giants, but if I'm the Giants with all the other needs, I'm not drafting a running back at 3 or in round 2, if they hold on to that pick. If I'm the Giants, I'm looking to target interior defensive line, corner, wide receiver, still, tackle, potentially interior offensive line, and then obviously quarterback. Matthew with the 5. I refuse to believe my Falcons will go edge. They'll do something like draft another wide receiver or running back again, SMH. Falcons going to Falcon, I'm calling it. I think they're going to probably do something on defense. I really do. I don't know that it's going to be an edge rusher. I could see linebacker. I could see corner. Safety, even depending on it, like if you like Malachi Starks or Nicky Manwari, maybe. There's TJ Sanders in the on-field drill. Didn't see him run. Potentially being able to be franchise tagged. I just don't know how you can justify. I mean, I guess receiver's a possibility if they like the guy enough. But I think it's unlikely. Jermichael Powell with a 5. In the football analysis collab, what was the alarm? Yeah, the alarm was actually to remind me that I have a collab with football analysis. And it was supposed to be at like 6 Eastern, and I thought it was 6 Central. So it went off an hour into the recording, essentially. Jack, thanks for the 2. It's a crazy last name. Where do you think Ty Robinson and Nash Hutmacher go? I think probably you could see like sneak into day 2, but probably day 3. I know Hutmacher's got a really fun wrestling background, but I didn't watch him in 2024. Haven't really heard a lot of hype about him. Watched him in 2023, going into the year. I mean, he's built like a classic farm boy. And then Robinson's testing quite well today. Or at least he ran like low 4.8, which is very impressive at like 288 pounds or whatever it was.
Going on a daily basis because I ultimately want what's best for the Minnesota Vikings and what's going to help us win.
Zach Joyner, thanks for the 2. I think Trevor Etienne is the most underrated back. Yeah, I was surprised watching him. Better than I thought. I don't know that he's having like the top tier burst, but he runs hard. I think he'll be a nice like short yardage rotational back. Steve asked with the 5. Thoughts about Travis saying he wants CB plus wide receiver 100% of the time. Also, thanks for answering. This is my last dono. Oh no, you're so sexy. You don't have to make it the last one. No. I think that's a good thing to say. Shows kind of that competitiveness. But I don't think a team's going to ask him to do that.
The 4-bag agility drill out, pass rush drill coming up next. Daniel Jeremiah, what are we about to see here?
This is always a fun one to watch.
We saw some of the change of direction. Let's look at someone who does it extremely well, Chris Jones.
But again, thank you guys for all the super chats. Thank you for the new members. Saw a few of you guys in here. And then on Twitch, I appreciate the new and recurring subscriptions like Rust Legend. Welcome back for 6 months, 3 in a row. Appreciate you guys.
It's outstanding. And if you look at the numbers from Derek Harmon we were just talking about, it's always fun to compare them. Not bad for Derek Harmon to be in that company when you're just looking at the height, weight, speed, length testing here.
I mean, that is a very respectable neighborhood to be anywhere in the realm of a future Hall of Fame.
Yeah, I don't think Harmon is Chris Jones, but man, he was really productive this past season. I keep talking about how he's led, FBS interior defensive lineman in pressures. Was really productive. Football on a stick, it's back.
Football on a stick is being fonted. It's got its own graphic.
Is that the one you autographed?
No, I think they got a new football on a stick.
See Darius Alexander here.
You go to the football on a stick.
Yeah, I mean, he moves pretty well for a 300-pounder.
Football Bath and Beyond.
He really does.
And you're just looking for violent moves that look smooth.
Bearded and Broke, thanks for the 2. Thoughts on KJ Winston as a potential steal late? As in like Kevin Winston Jr.? Unless there's someone I don't know. Penn State safety. I don't know how late he's going to go. That's a potential top 100 pick at safety. But he's a good player.
Hey, Rich.
Yeah?
I've got an unconfirmed report that the autograph football on a stick, your autograph,
Is it in Canton?
it has been retired and is being boxed for Canton.
It's funny.
Don't.
Peekaboo, thanks for the 10. I believe Will Johnson is the big wild card in the first. Healthy. Easily top 5, but I don't know where he goes at the moment. Also, when does Josiah Stewart and Donovan Edwards go? Big Michigan man here, Peekaboo. I like Will Johnson a lot, but he's lost some steam lately, injury, and then questions about his long speed. Do we have it confirmed that he's not doing anything here? Not today, obviously, but...
That's not a fun gig. It's all about the head.
Dude, all the top players opt out. I'm so afraid to kill their stock.
D-linemen get a little loose here in the drills.
Go out and boost it.
That's a second excellent drill of Hamilton and Harmon back to back here.
Will Johnson calls a 12-team college football playoff a watered-down title. Says go back to 4 teams.
You know,
Will Johnson will not work out at the Combine. He will do his pro day March 21st. Maybe still recovering from injury. But yeah, it sucks.
I don't like the lifting.
In terms, Stewart and Edwards, Donovan Edwards is like a day 3 guy probably at this point. There are just like so many good running backs, and he's lost a lot of steam. In terms of Josiah Stewart, like where did Muhammad Kamara end up going, right? I think that's like his probable range. Kamara ended up being a 5th round pick. I mean, Stewart probably goes earlier than that because he's a better player. But I would be surprised to see him go in the top 50. Chris with the 2, what do you think a senile GM/owner does at 12?
He's got to win early. I mean, you're going to know what.
And this is a good reminder of who is at 12 offhand. I've done 100 mock drafts. Can't remember exactly who has it. Dallas, that's right. Jerry Jones. Ashton Genty, if he's there, I'd be shocked if it was anything else. I really would be. Other than that, I think offensive tackle. Yeah, Ty Robinson moves good. Petra, thanks for the 5. All the noise around the Patriots is O-line, D-line at 4. Do you think they brute force Campbell or try and take Graham there? I don't know that Mason Graham is the best fit. Although I did hear that they're potentially moving on from
Tim Smith from Alabama.
Devon Godshaw. So they might have a need on the interior defensive line.
The line of scrimmage, Stackhouse.
But I mean, I think Abdul Carter, if he's there.
Jerry Stackhouse
Are you going Rasheed Wallace?
Yes.
But other than that, I think they could even take a receiver. I think the Patriots are like prime trade down spot.
Has he not been kicked out of a game?
Listen, that part I can't account for, but Rasheed was coaching high school ball.
I'm not here for the Sheed slander, sir.
CJ West.
Let's see here.
Good day.
Ben Kelly with the 15. Thank you so much. Longtime fan. Do the Bills go DB or DT in the draft, or edge potentially, or wide receiver? Also, are you doing an MLB franchise this year? If so, do the Blue Jays. I will be doing an MLB franchise on my second channel. And I'll maybe be uploading Diamond Dynasty. Otherwise, I'll probably just be streaming that. Let me... Obviously, some of you are watching this on stream already. But I'm going to link my... I'm going to link my second channel in the YouTube chat here. Hopefully that's in the correct spot. And I'll link this on Twitch as well. If you're interested in MLB The Show franchise videos, that game's coming out in a couple of weeks. I will be recording and uploading that. I may be streaming it. I will definitely be streaming Diamond Dynasty. So check that channel out, youtube.com/BengalPlays. It's linked in the description of every video. It is linked on my channel. And I'm back underneath 100K there again because I have not been uploading. But check it out. And then if you guys are on YouTube,
made with real iced tea
My Twitch is twitch.tv/Bengal. I stream there more regularly. And I even do other things that are not related to football, if you have any interest in that. I've been playing Counter-Strike on stream recently. So, check that out, potentially. John, just thanks for the 2. What do you think of the Bengals taking Jack Sawyer? Yeah, in round 2 is a good edge-setting defensive end. Go for it. Jack, thanks for the 2. Are the trade mocks starting soon and Trey H to the Bears? I mean, maybe in round 2 on Trey Harris. With the trade mocks, it's tough to just like randomly throw a trade in there. I don't think trading is going to be all that common in this year's draft, just because I think the difference in talent from like the 30th best player to the 60th is not that significant. And I think there are like so few like first round caliber prospects in this draft that I think teams inside the top 10 are not exactly going to be excited to trade out of the top 10. So the trades are a little bit tough to project. And in a weird quarterback class, like typically you're going to see teams try and trade up for QBs with teams that don't want to take QB, but that's not necessarily the case at the top of the board this year. It's a little interesting. EB, thanks for the $4.99. If Will Levis, Mac Jones, and Johnny Manziel were in this class, who is QB 1 to 5? I mean, Shador and Cam Ward are, I think, better than all those guys as prospects. Levis honestly might be the best of the bunch there out of the top 3 that you listed. I was not high on Mac Jones or Johnny Football, but that was like obviously a long time ago. Didn't really get to study him the way I would watch film now. And Will Levis was certainly the most talented of the group. Matthew, thanks for the 2. Why doesn't Makuba get more hype? He's kind of like an undersized safety. He's sub 200 pounds and is an NFL safety or nickel. That's kind of why, but he's a really good player. Sports Blitz with the 2, trying to get me in trouble here, says, what's up, dude? Most overrated prospect. I think the disconnect between the average fan and how I view Harold Fannin, there's a big discrepancy there because it's easy to point to production, and I'm just not overwhelmed with like the movement skills. And I think for an undersized tight end, that's kind of what you need to have if you're going to only be a receiver. So I'm not like especially high on him. I think it's a really good tight end class. I think he's got starter potential. But I prefer Tyler Warren and Colson Loveland and Mason Taylor and Gunnar Helm and Elijah Arroyo.
Picking it up, that's a slide. That's the way it should go.
Rich asking, you shall receive. Had a nice little discussion. And
wow, he got coached. CB coached him up.
Receptive.
Your 10-yard splits out? We do. A couple guys in the 1-6 range.
Really run. You see a little tightness there in his
Kevin, thanks for the $4.99. Western Kentucky Dynasty on college football? Maybe at some point. Zorton, thanks for the 15. David Walker out of UCA seems like he could be late round steal. Also, would not mind a QB in the 3rd as a Dolphins fan. Yeah, I think the Dolphins are a team that really should draft a quarterback at some point. Again, it's a bad class, but you cannot rely on the health of Tua, and Snoop Huntley or Skylar Thompson are not good backup options. In terms of David Walker, yeah, I mean, good athlete. I hope we see him run here in a little bit with the defensive ends. He's like 6 foot, 6'1", 270. Interesting build, but good athlete, productive. I like him. Jamie Keller with the 2 EU. Any plans for a new 20-year rebuild? Love them. Ask me to play like 15 straight hours of Madden, like I have to do for those, is a tough task right now. I'm not going to say it's never going to happen again, but I don't know about.
Yeah. It just looks like it's bring your kids to work day when he's standing
for Madden 25. Tyleik Williams moving nice for a big man. Wish we could have seen him run the 40. That's right, 10-yard split.
All right, we've we've got the, I think we're going to throw the tracker on.
Lane with the 499. Trey Amos, overrated, underrated, or just right? It depends who you talk to. Like, some think he's going to be a first-round pick. I don't really see that.
Again, think about just crush with that hand, that crushing blow.
So it's unfortunate to say I think some people are overrating him. Just Deion Walker's out there participating too now. I don't think he's a first-round pick. So if you think he's a first-rounder, I would say overrated. If you want to talk about him around 50-ish or into the third,
as good a club move as there is in the NFL right now along the interior.
I'm okay in that range.
The bags here and watch, it's the club, and then it's able to kind of open his hips and turn his hips. Get you going one way.
Yeah, Jalen Carter's pretty good.
Violent, real physical club.
How are the Eagles allowed to get this guy?
Again, club, and now you're beat. It's over. It's a win.
Carson with the 199. What are you thinking about the big four Kansas players?
You club him, that impacts his balance, and then you close to finish.
So you're talking, I mean, the best one's probably Devin Neal, right?
Rams having a shot to stun.
Can I name a big four? Devin Neal's good. It's a stacked running back class, but I like Devin Neal. Talking about Kansas like they have a big four is funny. They might have 4 draftable players. I like Devin Neal. It's a really good running back class.
It's now time to run this.
Who else does Kansas have?
The Chargers. It is.
Kobe Bryant.
Maryland is first up.
What else am I missing from Kansas? Yeah, Kobe Bryant definitely is good.
They want that tight turn at the very
this
end.
is the drill we saw, and I want to say it was Aiden Hutchinson who was phenomenal on this drill.
Oh, Logan Brown and Mello Dotson. Haven't got to those guys yet. I know Mello Dotson, of course.
Because we have some of these guys.
I mean, you might see 3 of those guys get drafted, maybe all 4. I mean, there were like 255 picks or something like that in this year's NFL draft, so we'll see. Sports Blitz, thank you so much for the $4.99. Manifesting Jalen Walker to the Panthers. Also can't find the membership button for the life of me. That is an interesting problem. I thank you for the $4.99.
Take what you get, and you work.
Where for the YouTube guys?
Interesting decisions too. I was talking about one of these defensive linemen.
Where is the
carrying a 3rd-round grade?
Where is the membership button?
You're talking CD. If you're a
it's on there somewhere.
Player, that's over $1 million in the portal right now. So it's do I want to stay in college?
Jamari Caldwell almost falling down.
Continue to get developed, or do I want to get my professional career started? That's it's an interesting decision a lot of these guys have had to make.
And some of them use it, get better, and the pros welcome that in a lot of ways as long as you're not coming out.
Yokotona, thanks for the Prime sub. You think what Adam Schefter said about the draft being that you get similar talent from a prospect at 10 as 35, correct? I think that's fairly accurate. I've been saying that, and I think, again, the difference between like 30 or 40 and 60 or 70 is not that significant either. That's why we were talking about with the trades that I don't necessarily know that teams are going to be really excited to trade out of the top 10 if they're in there. There are so few like legitimate first-round talents in this draft.
There's $1 million out there. That might be coming from Texas Tech. That might be
Ummo Smoke with the 14. Am I doing FIU Dynasty tonight? Unlikely.
It's good to be a defensive line.
Unlikely.
Rich, Texas Tech gave a softball pitcher $1 million this year. This is where we are.
God, Jenny Finch would have made so much money.
Benjamin, thanks for the $4.99. Do you edit your own NCAA 25 episodes or CFB 25? And how long does it take? Yeah, I do. But like for the streams, it's not as much work. It takes more time to record it than it does to edit it.
Joshua Farmer spun through it very well. Another shoe blown right there.
That's twice for Tonka, right?
Oh, yeah. Well, that was a quick throw of the shoe.
And he's got tape, all kinds of tape on one of the shoes.
Tell you, Cam Horsley moving okay
He's trying to get him through this last
for a big man.
Nice drill there from Horsley.
Landon with a $4.99. Do you think Genty could follow the Broncos at 20? And if not, what do you think the Broncos do at 20? I think there's a possibility. I personally think he will be gone, though. And I put out a lot of mock drafts with what I think the Broncos will do at 20. It hurts me that you haven't seen them. I think it'll be a pass catcher in some capacity.
And you do the money over like a 4 or 5 year period, there's more money to be made by staying in school.
Well, the idea, though, is to get to your second contract faster.
Omar Norman Lott on the ground. These guys try to go so fast. You just can't be on the ground here.
Kids have never had to make those decisions in the past. They do now.
See Clemson's Peyton Page. Clemson used to be like D-line university there for a while, just producing like insane amounts of draft picks. Like Cleveland Ferrell was a top 5 pick. Dexter Lawrence in the first. Christian Wilkins. Then later on, like Miles Murphy. Vic Beasley was a first-round pick.
Look out, look out, look out.
Did Aeneas Peebles pull a hammy? Something happened.
Actually, I think he's okay.
Is he good?
I think he was just jumping. I think he's just jumping in to finish the drill.
JJ Pegues on the ground. Ethan, thanks for the 5. Huge fan. You got me into the draft. Glad to hear it. How do the Colts fix their organization? I still believe in AR, but can the secondary and tight end room improve? I think if Will Johnson somehow gets to the Colts at 14, pulled the trigger, I think Malachi Starks is a decent pick as well. There will be good tight end talent in round 2, like a starter. Gunnar Helm, Elijah Arroyo, depending on what you want. Mason Taylor is a Colt, if he's there, probably. Expected to test pretty well. TJ Sanders looking pretty good in that one, as you'd expect, I guess. But if Tyler Warren is there at 14, Colson Loveland, I wouldn't hate that for Indianapolis either. Jordan, thanks for the 2. How many more years do the Seahawks trot out Geno? I think Geno's underrated. It's hard to do better than Geno right now. Obviously, there are teams that have a better quarterback than Geno Smith, but there are a lot of teams who have a really, really bad quarterback situation compared to Seattle. I know Seattle wants to upgrade, but
just simulating a spin move.
And speaking of spin moves, wait till Deion.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like he's okay. Landed with a 499. Seen the mocks. There's so many of them, and you draft them a different player almost every time. Just trying to see what you think. No, I appreciate it. I'm just saying, like, I don't think it really is a different player every time. I think it's mostly been a pass catcher. I think it's Colson Loveland, Luther Burden, Emeka Ibuka. I feel like it's mostly wide receiver or tight end. Have I done anything else for Denver? I think I've tried defense before. But their needs just kind of, with the talent that's going to be available, probably fits with pass catcher more. One of the top receivers or tight ends should be there. We'll see. But again, I really appreciate the don't know. Carson, thanks for the 2. What's your routine for scouting a player? So typically I'll watch like 4 to 5 games. It does depend. I typically will try to find a game where they perform statistically well. I'll throw that in there. Seeing how real it is. I'll try to see a game where they don't perform statistically well. I'll try to see a game where they play top competition, which is like, how do you perform against the Ohio States of the world, etc. Power 4. I'm not saying, let's see how they performed against Bowling Green. I'm trying to see NFL talent. How do they perform against NFL talent? And I'll take notes as I watch, just different things, strengths and weaknesses. Maybe if it's like Mike Green for defensive end, I'm looking at pad level, burst, bend, hand usage. Can they show off different counter moves? What those moves are? Do they love a good swim move? Are they using different variations of a swipe? Are they a push-pull type of guy? Do they love using the rip? Are they just a true speed rusher? You see the hump move was, perfected by Reggie White. That you see some guys try with varying levels of success. So depending on the position, I'll write down essentially strengths and weaknesses and kind of how they win and where they need to improve. Like Kenneth Grant was someone where I thought his pad level needed to get a lot lower, but you saw some hustle plays, you saw some big effort, some big speed in space, and some pass rush potential, but he's a big space eater. So I'll kind of just write what I'm seeing. Eric, thanks for the 99 cents. and the 199 is TJ Parker, edge 1 in next year's class. Now, this is a guy that is getting a little bit of hype already. We're talking about like some of these big-time Clemson defensive linemen. He's 20 years old right now and was pretty productive last season, put up 11 sacks, 6'3", 265. I think he's probably one of the front runners to be the first picks. But it's early to say right now whether or not he's edge 1. Yeah, Peter Woods is another guy in that Clemson defensive line that's insane. OJ with the 2. Can you highlight some VT prospects? My favorite one is Bashal Tutin. I think he has NFL starter potential without question. You know, he's 5'8", which seems a bit short. Doesn't really matter too much for running back. Over 210 pounds and is probably going to run in the low 4.3s, which is insane. He's going to be sub 4.4, I would think. He's a really, really fun running back. Absolutely love him. Yeah, does fumble a lot. That's a bit of a concern. But also, like, it's easy to talk about, oh, this guy's got a problem with holding onto the football. There's just a lot of variance with that year to year. Sometimes guys fumble a lot, and sometimes they don't over a small sample. You know, if you fumble 3 times in a year, it might seem like a lot, or like even like up to 5 or 6 for a running back typically is a lot. But maybe it was just a weird year. Maybe they make a change like Tiki Barber did. They hold the ball a little bit higher, and then the fumbling problem goes away completely. I think it mostly is an easy fix. I do like the run the hoop drill. This really shows off bend for these guys. Again, you can't see it on the screen. I apologize, but I'd recommend tuning into NFL Network if you have it. And I'll pretty much just say who's doing a good job, notably. And you'll hear Daniel Jeremiah and company as well.
Chuck Smith, the big baller, D-line coach.
He's got some fresh kicks on today, too.
Oh, no doubt. Color-coded, too.
Alfred Collins looking pretty good for a big man.
And another, gently done by Alfred Collins.
And that's a
very nice.
Look at those. See, there's some fresh shoes, though.
And Rich, you no sooner said it about that, but Chuck Smith emphasized it again to everyone. Not to bounce the towels, to be placed gently back down in the same spot.
That was very nicely done.
Interested to see Joshua Farmer. He looks great.
Speed though, you want to set it down gently, but I want to see you go through this fast. That's really good by Farmer.
DJ, he's having a nice day.
He's a good player.
He's really good.
I had him as my 41st player. To me, he just screams that he's going to go in the 2nd round, probably earlier than later.
Say Eric Gregory looks pretty good too.
You can stay tight to the hoop.
Now this will be a smoother looking drill with the edge rushers coming up later on.
For sure.
Faster and smoother, hopefully.
That's right. That's the goal.
I think Mark Luino sneaks into the back end of the 1st round. Honestly, I find it tough to imagine that. True height 5'8", 170. Absolutely no burst or ability to move in space. You're talking about a mid-5-second 40. No size, no athleticism. Stick to baseball. Harmon looking okay. Kind of some choppy steps.
Well done.
You stay low, you don't have to get low. That was nicely done.
You're not missing any towels in your room, are you?
And this is a really stacked defensive line group. Tonka Hemingway's, he's creating some ground here. Slip there on one of the turns, but long strider, not always the best in the trenches.
Nothing's wrong with the shoes. The tape is to cover the logos.
Horsley looked pretty good in the last drill.
Got to get your money, man.
See what he looks like running the hoop.
Here's Horsley.
It's not bad.
When you watch him on tape, takes these quick little
Did trip at the end there.
Are you supposed to raise the towel like
the Olympic torch?
Yeah, that's what it looked like.
Tyrion Ingram Dawkins had one of the fastest 40s of all interior defensive linemen. And you could tell from looking at him, he's not that big.
Someone that can play on the edge. We got to get the towel here. But
Drop the towel, slipped. Wasn't that clean.
To me, like more of an edge rusher. When you watch him,
yeah, he's small.
Move him up and down the line of scrimmage. They play him everywhere, but I think he's most comfortable at almost 6'5", 276 pounds. I like him a bit more on the edge.
Not really an interior defensive lineman. Like Cam Jackson is not looking bad for a big dude. Cam Jackson's giant.
You see what Landon Jackson? I guess we'll probably show his jumping a little bit. I'll tease it.
Oh,
it was extremely good. We'll put it that way.
Landon Jackson is a freak. I am now very curious about that. We're gonna have vertical times coming in. Let me see if like Trevor Sickham is tweeting him out.
First number is a 4.
4's pretty good. 40+ inch vert for Landon Jackson. Oh fuck.
As serious as is
Shamar Stewart posted a 40-inch vert. I'm gonna pull up Jordan Reed here.
I mean,
Landon Jackson 40 and a half.
that is a high-level series.
Yes.
I mean,
it got real.
Okay. So Ty Robinson's official 40 is 4.83. Wow. Nebraska running fast to kick off the 40-yard dashes here at the 2025 Scouting Combine.
Is that Harmon?
You got to pick it up and you got to place it down. Don't throw it down like at a Starbucks.
Convinced Stewart is going top 10. Shamar Stewart is just a freak, dude. 40-inch vertical. A 40-inch vert at 267 pounds is still insane. James Pierce only 31 in the vert. Interesting. Okay, this is interesting. Prospects that were requested by NFL teams to do on-field drills at alternate positions. Notre Dame defensive tackle Howard Cross at fullback. Ole Miss defensive tackle J.J. Pegues at fullback. Think like Patrick Ricard, I guess. TCU wide receiver Savion Williams at running back. He's 6'5", 225, just so we're all aware. SMU running back Brashard Smith at wide receiver. He used to be a receiver, I believe, so that makes sense. And then Delaware running back Marcus Yarns also at receiver. We talked about his receiving ability earlier. So again, that kind of makes sense to me. Shamar Stewart's vert is 96th percentile for the position. The only player since 2011 who have jumped higher at a heavier weight than Shamar Stewart's 267, Bud Dupree and Myles Garrett. Yeah, oh, Jesus. I'm going to show you the Landon Jackson vertical here. It's pretty insane. Because you're going to think he's going to stop, and he just keeps going. .40.5 feet. Nope, 40.5 inches. That is fairly ridiculous. Also, can Jason Dominguez still not play left field? Who's tweeting out these verts? Daniel Jeremiah. James Pierce, 31. Donovan Ezeraku, 35. Yeah, I obviously did not mean to say 40 feet. That would be an insane vert, though. That'd be very impressive.
And Daniel Jeremiah up here in the Lucas Oil Stadium booth, right on the 50-yard line. Tony Williams from the Ohio State.
He's had a really nice workout.
We don't have the verts coming in yet, but they should pop up here at some point.
34 pounds moving like that.
I think top performers just all time. But this is for perspective. You can see among defensive ends
See him play with just a tiny bit
who have posted a 40-inch vert, it's not many. Ben Banogu, Connor Barwin, Howard Jones, Dallas Turner, Dottie Nicholas, Myles Garrett, Dominique Robinson, Nolan Smith. Those are edge rushers to post a 40-inch vert or more. And a lot of these guys are smaller than Shamar Stewart and Landon Jackson. Is Landon Jackson listed at like 280 pounds? He came in at 264? That's way lighter than where he's listed. Well, that's why he's testing well. These guys dropped like Shamar Stewart. Playing weight listed 290. Showed up to the Senior Bowl at 281. Horsley's moving really well. And then Shamar Stewart shows up to the Combine at 267 in order to test off the charts. Let's see, what was Landon Jackson's height? Ingram Dawkins moving a little bit better at that time.
He is one of my winners from the drills. He's looked excellent.
Here's JJ Geese of Ole Miss.
6'6" only.
He's got to save a little on the tank, Rich. He's got to do the full.
I mean, that's big, but yeah, he was listed at like 6'7", 6'8".
Once the defensive tackles are done with their on-field drills, and there's one last drill, the body control drill, coming up right now.
And we're going to see the edge rushers go.
And the defensive line edge rushers will get out, and then we got the linebackers. So we got lots more to
The
go.
first day is always my favorite. It really is.
Daniel Jeremiah, why don't you have the floor here on the drill we just saw, and he ran it well.
Yeah, here we go. Looking at Darius Alexander from Toledo.
It's such a fun group.
Smooth. You see the eights. He's staying right where he needs to stay, tight on the hoops. You want your body almost to be over on the inside of the hoop. That shows your ability to bend.
They put out a hyperbolic tweet with recency bias.
It's not too bad right there. It's Derek Harmon. Oh, this is the fun stuff. Yes.
Look at this.
Look at that. That is pretty.
And this.
Look at where the hand is. Where he's getting low.
Yeah.
He's bending his knees.
Can't remember everyone looking so good in the drills from top to bottom.
But yet old school.
I'm with you.
Shamar Stewart, by the way, pretty impressive broad jump as well.
Yeah, they're going to show you
You
right
look
now.
at Braden Fisk.
Supposedly 131 inches.
In the fall at Florida State into a great postseason, and the workouts before the draft.
I don't know why it's not updating right now.
Man, he cut it loose once he got to the Rams. But here it is. Here's that
very annoying.
That retrace. You're getting up the field in the NFL. You're going to see a lot of these tunnel screens, bubble screens. The ball smoked out to the perimeter. Can you change directions, and then can you react? Here you get a quarterback that's changed levels. He's climbed up in the.
But yeah, Shamar Stewart posted a 10-11 broad jump.
Burst, body control, close.
Look at this.
Fisk and Verse, what a great season for the two Florida State guys.
At 270 pounds.
Last year's draft. Just adding to a very young defense that balled out, closed out. When came as close to Philadelphia, he was an antibody in the playoffs.
He's going top 10. It's not an overreaction to the Combine, but the guy looks insane on tape. The production's not insane, but the actual film is good. Plus the freak athleticism, plus performing at the Senior Bowl, especially in a down year. The guy's going top 10.
He looks. He can move. That's smooth.
He's one of the best 5 or 10 players in the draft.
There's no pause there.
And this is, dude. If I'm hyping up an A&M guy, they must be pretty good. People are like, "Oh, you're biased." I'm really not. Like, I like Texas players more, and I hate Oklahoma and A&M. But I acknowledge when they have great players. Like Adrian Peterson's my favorite player of all time. He went to Oklahoma. CeeDee Lamb was an awesome player at Oklahoma. Had so much praise for him. He was so cool as well. It's like, I hate teams, not players. Typically. I mean, there are players that I hate, but I guess, but not really. It's more of just teams. When do they run their 40? So we saw defensive linemen, or interior defensive linemen mostly run 40s already. They're doing a final drill, and then we're going to see the edge rushers come out and run as well.
It's a good rep. Arkansas.
Let's go. That's third down. Get off.
Look at the arms and high hand.
I want to see someone just, their whole entire page is tweeting out
Running really well. He's had an excellent day.
Both Ohio State
broad jumps.
good field workouts.
So these are the percentile rankings, by the way, for Shamar Stewart.
Buckeyes, you see Tuamalo as well. They've got
Among edge rushers since 2000. His 40-inch vertical is 96th percentile. His broad jump at 10-11 is 98th percentile, meaning 100th percentile is the best ever. And his wingspan,
sometimes you can hear it.
close to 85 inches, is 96th percentile. And his 40 is going to be impressive.
It's one of those ones where
I'm worried it's going to be sub 4.54 at, since he's only 267 now.
There's always guys in these workouts that
Yeah, his RAS is going to be crazy, and we'll see. Like Math Bomb, hopefully tweet those out. I'll pull those up on stream. Aeneas Peebles looks so good. Sports Blitz, thanks so much for the tier 1. Welcome to the members thing.
stay outside the cone.
Phillips.
He's a little over.
Are you tweeting out all these numbers? Yes. So, okay, James Pierce improved his broad jump a little bit. 123 inches. Ooh. David Walker, 35-inch vert. 118-inch broad.
Jack in the box fame from many moons of game day morning ago.
Princely Uman Mielen, 38-inch vert, very good. 126 on the broad. Very notable. Also very good numbers. Tag, thanks for the 5. Hey, Bengal. Tyler here, live from the Combine. How do you feel about Dart, Seattle, Ward Browns, and Sanders Giants? I really don't think Dart's a first-round pick, but I don't think Seattle needs to take a QB in the first, but I know a lot of fans want that. That's the one I feel not so great about. Ward Browns and Sanders Giants all make sense if Tennessee's going to stick and pick Carter at 1. I'll tell you that it almost feels like a self-promotion. Can I be bought for $5? All right.
Think about how these legs have to just be burning. When you're carrying around as much weight as these guys are carrying around and a change of direction.
Tyler Williams. We're going to get one more Tonka run. Can the tires hold up?
There we
go.
Tonka Hemingway's cleats have fallen off in every drill, I think.
Looks like that should be it. Let's see with a reaction. Yes, they are. Huddling up.
That's a good group.
A round of applause for the interior defensive linemen.
Let's hear the message.
They really look pretty good. Like top to bottom. Yeah, I'll be live for DBs tomorrow. And then QB, wide receiver, running back on Saturday. I'm going to have to leave early on Sunday for the offensive linemen. But I should be at least live for like the 40s.
Marcus West of the Bills staff breaking down one of their more talented groups. Deeper groups of players available in this year's draft. So the first group is done. The second group.
All right, edge rushers. I'm getting excited. It's crazy. I'm getting giddy. Just to see some of these times. All right, let me hit the bathroom real quick. I would encourage you guys to take a bathroom break as well. or do whatever. I don't care. I'm not your dad. I'll be back momentarily. Thank you guys for being here. I appreciate it. NFL Combine Day 1 rolls on with the edge rushers and then later the linebackers. Aw shucks, thanks for the tier 1. I appreciate you. Edge rushers coming up next. All right. We are back. Aw shucks again. Thanks for the tier 1. Thoughts on Stafford and New York Giants? I would like it, just not for number 3 overall. Seattle meeting with Quinn Ewers doesn't really tell us anything. Says the Seahawks might want to draft a quarterback on day 3 or maybe late day 2. Ewers is weird. I could see him going earlier. I know I'm a big Texas fan. I'm not especially high on him as a prospect, unfortunately. Yeah, like Derek Harmon a lot. I don't think Carter's going to drop much due to the injury. Doesn't seem to be anything super serious. I think he's still very much in play to be the first overall pick. 8-7 broad jump for Howard Cross. Why are we showing this? Now, Howard Cross didn't work out on the field, did he?
His father was a tight end at the University of Alabama. His son following in his footsteps.
I don't remember seeing him.
And guys, this young man, Ty Robinson, has been exceptional.
He's had a good workout today.
Terrific, hard-nosed effort player at Nebraska.
33.5-inch vert at 290 pounds is very good.
He was walking the concourse earlier. Rule, of course, representing Nebraska, and then Pat Stewart, who was with the Patriots, just left to take the job as the GM.
Still no data on the verts or the broad jumps.
Got more guys. Javari Ritzy out of UNC.
Why? They're out. Update the site, please.
Things around down there in Chapel Hill.
He wouldn't have minded if Ritzy had another year of eligibility. How about Zeke Biggers? Okay, guys, 34 and a half. What is Biggers weighing? 300 and... I mean, it is a monster man. That's like something out of NASA. You don't know how it gets off the ground, but he pulls it off. Biggers, 321 pounds up in the air.
Tyrion Ingram Dawkins as well. We saw him out there on the turf, jumping at 36 inches. It's amazing to see these guys do their thing.
I saw Eagles defensive line coach Jeremiah Washburn was down there. So he's already an Eagle. He plays for Georgia and on the defensive line, so that's done. So we can talk about the rest of the draft after that.
All right, so let's focus a little bit more on the class we just saw. And for the second straight year, could we see a Toledo Rocket that ends up going in the first round? We saw the Quinyon Mitchell last year.
So the Shamar Stewart slower than 4.54 40 pick. Now that he's 267.
Some of these guys are transferring and we give them the credit for. How about the guys who stayed? And last year, Quinyon Mitchell
feels completely dead.
Because he wanted to be the best math player.
He's getting into the 4.4s.
Alexander, of course, had offers to leave in the transfer portal and NIL. Stayed at Toledo, and he did slip early, but he looked good. And CD, I see you on the field in this footage. You saw him up close.
Oh, it certainly did, and it's fun to watch as it goes through. Look at that spin move, but look at the violence in the hands. Stays tight to the bag, low to the ground, corners really well, and then finishes like you're supposed to finish.
Cat, brother, even though you are a girl.
Yeah, and remember, those guys have played.
I mean, I'm one probably cry away from picking up the cat and making her make an appearance on camera.
Number one job is to play defense, and he does
2K God, thanks for the tier 1. Welcome back 3 months.
See how they're staying on the coach, and now they drop just to find one spot, get them right back to the coach. How about how he just changed direction right there, put a foot in the ground, and he was off in the other direction.
So many questions about.
Got the cat emojis in the chat on Twitch.
Are we going to see him doing running back drills? Because
remember, Dan and Jeremiah talked about they want to take a look at him at fullback. We have those guys like Patrick Ricard, right?
We might see multiple edge rushers get into the 4.4s.
Nothing else. Those are the guys you put in your short yards and goal line.
Carter not running. Mike Green not running. Stewart might have a chance to get into the 4.4s now that he's 267 pounds. James Pierce could. 4.4 is just so crazy. I don't expect a lot of guys to be there, but I mean, you could see some guys get into the 4.5, 4.6 range. Like Landon Jackson, now that he's 267. Princely Uman Mielen. Now, this is one to watch. Jordan Birch dropped from 295 to 279. What is that going to look like? He was already explosive. For someone that's 280 pounds, if he could somehow get into the 4.6 range, anything sub 4.7 would like be ridiculous. We shall see. But of the top times, and even Nick Scorton, dude, I'm interested to see what he's going to look like at 257. Let me put out a tweet about it.
All right, it's time right now for our next gen stats. It is powered
It's not letting me.
AWS. We get all this great data here in Indianapolis. Top speed at 10-yard and a 40-yard dash. Ty Robinson moving at almost 17 miles an hour. Ended up clocking in at 4.83. Pretty good stuff, huh?
Guys, I think they're going to go back and watch his tape even more. He had a really nice career in Nebraska, but you're seeing all these things, and you're going to think, I could do
now listed at,
hey, you can find more
let's see, weighed in at 257.
IQ dashboard that is exclusively on NFL.
Makes things very interesting for his projection.
I've been going through all of this. This is really cool. You can go back the last 2 combines and compare all the analytics from these guys to previous years. Really neat stuff. Check it out.
How about your coffee rate drinking speed? Is that on there yet? Because that's what I want to know. You go through about 6 or 7.
Love to see him test well.
Here, and I'm not even referencing Mike Myers. I think we're all good with the coffee talk on
Edge guys are next.
JJ Pegues, the Ole Miss defensive tackle that's not Walter Nolan, ran a route with a quarterback throwing a pass in between defensive line drills. That's fun. Also, somebody asked Dane Brugler whether or not Shamar Stewart is going top 10. Dane has said, Shamar Stewart entered Combine Week at number 9 overall in his top 100. He'll be in the top 10 mix for several teams after his insane testing. And yeah, it's surprising in the fact that it's a ridiculous group of numbers, but it shows up on tape. It showed up at the Senior Bowl. This guy's a ridiculous athlete. But, I mean, I feel like we're forgetting about Landon Jackson in this group. Crazy. Sports with the 2. You think Mike Green would be sub 4.4 if he ran? So with the 4.3s? No, I don't especially think he would have been. That would be absolutely ridiculous. I would be very surprised. I think there's a conversation about him breaking into the 4.4 range. But 4.3s, I mean, you're talking about wide receivers and corners that are fast or running sub 4.4. Like fast receivers and corners. I would be absolutely shocked if a 250-pound outside linebacker could be anywhere close. But yeah, he would have been fun to watch for sure. Mike Green experienced tightness in his hamstring yesterday and was advised not to work out today at the combine. And that can you even trust the pro day times? Although Indianapolis now is a fast track. Guys are putting up crazy times every year now. So, let's see, fastest 40 for an edge. I think technically it's probably Amari Barno, Montez Sweat in that range. Amari Barno 4.36 verified, Nolan Smith 4.39, Montez Sweat 4.41. The most impressive one here is Montez Sweat, considering he was like 260 when he did it. Good Lord. Nolan Smith and especially Amari Barno are completely different players. Nolan Smith, it might be 236 here, 238. Amari Barno, maybe even less. Oh, 246. He's a little bit heavier than I thought. Thought he would have been about 235. Still insane. But to put into perspective for a guy that ran 4.36 with a 1.54 10-yard split, a 37-inch vertical, Shamar Stewart, more than 20 pounds heavier than this, put up 3 more inches on the vertical, and I think he was also a 10-11 broad.
Potential #1 overall selection, star out of Penn State, as all.
Yeah, he was. So that just put into perspective how insane this is.
My understanding, through conversation with sources, after talking to his agent Drew Rosenhaus, is they found a stress reaction in his foot, kind of a tiny spot. Really has not given him very much pain at all, but certainly something doctors were a little bit concerned with. They considered surgery.
Finally.
As of now, surgery is not the option they're going to go with. Obviously, there is
Ashton Gelati.
I believe it will be fine. Expected to take part in his pro day, and Rosenhaus said he does not believe it will affect his draft stock. Of course, we are looking at the defensive lineman today. The prospects, still some news with the NFL veterans as we look toward free agency. The Dallas Cowboys and Osa Odigizua, one of the top defensive tackles available. They have been engaged.
I think Abdul Carter would have pushed into the 4.4 range, Mike. Thanks so much for the 2.
They're not done yet.
I'm not 4.4 flat, but I think he would have been.
They're working to try and somehow.
I think he could have gotten to like the 4.4 7 type range. I mean, he's a really, really good athlete. We have Verts up finally.
Sources say he has been informed the Chiefs are franchise.
I was surprised to see Gelati put up 36.5.
1 year, fully guaranteed. The Chiefs will try to do a long-term deal with Smith, who should be.
And then Olu Oladejo
thank you. Let's head back inside the booth.
Got put into the first round of Mel Kiper's recent first-round mock draft.
No doubt, I am joined by the.
He's got really good size. 6'3", 260, 33 3/8 inch arms, nearly 10-inch hands. Tested well, or is testing well.
What's your combine memory?
Got to develop as an actual pass rusher, but pretty good athletically.
Taylor's son the other night, and I said, I just remember your dad and I were, it was T and V, and we were kind of you know, both went in the end of the 3rd round. He had a much better career than I did, but that was just what I remembered because, you know, he was from Akron. I grew up in Akron. I played at Akron. So, you know, that was really the memory.
And the Broads are up.
You know, Orlando Pace,
Steve Linton, he was the TCU, or actually the Texas Tech transfer, wasn't he?
Which is you now being the HC of the New England Patriots. I mean, has that hit you at all? That, you know, just hearing that title, you know, obviously.
Here's at Syracuse.
You know, I think it does, but we've been busy. We've been putting the staff together.
No, he was at Texas Tech in 2023.
College scouts.
He had some hype coming into the year, but he was listed bigger, 6'4", 242.
Talk to them about the vision and some of the players that we've used at different places and in different positions. And
34 and a quarter inch arms though.
Process through free agency and now into
That's quite good.
Coach, how helpful is it just to be...
This is the crazy, like Princely Uman Mielen, really good athlete.
You obviously had success where you were, but now you get to go back to a place that you just have that familiarity.
Like in the run game, it's some of the effort with him too, and it's like you worry about the character stuff with him. Like he tried to fight fans. Who, I mean, apparently said some things, but like,
in the Kraft family,
I don't know.
Been intact.
I don't want to keep driving that point home, but
the area, the fan support. So those are all things that we're excited about.
He's got legit traits.
Able to continue to add new people that are
See where he ends up going.
You know, continue to work.
Love to see Baron Sorrell in the 10 range. Love Baron Sorrell. Horns up. Donovan Ezeraku.
I mean, just like everybody else is. I think
near 10.
You know, trying to. This is
David Walker near 10. D tackles in this group as well now.
Having a quarterback, you know, have to look at the premier players, and then obviously, you know, if somebody.
But Shamar Stewart, dude, I mean, come on.
Value for us, I think we're going to have to look at every option.
And then we should end up getting the agility drills, 3-cone and the 20-yard shuttle for interior defensive linemen here at some point. Lee Frick, thanks for the prime sub.
What is the challenge in building up that?
I think there is a chance James Pierce gets into 4-3 territory. I think.
Well, I mean, I think that it starts with the.
I think he's most likely going to be in the 4-5, 4-4 range, though. But I can't say it. He's had like a 23 mile per hour verified GPS time.
You know, Josh Allen and Sean have been able to do, Brandon Bean and that organization.
So we shall see.
And so we have to, you know, obviously focus on that first, and then focus on, you know, how once we make.
Alfred Collins unfortunately did not run.
Championships.
I had him slower, 4.97.
Exciting time and finding out who fits with.
I don't think I can do any combine picks now that it started, even though
still have that want to help us build a program, a foundation.
They haven't run yet. Let's see. The times have changed. Golden got moved from 4.41 to 4.44. Milrow from 4.38 to 4.4. Arian Smith from 4.31 to 4.29. Isaiah Bond from 4.33 to 4.32. Quinshawn Judkins from 4.51 to 4.49. Travion Henderson, I think, was 4.41. He's 4.4 flat now. Cam Scattaboo was at 4.6 flat, which is now 4.55. I might take the slower on that.
Then you turned into Coach Signetti. Google me.
Jimmy Horn, 4.38. Is he really supposed to fly like that?
Just Google me, man. I did it in Super Bowl.
Caleb Johnson was 4.45. Is now 4.47.
Of Drake May that you're willing to share with.
Well, there's a youthful energy and excitement that
we really only have receivers left.
You know, his ability.
It's just so tough because like a 4.41 is insanely fast already. It's like, is Jalen Milrow going to get into the 4.3s? I don't know.
On the defense, as you see here, you know, remaining a passer, and you know, then obviously if they stay in.
And I don't think Trey Harris is going to run in the 4.4s. His line is right at 4.5 flat.
Making sure that he's not putting himself in harm's way when he doesn't have to, but he wants to learn, he wants to improve, he wants to be a great leader.
Well, I married into a family of New Englanders, sir, and they are all jacked up.
So are we.
That you are the head coach of the New England Patriots.
Ready to see these edge rushers go.
Obviously, what you
thank you guys for hanging out. We've been here for a little over, well, just under 2.5 hours. It's been fun so far. Saw interior defensive lineman, edge rushers about to go.
I can't wait to see him in training camp. I can't wait to see him.
What do I think of Savion Williams, 6'5" Debo? I mean, that's kind of like if you're going to make a comp in terms of like usage, yeah. But Debo is like a one of one. But yeah, I mean, Savion Williams is 6'5", 225. He's been asked to work out at running back at the combine. He's very good with the ball in his hands. He's a former high school quarterback with a cannon, supposedly.
There's 16 Buckeyes here at the combine.
Is that all? Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
At +1 here.
There's +1, exactly right. The edge rusher is going to get out there when we return.
Highest I could see Shamar Stewart go.
Networks, combine coverage.
4 to the Patriots. They like Keon White. That's like the ceiling probably. I don't think the Browns or Giants would.
I know. You're welcome.
But I really think he's a phenomenal player. Combine IQ tab. Oh, interesting. This is a new thing. They've not had this before. All right, edge rusher's about to go.
You are particularly dangerous. That makes sense.
They have athleticism scores out.
What he might do out there on this field.
There's words that I don't use in scouting and when you're doing the evaluation thing. Generational is not a word I'll ever use. I hope I'll never use it. Freak is one I do like. I do tend to like that one. And Shamar Stewart is he's a freak.
Well, I mean, numbers, as you're seeing Mark Gorsick put him through the paces here. I have this card here in front of us. It's presented by Jack Andrade of NFL Network Research. His height, his weight, wingspan.
That's an interesting tab. I don't know how much of that we're going to see, but
I mean,
overall athleticism score. I mean, this is what RAS tries to do.
Right here, some of the.
You're going to see like Shamar Stewart break this thing.
Texas A&M thing.
The vert.
Do I like that they split up the edges and DTs now? I mean, that has kind of been a trend. Like the more true edge rushers used to go with the linebackers, and they would kind of go in separate groups. But it seems like they're really trending towards that, and yeah, it's definitely better.
Of anybody who's 260 pounds or better from the defensive line.
RBI, thanks for the bits. We need to start testing these guys on reactions and decision making. Load them to a ranked game of Counter-Strike and see what they can do. That's an idea.
Arkansas. A half-inch shy of Mario Williams, first overall pick.
Yeah, this is Kent Lee Platt, Math Bomb. I mean, this is he's got the RAS is just a great thing.
So
like Darius Alexander, 9.72 out of 10.
Now we're going to watch the edge guys, so it's going to look a little different, a little more.
Factors in height, weight,
Barron is first up.
Explosiveness with the jumping, and then it's going to bring in agility if he decides to participate, and then like the 40 with the splits. Now, I think the 20-yard split is.
So if you look at last year, top 10 edge rushers just in sacks.
It's 159 is what this is going to be, I think, right?
4.6 240 with a 1.61.
Ooh, 161 now.
So those are what those.
But yeah, I think the 20-yard split is just like projected.
6'3" and 3/4, 254 pounds. So, and the interesting thing is we'll see linebackers here in a minute. This will tell you where pass rush is right now. The average 40 of the edge rushers, top 10 in sacks, is better than the linebackers that were top 10 in tackles last year. So you got to have some juice to really put up big numbers off the edge when it comes to getting to the quarterback.
Tyler Batty.
Don't know anything about Tyler Batty from BYU. I've not watched him.
BYU.
Looks like a BYU kid. He's going to restart. The table is NFL.com/combine/IQ. I'll throw that into the chat there on Twitch and YouTube if you guys are interested. But the table with the RAS is at MathBomb on Twitter or X, whatever you want to call it. He's going to post these for everybody, and you can see like how they compare to every defensive tackle drafted, every of their position drafted since 1987, and it'll include it in like the actual tweet.
Trying to reverse engineer what used to be an annual tradition. Yeah. Anytime we saw Marino, let's cue up Mayock picking him off when he was in BC and Marino.
He's going to keep using the splits projected times unofficial with the typo in there, I would imagine. But yeah, this is a really good start for Shamar Stewart.
Let's see what Batty does now. There he goes. 4.86.
So again, the number, it is a risk number that you're shooting for. It is high. It's impressive, but 161 that's what you're trying to get in that elite group.
Here comes Jordan Birch.
Now he's a tweener. Like you see his size there. He plays on the edge.
He was listed at 295.
To play inside.
Down at 279.
There, so teams are going to view him differently and where they see him fitting at the next level. He's supposed to be really, really athletic in terms of the testing. His size.
I mean, you might talk about a first-round guy here pretty soon. Still a pretty good 10-yard split with a stumble. 4.70. Very good for Jordan Birch. Before he ran, we talked about it. If he can possibly break into the 4.6s, it would be very, very good. And there he is. 4.70 with potential stumble at the start.
This is where Abdul Carter would have fit in as DL 44.
Really good.
DL 45 for Bill Diggs of Syracuse.
Some of his former coaches. Now he started out at A&M and then followed his position coach to Syracuse in the portal. Didn't really lift a lot in high school, and man, he has just taken off and developed each and every year in college.
1.60 10-yard split, very good. 4.57.
Fastest 40 yet. 4.57.
He plays, he can run, and he
Also, again, I'm going to link my second channel in the chat. Please subscribe if you're not subscribed already. If you have any interest in baseball, that link is in both the Twitch and the YouTube chat. I appreciate you guys.
Great segue, Rich. Boomer Sooner. You know, listen, the athleticism in this group is spectacular. I was kind of sneaking away from the last group and peeking in on the verticals. We just saw Landon Jackson on the screen there. Landon Jackson and Shamar Stewart, who we know is an athletic freak. How about both of them jumping 40-plus inches at the vertical? Well, listen to this. Defensive linemen to weigh 260 or more pounds and jump 40 inches.
It's not enough info right now.
Combine, which is since 2000.
This is going to be something to look at when the position groups actually finish up, but when they're still inserting
and the only two, Shamar Stewart and Landon Jackson.
When they're still inserting testing, and a lot of these guys didn't even test. It's
talked to him. I said, "What was your target?" He said,
gonna be tough. Although they're gonna show the top speed in the 40 in terms of like GPS miles per hour, I would imagine that's gonna be fun. They're really like upping the combine stuff this year.
5 things. I love that, right? I said 5 things you've tried to impress upon teams.
Yeah, top speed on there. A couple guys over 20 miles per hour.
Fill gaps. 3, pursue the ball.
Tyler Barron close to 22.
And disrupt at the line of scrimmage, disrupting the quarterback. And the last one is just putting other people in a position to have success. Those 2 guys, so impressive.
Hassanine is a decent prospect too, from a Boise State.
Measurement usually does lead to fast 40s, as we watched Ahmed Hassanine of Boise State run 4.82. And now here is Landon Jackson. Again, just to reiterate, there's only 2 guys of 260 pounds.
I'm very interested to see this Landon Jackson time.
With had a 40-inch vert or more. And
the fact that he's down to 264.
And 2 guys just did it. Here's one of them.
That's a decent get off, 169 at his size. He's so long. It's a pretty good time.
It wasn't a tremendous 10, and then you saw him open up. And once he opened up, he can really stride it out. He had an awesome Senior Bowl game. Had a really nice game against LSU and Will Campbell as well.
So we'll run 40s while we're in commercial break and come back and show them to you.
The 40s during the commercial breaks, dude. I hate it every year. You got to get the commercials in. I mean, who are we about to see? Who are we going to potentially miss out on there? We're not going to miss out on Pierce or Stewart, obviously. Might miss out on Donovan Ezeraku. Might miss out on Jared Ivey. Probably will. If Kyle Kennard's running, we're missing that one. And these are some good names. Savion Jones. For sure. But a lot of the top names that we're going to see have names that start, later in the alphabet. with their last name. Michael Williams, Shamar Stewart, James Pierce, Nick Scorton, Jack Sawyer, I guess Braden Swinson, JTT, Tui Moloau, of course, Josiah Stewart, Princely Uman Mielen. We're going to miss Ashton Gelati. Like, all of the top guys have names that start with, like, an S or later, pretty much. Oh, I can't do that. All right. Live results for D-End, not available yet. But it kind of is, though, because they're updating it on Combine IQ. They probably have one intern trying to do everything. Top overall athletic score, just of the D tackles, is the only thing they've really put in. Ty Robinson, followed up by Tyrion Ingram Dawkins and Jared Harrison Hunt. But very close by, Darius Alexander, CJ West. But I don't think, are they factoring in weight here? I don't think that they are. So I don't know. Not really sure, but we do already have like GPS times. Like they're showing Fadil Diggs here, who just ran. He was up near 22 miles per hour, as was Jordan Birch. We will see someone break 22, maybe even 23 miles per hour in a little bit. I think James Pierce is going to get up to 23, which should warrant a pretty fast 40 time. You need to hire me for NFL social media. I am not hireable.
This is John Joyner, Golden Gopher, 464. Kyle Kennard.
Yeah, let me go be an intern somewhere. That'd be sick.
Carolina.
Very, very productive.
And he runs a 4.7.
It's a good 10-yard split. The 40 wasn't great. I'm more worried about the 10-yard split.
Virginia.
All right, here's James Pierce coming up after Sean Martin. I really think he can get into the 4.4s.
Here's James Pierce Jr.
This one I'm interested in. As he plays extremely fast.
His 10-yard split should be wild. His burst off the line's insane.
Surprised me a little bit. He'd not jump higher.
Is he wearing a hoodie?
Yeah. He doesn't have the compression shirt on. He's one of the few that's got the shirt with a little hoodie action.
Running in a hoodie's interesting. Think the hood would fly up, you know, hurt aerodynamic, whatever. I don't know.
Parachute.
That's what I'm saying.
158, 10-yard split. He's moving.
Okay.
4.5 flat.
Keep wearing the hoodie, James.
That's where the comparisons between James Pierce and Rich Eisen will stop.
Very nice. I think he can get even faster than that, too.
I think I run
Running in a hoodie is a very interesting choice. Looked like a bit of a stumble.
Look at that.
That shows up on
But,
tape.
yeah, he's moving.
Explosive. His first 3 steps as a rusher.
Joe with the 2. Mr. Gladstone. Who are you looking at right now? Yeah, the Jags GM.
Look at the hoodie flow.
They got to go Trent Baalke, get Shamar Stewart.
Charles.
Yeah, and Rich, I actually saw a few hoodies in the first group because when they've got the hoodie, there's no numbers on the back. Non-hoodie, you got the numbers on the front and the back, and I think they just would like to see the flow of the hoodie in the back there. But Pierce, you mentioned those first 3 steps, DJ. It's amazing because the leading sack guys in Tennessee history, they were much more power guys. Reggie White used to hold the record before, and they were powerful getting upfield.
Antoine Powell-Ryland's not a bad prospect either. It's a good get-off. 166, and he's moving, too. 4.74, not bad for him.
From Antoine Powell-Ryland.
But again, for a lot of these guys, a 10-yard split's going to be a lot more important.
Here comes Elijah Roberts. Shamar Stewart's a couple away.
In that 165 range is pretty good. Anything sub 1.6 is elite.
That was his, I mean, going back to Pierce, that was an easy 4.5 flat. Roberts, he's a good player.
285 for Elijah Roberts. Carries it well.
17.5 sacks over the last 2 years.
Does not look
Miami transfer. He comes
that big.
out out of that 4-point stance, and he explodes out when
Yeah.
you're watching.
167 10-yard split at 285. 4.78 40. Very nice.
He's big, 285 pounds, so much bigger than some of these guys.
Baron Sorrell out of Texas, as we see
Horns up for Baron Sorrell.
Harbaugh with his hoodie.
Come on, Baron. I'd love to see him run 4.70.
Call your shot with Stewart.
I will. I'll let him get up there, and then I'll call my shot. I'm excited to see Sorrell run because he can move too.
Remember, backhand, offhand goes back, 3 good counts.
Love Baron Sorrell.
After a year,
You got it.
out.
What did he weigh in at? Is there a chance he's going to push 4.5?
Sweet. Said this week he speaks to Tom Brady almost every day.
I just feel like Malcolm Butler belongs.
How am I missing him?
He's gonna have just for the conversation piece.
That's a good get off too. 166.10. It's rooting for 4.70. We got 4.72.
He's put together too now.
We'll take that.
Here's Shamar Stewart.
All right, you said call your shot.
Yes, sir.
At that size of Shamar Stewart, I'm going to tell you, this is putting a lot of pressure on him.
Okay.
Doing this.
He's going to say 4.4.
Which is a stupid thing to say.
For someone who's 6'5",
It's
267.
not, I know, I mean, it sounds stupid, but the way he jumped.
I'm hoping it's slower than 4.54. I'll tell you that.
Lost some weight.
I'm hoping it
I
is
think we're getting ready to see something.
for underdog, but he came in 15 pounds under what he was listed at the Senior Bowl.
Translates into a fast.
Everyone's watching. That's pretty good get off. 158.10. 4.60.
See, I should have done that to him. I mean, that's a great
Nice.
time. That's a great 10 split.
The 10 was crazy.
All time with the jumps, but I think he can run faster than that. It wasn't a pure, clean run.
See maybe a second run from him.
That's a great time. I mean, let's not kid
Of
ourselves.
course not. Of course, we should not sit here and put anything more on him, like say he should run a 4.4 or.
Yo, the 158.10 at nearly 270 pounds is ridiculous.
Well, this one can run too now.
Yeah, Princely's another sick athlete. His brother is Prince Uman Mielen, also just transferred to Ole Miss. And David Walker's one to watch too.
Had a chance to talk with him this week, guys, and you know, as a DJ, these guys always have an opportunity to come out early. And he said what really drove him to go back to school. He mentioned team goals first, possibly playing for a national championship. But the big one was he felt like he had something still to prove, and to himself, double-digit sacks in the season. And he got there with 10.5 this past year. And you know, in his family, the name Prince goes through a number of different people, sisters and other people like that. And he said that's just their tradition in the family, and it goes back into their culture.
167 for Princely. Long strider, 4.76. I thought that was going to be a little bit better.
Stacy?
That's not that bad, obviously, but I was expecting a little bit more.
Well, the reason he's wearing a hoodie, he just told me, is because he forgot his other shirt. I would assume back at the hotel room, but it was a 4-5 unofficial, so clearly didn't affect him too much. And he told me he's, quote, smooth with it. He's going to run again. And I said, how fast do you want to go? He said, just fast. And by the way, that special tape on the back of his legs is just KT tape. Rich.
Thank you very much.
Here's David Walker.
Stacy going next level, as always. I'm smooth with it.
Forgetting your... Oh, David Walker moving a little bit too. He's tiny, but those are good numbers.
David Walker, really, really productive.
Central Arkansas. So we're watching very
Quick trivia question for the chat. Who was the last Central Arkansas player
Look out, quarterbacks.
to get drafted?
Guys are coming.
And what round did they go in for extra points? I'm pretty sure I have the answer.
I can't wait to see what he does in the NFL.
They added so many pieces. That team.
Teron Armstead was Arkansas Pine Bluff. Can't be him. People are going to be Googling. I hate it. But the answer, I believe, is Robert Rochelle, third round pick by the Rams in 2021? 2022? 2021. Fourth round pick. Here's a fourth. Number 130. Jaden with a 5. CJ West is moving great for someone not mocked in the first round, per Daniel Jeremiah. Is the tape bad, or is he just lost in a deep class? I don't know that he's that lost. It's just he's a run-stuffing defensive tackle. Of course, played at Indiana. We don't really see a lot of run-stuffing D tackles go round 1. Also, it is a stacked interior defensive line class. I don't know what his pass rush upside is, but he's a really nice player. It's just probably somewhere late day 2, maybe early day 3, but I think he's got starter potential. I'm a big fan of his as well. We're going to get these official times updated here in the near future. I mean, the defensive tackle times, you're going to see like a check mark on them when they're officially official. And sometimes it takes 15 minutes. Sometimes it takes like an hour. So don't believe these are official yet. But oftentimes the website is not as updated as what they actually have. We have no times for the agility stuff yet. And it's like we don't even have the 10-yard splits yet for all the edge rushers. And everyone's already run their first 40s. Shamar Stewart is number 1 right now at a 4.60, but he's also not, because James Pierce ran 4.5 flat. Where is that? We've got 4 times. Not done alphabetically at all. What are they doing?
What did we miss during the
random? Here's just 4 guys that happen to go.
Hurricane, Tyler Barron, improved.
Stewart ran about what I thought he would. I thought he would run slower than 4.54 with my underdog pick, but then he came in at 2.67 and then jumped crazy.
That's significant.
And I'm like, okay.
This game's not about athleticism.
Maybe there is a problem with
one of the more impressive runs at his size.
Birch is moving this time too. 4.68.
For 3 for 3 and improved second.
I would have had Stewart somewhere around 4.65, probably at 280, which would have been insane.
Kind of had the under radar 4.57.
4.61.
But I mean, 4.6 flat is very good. His 10-yard split was really impressive. It was, I think, 1.58. Really, really good. Pinhead Larry, thanks for the prime. Thoughts on Deion Walker? I think it's tough to play in the trenches at 6'7" when it's a leverage game at defensive tackle at 335, 40 pounds, whatever he is. He's got pass rush upside.
He's one of my favorite stories.
He's an interesting player.
He grew up in Egypt and ended up coming over to America later on in life. He's hasn't played football very much. He started playing competitive football in 2019. He was one of the top CrossFitters in Egypt, and then kind of discovered football as he came over to America. And everybody raves about him at Boise. They rave about him where he's been training. But they said what's funny about him, everybody loves him, but he doesn't know
it's a good jump
about American college football culture. He saw one of the guys working out, and he said
4.78 is a good time.
He goes, it's A&M. I go to Texas A&M.
Well, if he runs like that, he's going to an ATM, that's for sure.
That's a good line from Rich.
He is a great kid and productive. He had 9.5 sacks for that Boise team this year.
Isn't that amazing? He's an Egyptian CrossFitter. He winds up in Idaho.
I didn't know about all that.
Now it's going to be.
Yeah, James Pierce ran 4. It's actually on the screen if you look.
And have a career as a professional football player.
James Pierce did run. Landon Jackson's such a long strider.
Still shaking his head.
Looked like he wanted a bit faster than a 4.68, but it's pretty good.
1.65.10.
It's pretty good for someone of his size.
Well, I mean, the elite one is 61, 161.
Boy, that Brandon Bean, the Bills are cooking up something in the back there. Look at the steam coming out of there. It's like a tailgate.
What up, Dimon? Welcome back. 82 months. Craziness. You catching any of this combine action? I know you're a big football guy now. Here's Ja Joyner. First run was pretty good at a 4.64.
Yeah, that makes sense.
4.61. Really nice. I'd like to see James Pierce run slightly faster. Give me a 4.48.
Kennard. Coming up next.
Kyle Kennard's an interesting one, too. He was at Georgia Tech, and he ends up transferring to South Carolina. He gets 1 year to play at South Carolina. And to say he cashed in is an understatement.
Yeah, Kyle Kennard was super productive. He's going to be a nice early day 3, maybe late day 2 type guy. 4.73.
4.73. Kyle Kennard.
Georgia Tech has been producing a lot of good transfers lately. They're not going to get credit for any of these guys in the NFL. But I think Jared Ivey was Georgia Tech.
Pat McAfee's kicking off our coverage tomorrow.
Oh, nice.
Kyle Kennard.
Always an interesting time we get a chance to hang with Pat.
They just lost a really good receiver, actually, to, I think, Auburn. Jahmyr Gibbs, of course.
Well, yeah, both of them. Huge fans of both guys, yeah.
Freeze your offhand, okay?
That'd be odd if he changed his
Keon White did go into the NFL as Georgia Tech. That's true. Yeah, Eric Singleton. I think he went to Auburn.
Kind of guy. Sean Martin.
He wasn't into the whole thing about, hey, man, how's that hit you that you're Patriots head coach now?
The underdog stuff is so weird because a lot of the guys I took, like in terms of faster or slower for their times, have opted out. I've got a lot of linebackers, though. Like Jack Sawyer is not running.
4-5 flat. If
I have him on there.
With Brian Burns, you're in good shape. Let's put it that way.
I'm going to be really interested to see what James Pierce looks like in the drills because Brian Burns looked absolutely unbelievable in the on-field workouts.
Pierce running a 4-5 flat. Again, he's wearing the hoodie. I was commenting about
and that was something that was particularly impressive to me because Brian Burns' his whole entire deal at Florida State was, okay, the tape's really good, but he's really light. Really light. Can he add weight and still be athletic? And he added like 15 pounds. Or maybe even 20 for his combine workout and still looked like a freak. Carried it really, really well. Show me a James Pierce 4.48. Just hold it for a second, James.
Remember, offhand goes back, then hold it for 3 counts. Your offhand went back and you took off. Offhand goes back, hold 3 counts. You got it, man.
I thought Pierce might have had a quick, like, kind of false step or like a mini stumble on his first run within the first 5 or 10 yards. I'm interested to see if he has a cleaner get-off. He's explosive as hell. There's no question. I think he can get a little bit faster than 4.50.
Remember, this is your offhand. Hold it for 3 counts.
I don't like the fact that he's had essentially 2 false starts, though. That a lot of energy.
That last one, I think Pierce shot him a look.
Yeah, Mark's caught a couple of those glares over the years.
Let's see what we got here.
Who's my Brian Burns at this draft? Like a prospect I'm like in love with.
4.5 flat in his first run.
You know, I don't know. I really like Shamar Stewart a lot, but he's generating a lot of hype. That's a better start for Pierce. I'm interested to see what the 10-yard split's going to be. It looks like he slowed down, but 4.47. Unofficial.
Crowd shows shows its approval for the first sub 540 we've seen here.
I told you could run a little bit faster.
He's smiling. When you're that fast, you can smile in the middle of your 40.
Oh.
I'm cool with it. That's what that smile says.
Good morning, commuters. Looks like we got traffic backed up for miles. Starting with a downed tree blocking East Avenue.
Landon Jackson, I think, shaved off 100th of a second. I think he was like 4.67, 4.68.
We've got weekend travel.
Pierce is going to get this 10-yard split down. But this is the impressive thing, dude. Shamar Stewart, James Pierce already. 158 is very, very good, right, for a 10-yard split. Pierce is 245. Shamar Stewart is 267. Okay, let's see. I tweeted out my picks. So Alfred Collins did not go. He did not run. Arian Smith and Matthew Golden are receivers. They have not gone yet. They won't go for a couple of days. Caleb Johnson with the running back won't go for a couple of days. Shamar Stewart so far has been slower, 4.54, which is what I have. And we have not seen the linebackers go. I also think James Pierce faster, 4.49. Unofficially true. Jack Sawyer did not run. Kenneth Grant did not run. I've been good so far, but a lot of these guys just opted out. And I don't even think Travis Hunter had anything on Underdog. I don't really know what he's going to do. I do think he's going to have a 40-inch vert, an 11-foot broad jump, at least. But I don't even know what to project for a 40 time. Like, is he a potential 4.3 guy? He's a freak. We'll see. Did I post a mock draft on Monday? There's only one way to find out. I feel like checking the channel is a great place to start. And the answer is yes, I did. It was Monday after all. Thank you guys again so much for the new memberships on YouTube, the super chats, the subscriptions on Twitch. I appreciate you guys. I need Shamar Stewart to be slower than 4.54. Now, I don't know if my entries are going to get canceled because guys didn't go. We'll see. I also do kind of want to see him run a super fast time, but 4.55 would be crazy. Looked like a 1.6710. 4.68. There we go. Let's go, Baron.
4.68.
Hook him.
Proved it.
He's got muscles on his muscles.
Shamar Stewart.
He had a really good.
Looks like he slowed down a little bit. 4.59.
Great time.
4.59. There you go.
Let's go.
His 10 time 1.60, which is elite.
And Ellen gets whistled.
It's a great moment.
Now we're back live.
A great moment with him at the Senior Bowl. He was doing one of the one-on-one reps at the end of practice. Coach went over to get his name to announce who was going to be in the matchup, and he gave him his first name and his last name. And he goes, Princely, Princely, come on up here.
It's Uman Mielen. It's not that tough to say once you know how to say it. Big thanks for the tier 1. Welcome back for 41 months. Oh, he's long strider. 4.72, a little bit better.
7.2. He's getting the first down every other step. All right, here's the final 40 of a defensive lineman. They're going to get out there.
And then I'm really excited for these on-field drills. It matters a little bit less with the interior defensive linemen.
Stick around for the linebacker group too, because we got some low numbers coming.
But
okay,
I'll tell you, these
Pierce's 4.47.
We're gonna have somebody run faster than that.
Okay. So stay tuned for that. It's just after.
these guys actually, start to show how they move in space. It's gonna be important for guys playing, in a 3-4, especially like a James Pierce.
Central Arkansas.
He is.
This is a good run.
With the way he plays.
4.69 for David Walker.
Just improved his time. Gets a nice little golf clap from the crowd here inside Lucas Oil. 4.69.
Now the on-field drills.
So let's see what the defensive linemen, the edge rushers, and a couple of guys who jumped straight up vertically.
It's been a pretty good day so far. The defensive ends have a lot to live up to based on how the defensive tackles performed. Let's see if they've updated these 10-yard splits. Because Pierce got, I think, a way better start. Let's see if the Combine IQ stuff has been updated. I imagine so. Mastermind, if I missed your sub, thank you very much as well. I appreciate you. Caleb. TNA, thank you as well. Need Dan, thank you very much. Bub Rub, sorry for making you guys wait. Shamar Stewart got up close to 22 miles per hour. Where is James Pierce? I'd have to imagine his top speed would be the fastest of anyone there. So far showing Judge Joyner as the number 1, but he ran a 4.61. I mean, you'd have to imagine James Pierce is going to be pretty close to 23 miles per hour. Shamar Stewart wasn't quite at 22, though. I'm not expecting, like, instant updates, but why are we missing the fastest guy? Oh, this is a fun chart. Production score versus athleticism score. The higher up to the right you are, ideally would be the best. This is showing only defensive tackle. You sort by edge to change the filter here. But that's still not going to include, that's not going to change this. It's just players in general, looking at all. Combine leaders by position. Obviously, we can't get any type of athleticism score on Abdul Carter, but the production score, it's like, how are they ranking this? Because there have been players who are more productive than Abdul Carter. But are they factoring in, like, conference?
Scouting Combine in Indianapolis, Indiana is on the air. Future MVPs will turn into the stars of tomorrow.
Because James Pierce athleticism score is going to end up being pretty good. And this probably doesn't really get updated until later tonight.
Signature checking boxes, running fast 40s. That's what the Scouting Combine's all about. Have you heard from your wife?
I did not. It sounded like I said. It's no. I'm saying my signature, not my wife's. It sounded
like my wife's.
It's not. My wife has actually perfect penmanship, and I can show you.
That. I mean,
well,
you're sure not backtracking right now?
Well, I mean, I don't want to put it on me here, but I'd show you. I'll show you my driver's license.
Now I got to sit up in my chair.
Yeah.
I thought you were going to.
I'm going to show you my driver's license when we get off camera.
No, don't do that. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Abdul Carter, sir, we heard that...
Fadil Diggs, 4.57, by the way. James Pierce, 1.5610.
back to your homes. It's going to be fine. What do you think about this kid?
Well, instead of just talking about him, I prefer to show you what he can do because it's special. It is explosive coming out. Watch this brush right here. He doesn't get touched. Like when you get guys throwing no hitters because you can dip underneath them and then run that.
Sawyer, thanks for the tier 1.
Here in a little bit,
Bang.
Perfectly. He's played off the ball. He's played on the ball. He's still.
Let's look at some
in front of him in terms of his development.
updated RAS scores here from MathBomb, Kent Lee Platt on Twitter.
Provided he runs, I think he's got a chance to run in the 4.3s. That's how stupid his explosiveness and speed is.
And just explain how this translates here. This number of
David Walker's really getting dinged the most because he's short, but the weight's good. Everything else is above average.
Which you'll get, once we get to his pro day.
Right.
And combine
That's okay. Uman Mielin at 868. Agility testing, if that ends up getting recorded, will change this number quite a bit. But as you can imagine, anything close to 10 is quite good.
Micah would love to.
999 is pretty good.
I mean, they'd have to get more than just selectively aggressive. They'd have to get aggressive to go have a shot at Abdul Carter. Stacey Dales, take it away.
Yeah, Rich, to add to this, I asked Abdul Carter this week, what was that transition like, moving up to the, to become an edge rusher and moving up to the defensive line.
Pretty good.
He actually told me he had a
Baron Sorrell at an 851.
They all knew and came to the conclusion that putting me in the best position was getting me closer to the football.
Yeah, Antoine Powell-Ryland I like. I think this changes. I mean, the size isn't great at 6'2.5", 260, but it really isn't terrible. It's like not all defensive ends are created equal. That's why James Pierce is going to get crushed as a defensive end. But still a pretty good RAS.
But he's going to be explosive.
Very much, Stacey.
Yeah, Mason Graham arm length was like, what, 32?
And the foot stuff doesn't scare you? Nothing?
Like Sean Martin, if he's 293, I'd compare him to defensive tackles, So, like, especially 35-inch arms. And that starts to look a lot better. Now, you got to factor in what these guys are actually going to be doing. Like Landon Jackson, 988 unofficial.
Line coach of the Bills, Marcus West.
Man, Hassanin with
Here's what I was going to say. When I was starting out scouting and some of my first scouting.
some vicious scores here.
I don't remember who said it, but somebody in the room said, let's have the scout scout, the coach's coach, and the doctor's doctor.
Ethan Downs.
The doctor's opinion and decision.
949. 6'3.5", 270. Elite broad or very good.
You do know that
Very good 10-yard split.
No, but that's the way it was mentioned, and that's
Fadil Diggs 9'3", 6'4.5", 260 is pretty good.
That's a red flag.
Well,
on
if
the
you're
grammar
evaluate
front.
my grammar, it's.
But I understand. By the way,
trouble.
and I should just say this before we see our first wave drill. You did show me your driver's license signature. Can't confirm it does look like the squiggly line on the screen, but the evaluation I have of your photograph it fill up in another section entirely.
Kind of mean mugging a little bit there. Well, if you had to wait in the DMV to get that picture taken, you're not going to be smiling.
Tyler Perrin. And Tyler Batty.
Try and keep your hand off the ground here. Do we have CD down there on you?
Hey guys, I tell you this.
See how Jordan Birch looks. Oh, he's looking twitchy,
I'm loving it. He's telling me
but
exactly
kind of tripping over his own feet a bit.
Exactly what they need to give him. He just turned to the whole group and said, "I need you to run, not anticipate."
Yeah, that's the key here.
Diggs who had an unofficial 4.57.40, which was the fastest until James Pierce stepped to the 40-yard to the stripe. Wound up running a 1/10 of a second faster, according to our unofficial time. Ethan Downs finishing up that drill.
Jordan Birch, I think, is one of those surprise names. Like, you remember Peyton Turner got into the first round. Logan Hall was like one of the first picks of the second round, where it kind of felt like, okay, where is this hype coming from? We haven't really heard much about them the entire time. I think it's going to be Jordan Birch.
Louisville, he didn't run a 40 either.
I think Jordan Birch is good, man. Former 5-star, I believe, as well to South Carolina.
Running a 4.7s, which is a solid time.
I think Jordan Birch is top 50 guy. Top 50 pick.
Similar to this in CrossFit, I would think. That's right. You know.
Brian, thanks for the prime. Biggest need for Texans this draft: interior offensive line, closely followed by wide receiver, interior defensive line. Could use a linebacker too.
Oh, Rich, hey, I don't know if I've ever, as we watch these guys work here, met a player more eager and excited to be at the Combine than Ahmed Hassanin out of Boise State. I know DJ mentioned him. I just spoke to him. He's the first Egyptian player to not only play in college football, but to be here at the Combine. He's going to be the first Egyptian player drafted in the NFL. I spoke to him and he said, 5 years ago, Stacey, I couldn't speak English. He spoke Arabic. And he said, I didn't play football.
I guess that makes sense from Egypt.
Corey, shout out to you, who's a teacher and a high school coach, actually went over to Egypt, talked to the family, said, let's bring him back. So they brought him back over here to the U.S. And they tried him at receiver. He told me he couldn't catch.
Steve Linton on the ground.
He said it was too much. So they said, go get the quarterback.
Overall, it looked okay, though. But
I just love this guy.
Don't want to see anyone on the ground.
Blow you through the roof.
True linebackers have not gone yet, so no Danny Stutzman. It's been D tackles and edge rushers.
Have come out of that environment with just no experience and no knowledge of the sport to be on the precipice of being selected.
All right, here's an interesting one. Oluwafemi Oladejo from UCLA.
Guys get picked 250, whatever it is. He's going to be one of them. It's pretty incredible.
Decent rep. Here's what I'm interested in. James Pierce.
Fastest player we've seen yet today. First on-field throw. What do you think?
Moving pretty good.
That's pretty good.
Moving pretty good.
Charles, that was...
I don't think it was quite what I remember from Brian Burns, but that was pretty good.
Like that. And just really no loss of movement, the fluidity on it. It was really impressive.
Elijah Roberts, you got to remind when you're watching him, he's 285 pounds, so he could have easily gone. I actually have him stacked in my defensive tackle group, so that's pretty good the way he's moving around with these guys.
Getting Jack Sawyer now, guys.
Oh, here we go.
Jack Sawyer moving okay.
That's finishing a game against Texas with a bang.
Yeah, and ex-roommate on ex-roommate crime.
I want to see Nick squirting too. He's looking kind of twitchy.
First time.
I don't know why Squirtin didn't run.
10 sacks and 23.
He got down to 257 and didn't run.
One of those dominant defensive lines in the SEC.
DJ,
Sawyer didn't run either.
Change direction, and then just as soon as I said it, he loses his skis. But these guys, I think they're doing a really nice job planting and turning and cutting.
Just keeping your feet underneath you.
Still nothing here on Pierce.
And here's Swinson. He's an interesting one too. I thought he might run because he should test really well out of LSU. It's an Oregon transfer.
Lost a shoe. Yeah, I'm still kind of shocked at some of the guys that we're not seeing. No Braden Swinson. No Jared Ivey.
It's a lot for him to stop, Charles, just because he's such a strider.
Yeah. The short, choppy step guys do a lot better with this.
David Walker out of Central Arkansas.
I like him.
Yeah, he ragdolls dudes, man. I talk about guys who can pry open your shoulder.
Who else didn't go? Yeah, no Swinson, no Josiah Stewart, unless he's with the linebackers, which maybe he is, since he's only like 240 pounds. The 249, all right. He could be with the linebackers.
So you're going to cover more ground, try and stay right down that line. There he is, working down, and then you want to sprint it through. Scored plays kind of remind me a little bit of Brandon Graham. Brandon Graham's on a different level as a player, but stylistically and can play a little outside, can play a little inside.
Coach West.
Sounds like we're headed to commercial. I'm headed to the bathroom. Might also heat up a taco or something. NFL Combine continues after this. Appreciate you guys watching. It's been a lot of fun so far. More drills with the edge rushers when we return. All right, we have Oluwafemi Oladejo up with the 3 bags here. I've got shrimp tacos for all. It was interesting, or 4 bags.
He's having a day, isn't he?
Yeah, there's no wasted movement there. He's got a little bounce off the ground.
A little cold in my apartment too. Again, I appreciate you guys being here. Got some long days, but they're fun. Get to learn more about the prospects if you guys didn't already know about some of these guys. I didn't know about some of these guys either. Or haven't had a chance to watch a lot of them. It's still only February.
Sawyer, we haven't seen him yet.
Well, we saw him in the last.
And he was kind of the heartbeat, the lifeblood of that defense, CD. I just wrote down when I watched him, the word rugged kept showing up over and over again. Kind of a bully in the run game, just ragdolls tight ends.
FIU tonight? Unlikely. That's a lot of screaming.
New players comfortable back here.
There's Sorrell.
Baron Sherrill looking okay.
Swenson, he should be really good going through all these drills and through the bags. He's a really good athlete.
DB Smokey, thanks for the gift sub. Appreciate you.
He's got like some lava shoes on right there.
His own bags there.
You picked out your shoes yet, Rich?
I have not, sir.
This one's kind of falling apart.
Very little planning on my part, to be honest with you. David Walker.
Yeah, I'm still eating shrimp tacos from a moment ago. They're the very same.
By Dave Walker. He's very compact, not real long. He knows how to play.
Just needed to eat something. We've been live for
we got the tractor going here.
like 3 hours or so.
Birch. Again,
3.5 hours. It's been a lot of fun so far. Again, these are long days.
Yeah, it's really good. Real quick. It's a combination of the quickness and the efficiency. No wasted steps. Randy Jackson, a really good day.
So, we will return with some pass rush drills.
For those curious, we have defensive linemen and linebackers today. Tomorrow afternoon, same deal, 3 Eastern, 2 Central, noon Pacific, DBs, tight ends. And Saturday we have kind of what everybody seems to like, running backs, quarterbacks, wide receivers. Kind of a lackluster class, but we're going to have a couple that threaten in the 4-2 range. Arian Smith from Georgia. Isaiah Bond from Texas in that conversation. And then Sunday we finish things with the offensive linemen. It's important to note that on Saturday and Sunday it starts at 1 Eastern, noon Central, 10 Pacific. Are Warren and Loveland not doing anything? Are we knowing for sure about that? Loveland on the mend from his shoulder injury. Yeah, no Loveland. So Tyler Warren is also opting out. It's hard to find a full list of opt-outs. Was not really able to do that. Yeah, I know about Elijah Arroyo. Travis Hunter did opt out. Damn. Shador Sanders, Travis Hunter, Ashton Genty, Savone Revel, Josh Simmons. A lot of these are from injury. Benjamin Morrison, Abdul Carter, Elijah Arroyo, Colston Loveland, Michael Williams, Walter Nolan, Jalen Walker opted out. Kenneth Grant,
Back here.
Will Johnson, Mason Graham. Didn't see Tyler Warren in that list, but maybe that's happening.
Around the end.
There's Jeremiah Washburn there, who's coaches those edge rushers, outside linebackers.
Shit sucks, man.
We started together as scouts with the Ravens in 2003, Rich, and when Mike Singletary came there, he's Jeremiah Washburn, I'm Daniel Jeremiah. He never learned the difference between the two of us, so he would just walk by and say, Jeremiah's?
It's so annoying. I really wanted to see Travis Hunter and Jalen Walker especially.
But he did a great job this year coaching those
No, I think Genty just said no.
Progress he made this year, and Jalen Hunt, you know, was a third-round pick, and the impact that he had. They've got a lot of talent on that Eagles team. It is a really good coaching staff too.
No, it's a good point. Why would someone like Travis Hunter gain anything from the combine? They probably wouldn't. But it's fun for the fans, including me. I'm a fan. Go be awesome. Sucks.
And he's a defensive player of the year candidate. Yeah. A nominee, finalist.
If Charles is down there, I mean, that's a great example.
Yeah, no Michael Williams, kind of boring. I don't know that he's an athletic freak so much as he's like a good athlete with super long arms at like 6'5", 270.
These guys that can do all these different things, CD, sometimes he takes a minute to find the perfect fit for him.
It certainly does, and what you and Rich are talking about, let's just keep it with the Eagles, right? Zach Bond, why did he make him move to inside linebacker? Because Vic Fangio watched him and said, I think this is a move that he can make, and he did, and they coached him up. How about Mekhi Becton? They just told him to take some reps inside one day because some guys were out during OTAs and minicamp. They're like, we've got something there. Instead of him being a swing tackle, let's give him an opportunity there. He wins the job over Tyler Steen. It's a lot of coaching him up as well.
Here's Jared Ivey finally.
Hassanin right there. You know, I hope he gets drafted by the Cardinals. You know what?
What's that?
This is an old reference now, but I'm going to do it anyway. So you could say he was born in Babylonia, moved to Arizona.
Go Steve Martin for us.
Charles, who's the only other person who fits that description?
It's Steve Martin King Tut.
That's correct.
Yeah, that one, you got me on that one.
See, he was too old for you?
Yeah, you got me on that one. I mean,
Thank you, Charles, for being there. Stacy?
Even I know the Steve Martin King Tut thing. Disappointing from Daniel Jeremiah.
I did. I'm down here, but I got it all the way down here.
Okay, good.
Landon Jackson, you'll notice, is very beautifully bald. I mean, if you're watching at home, I mean, we're all kind of just, it's beautiful. I mean,
yes.
Well, it's a really cool story, though, and it's an important story because he's been bald for much of his life. When he was 4 or 5, his hair started combing away, you guys. He was diagnosed with alopecia, and his parents said, God made you different for a reason, so he's done a lot of foundational work for alopecia, a lot of work with kids. He wants to have a foundation at the next level. That's a priority. Really great story, really great young man. And then, guys, I just wanted to give
DB Smokey with another gift sub, thank you.
Williams, the rusher out of Georgia down here. He's not competing. Obviously, DJ.
You don't like freshmen going pro? I like the old days where you stay in college until junior or senior year. What freshman is going pro? It's not allowed. You need to be 3 years removed from high school. I don't know what you're talking about.
Ankle injury, and then he had an inflamed tibia, but he played through it. The toughness, incredible. He told me he took some time off after the season.
Redshirt sophomores can enter the draft. That's 3 years removed from high school. That would be a true junior. Freshmen cannot go pro. Unless this is, you're talking about college basketball randomly in chat, in which case, all right. Well, you used to be able to go from high school.
So many people were introduced to him nationally, certainly this year. I mean, obviously, he's been on the Buckeyes for forever and a day. Obviously, what happened at the end of the Michigan-Ohio State game, he was right in the middle of it. He wasn't going to allow anything that that happened with the flag planting on his turf. And then the way he balled out in the college football playoffs, and it's also no mistake when you're taken as a player by a coach to say, show how it's done. That is something of honor right there, obviously, as always in the combine. And then the way he played in the college football playoffs was stupendous. The trifecta to essentially seal the game against Texas. I give you the floor on what his pro prospects are.
Well, I have him in my top 50s. He's my 48th player, and I'm a little bit higher on him than some of the folks that I talked to in the league. They have maybe a little bit beyond that. I just appreciate a guy in every big moment that he's been in. He's played his best, and he's made difference-making plays. He's rugged, he's powerful, he's strong. You know, we have Vrabel in here, and you just think of the way he played, his style. There's a lot of similarities there in just how rugged he plays. And then also finding out about the character side of it. It took place at the end of that ball game, Rich, but there was a meeting with Ohio State, kind of a players-only meeting. I was told Ryan Day was still in the room, but it was player-run.
Yes.
And he was a key part of that, of saying, hey, it's still out there in front of us. And one of those leaders, along with Will Howard, Emeka Egbuka and company, and that group together, I mean, they didn't just go win the national championship after that. They did it in pretty dominating fashion, and he was a big part of that leadership piece.
Jordan Birch looking pretty good. Rambling with the two. Opinion on Zeke Biggers. Where he might go. I honestly wasn't super familiar with him before today. So I wish I had something more for you, but I don't know. I haven't watched him.
Yeah, sack. I mean,
Did not hit 10,000 on CS, Kyle. We keep losing. We're a pretty bad team. What do you think of the VT guys, Peoples and Powell Ryland? I like both of them, to be honest. I think Peoples is probably the better NFL prospect. But if you want, you know, like a third down designated pass rusher as like a defensive tackle, I think Peoples is a pretty fun one.
He went through them all.
3 cones for DTs. Now, the 3 cone actually does end up mattering a lot for the edge rushers.
I mean, for me, with the Steve Martin stuff,
there is a correlation to like a very good 3 cone and NFL success. Like typically, the number you're looking for in the 3 cone is like 6'8", 6'8", and below. It translates to pretty good NFL success because it's about like, you know, your bend, your agility, curve around the arc. Can you bend the arc, get to the quarterback? So agility comes into play there for sure. It's all right.
There's Steve Linton. We didn't get to see him run a 40. He is long. Just look at how long his arms are. He's someone that's going to make a team.
He moved pretty well.
Block kicks. That's my prediction on him. You're going to see him block a punt or a kick in the next year or two. He is so rangy and long and athletic. It's just a matter of finding a home for him on regular downs, Charles, but he can play special teams. He's going to find a role there.
Sean Martin.
I'm not seeing the 3 cones yet.
Oladejo finding his way from off the ball to on the ball, and he's at home there.
He's really come on during these drills. He didn't run.
Saw it on Twitter. Okay.
What a day for James Pierce Jr.
Was he sub 7 seconds by any miracle or no?
Training tape, Rich. It's been a training tape.
Is that what you? That's the way to describe it.
Yeah, I've had Derek Harmon in a lot of my first round mock drafts.
I don't think I saw a drop of sweat on him.
No, it's. I wouldn't introduce myself.
Darius Alexander.
And he said, "Thanks, OG." Made me feel.
Well, there's no such thing as a former.
Not seeing a 3 cone on Twitter.
Yeah, well, you know, we're VFLs, but you know, when you're my age and you're seeing these young kids, it feels like former Rich.
There's Sawyer.
Although I did just see a tweet that called him a surefire first rounder.
And Sawyer hadn't had a lot of time to rest and recover to get ready for this event either.
He talked about that earlier.
That feels like a stretch.
Not doing everything here. A lot of those guys played all the way through January 20th, guys.
And I know you think that's part of the reason why some guys aren't working out.
Joe with the 199. What should Jags do draft/free agency? They need to try and improve their offensive line. I'd love to see them add another big receiver.
expanded playoffs, so many of these guys have gone.
They definitely need help at corner.
Not physically ready yet, so they're waiting.
They definitely need help on their interior D-line.
Of Ohio State, Notre Dame, some Texas players. I mean, even guys that were at Penn State, Georgia, all these. It's an expanded playoff, and that's a extra football, not a lot of time.
It's easy for me to remember who was in the Final Four because it was darn near for all Michigan fans the 4 teams we want to see succeed the least.
David Walker looking good.
Ohio State, Penn State. We were Michigan State shy of the 4 horsemen of the football apocalypse.
Let's see Nick squirting.
But it was all, as you know, good in the hood from last year. So
A little bit of a slip there on the dip.
It was almost a year ago to this second, I'm being told, that Patrick Mahomes tweeted this out. All I ask is that NFL Network doesn't want my 40 overlay anymore. So, cue it up. Happy anniversary. Patrick Mahomes versus the fastest guy of the day. Sorry, Patrick. Mahomes versus James Pierce. Oh,
lost him instantly.
Patrick, look away. Why are we doing Mahomes like this? Just because he tweeted that out?
I think partially, yeah.
I mean, good Lord.
Mike Green is not running. Thank you for the $2, O'Garrett. There's no copyright. Thank you. Man, these commercials get me. I zone out, and then I don't realize that music is playing that I definitely don't own. NFL Draft Bible. All right, so I'm looking at the 3-cone drill from an hour ago. Just says, here's his 3-cone. No time. They're just like an aggregator. Oh, this is a really annoying page. I might just fucking block them. Excuse my language, I should say. Yeah, I mean, we'll see when they get updated, right? Now is not the time. Again, I appreciate you guys being here. It's been a ton of fun so far. Play today's Weddle next commercial. I have not played Weddle in a minute. I did a video on it. Let's start with A.T. Perry. Younger than 25, NFC on a defender. Is it only offensive players? All right, maybe it is. Drake May. Oh, it's an NFC guy. Who's young?
In my mind, knowing that I'm going to make the play.
Let's think of. I guess they're like a 23-year-old. I think in the NFC. I forget how this actually even works.
Back here, the run the hoop drill.
Maybe a running back, Bucky Irving. It is a running back. It's in the NFC.
Show some sort of a.
Not in the South though. How old is Tyrone Tracy? 23? He's 25 already? What?
Over and over again from these coaches.
Give me Kyron Williams.
I love it. He's barking back.
It's an NFC North running back. that wears number 23. What number does Jahmyr Gibbs wear? 26. I think, does Roshan Johnson wear 23? How come horns? All right, that's enough of that.
Prospect, return, fire, for the lack of a better phrase.
Let's go right back at him.
All right, let's see Jared Ivey. Running the hoop matters a lot more for these edge rushers. You really get to see bend. That didn't look great.
Was he yelling to get his mind right?
Yeah, go get your mind right.
Get your stinking mind right. Zibikowski's like, you don't even tell me to get my mind right.
It's Chuck Smith, the pass rush coach of the Baltimore.
I don't think Landon Jackson's going to look great either.
Hyping up. Passing in.
Not really that smooth, but
That was fun. Landon Jackson, nicely done.
His production.
he's a super tall guy, so you're not really expecting anything crazy in that. Jad Joyner not looking so bad.
You talk about him getting lower, and just turn it, bend it.
Yeah. The whole point of the drill is to show that bend, get low, and turn. It's like you're bending around to tackle to get to the quarterback. Steve Linton might look rough here. He is super tall. Super lanky. Kind of Gumby-esque. Doesn't look bad, though. I guess the long arms is pretty helpful there. Sean Martin's like 290. Don't know what you can expect here. Doesn't look bad, though. All right, Oladejo is an interesting one. Mel Kiper's giving him first round hype. I'd be surprised.
That's how you get the nickname the Mayor, because you had a big personality.
Explosive, though. All right, he moved through that pretty quick.
Fun down there, huh, Charles?
All right, James Pierce should look exceptional here.
This is one of those groups that truly is supporting each other. They've kind of come together as a group, and each guy's getting a lot of support from the rest of the guys when they do their rep.
Charles, we're a strobe light away from having a rave in here.
Yeah, we really are.
Let's go, Jay, don't bring it.
Yeah, pretty good from James Pierce.
There you go.
Is the first round grade on him?
Yeah, he's our way up there. He's my 21st player.
For sure.
Let's go,
Just outside your top 20.
Yeah, you'd expect Antoine Powell-Ryland look pretty good here. Smaller guy. Look good.
Let's go, big dog. Let's go. Let's work. Let's work. Ben, give me the Ben. Give me the body control.
Yeah, that's the other part of that, is the body control.
James Pierce Jr. jumping to the top 20 today. I don't think the film and the athleticism is the problem with James Pierce. Seems like there are character concerns.
That's not bad, and that's not really his style of rush.
I don't know how legit that is, but usually when a guy like Daniel Jeremiah has James Pierce Jr. ranked as his 21st best player, that's factoring in, I mean, he'd be, I imagine, even higher up that board if he was a little bit bigger, and not just 240-ish pounds. And he doesn't have him like going very high in the draft, 32, or out of the first round entirely.
Let Sorrell move around a little bit too. You get a chance to rush a little bit inside.
There's usually a reason why that is not like actual prospect related. Also, there's a reporter that's generally pretty good. Would not be surprised to see a trade in the top 5 of this draft to get to number 1. A large trade, a capital G, giant one, Titanic, if you will. So Benjamin Albright thinks the Giants are going to trade up to 1 from 3 with the Titans. You'd imagine for Cam Ward.
DJ.
Yes, sir.
This might not be the greatest drill in terms of arm width for David Walker, but I am crazy about this young man.
He just knows how to play, knows how to rush. He's got a really good feel for it. But I think he's made for the fall more so than the spring.
Absolutely.
He was able to slip and be able to continue the drill. This kid, Ahmed Hassani, moments ago with Chuck.
Now, this is not really the type of guy to report in clickbait. There's probably some legitimacy to that.
Are you ready? You're darn right he's ready.
But
love it. Passion.
Man.
And then he does this.
Trading up to 1 for a quarterback would be an interesting choice.
I mean,
that's I guess you would call that a hieroglyphic.
He was doing burpees in Egypt just a few years ago, and now he's doing the hoop drill.
Well, the 447 that we had him as unofficial is spot on as official. A sub 4.540 for the Tennessee Volunteer, who is crushing it tonight.
Let's see if they have the mile-per-hour time for James Pierce yet. I don't know why they wouldn't, but I could say that about so many different things. There's nothing there. I know James Pierce Jr. was not running slower than 20 seconds. Why do we not have the speed on some of these guys? It doesn't make any sense. He's the only guy on here, the only edge where they don't have a speed. This is the only one I really want to even know. Zach, thanks for the tier 1. 56 months. Why no Mike Hill or Jalen? I don't know why anyone opts out. Nothing to prove, I guess. Like, I don't know. These guys are advised to not participate, so they don't. Ooh, we have short shuttle times out, but have they updated these here? No. But I guess we can see short shuttle times. Eric Gregory currently leading the way with an 11.48. Tonka Hemingway up there is interesting. Jordan Phillips 11.8. Darius Alexander sub 12. Ty Robinson in there. Now let's get a perspective here on defensive tackles in the. Well, this is longer than the 20, I guess. Oh, no, we just don't have times yet. This is their miles per hour, not times. I was about to say it's a 20-yard shuttle, so it didn't really make any sense. We just don't have any times, which I don't know how we don't. How do you have their GPS time supposedly, yet not the actual time? Average Jeff, thanks for the prime sub. They're a little bit behind the 8 ball here.
I guess it would be a great drill if it was a potty control drill. At any rate, we're back here on NFL Network Live.
Currently, CJ West with the highest athleticism score. Guess Jabari Ritzy's right there too.
The defensive line group. Once that's over, we'll see 40-yard dashes of linebackers and then on-field drills of that. And I guess we'll see throwing quarterbacks. quarterbacks, Drew, right? Two for the first time. Don't they usually?
Yeah, we've got some throwing quarterbacks here. Yeah, but we also have.
Yeah, Oladejo's moving.
Started, over the years bringing back quarterbacks who've been here previously.
I got it.
So you have some veteran quarterbacks.
Are we going to see some conversions of any of these defensive linemen or no?
Oh yeah, we should have some opportunities there to see him run some linebacker drills at the end of this thing.
Who would be the guy that if you were the scouts, say I want to see do that?
Well, I mean, usually when you run 4-4-7, they say, well, let's have you run a couple linebacker drills as well. Yeah, they'll have him. Why not? I mean, even if you just ask him to drop a little bit just to show he's functional. It's usually, historically, the worst catching performance of anything you'll see is the conversion drill linebacker drills.
Yeah, was that Mayock would always use the words hands like feet?
Yeah, if it was a harpoon, you'd be dead.
Why am I laughing at that?
It's just, well, see, maybe we get surprised and these guys catch the heck out of it in conversion.
Sawyer.
Yeah, like Sawyer could. I bet you they'll have him run through it as well.
Hey, DJ.
Jack Sawyer's looking all right though. See Bear and Sorrell. I mean, a Giants and Titans trade would be swapping 1 and 3, and you'd imagine the Giants would add an extra pick.
Sawyer's got shoot. Rich, you saw it in that game. He's one of the
What that pick is?
in the big game there. He had
That would be the question. I really wouldn't want the Giants to give up very much, but when you trade up for a quarterback, it is expensive. If the Giants were to give up their first next year to move up to 1 from 3 to get Cam Ward,
using the measurement in the electronically, they'll still be sticks. I guess.
Move the laser doesn't have the same contour.
That'd be something.
It's not, but everyone should check out the Move the Sticks pod. Certainly this time of year, it's unmissable. Let's talk Landon Jackson.
Yeah, let's see some football. We see these guys go through drills.
Giants and Titans don't make a ton of sense. Titans would have to be very convincing that Raiders want that pick. I don't know what you're saying.
Through the testing and the jumps, understands how to use his length here.
I think the Giants obviously make sense to move up. If they like Cam Ward as QB1 and want to convince the Titans not to take a quarterback and jump the Browns and block the Raiders from trading up. I don't know how the Raiders are necessarily involved. And the Raiders are outside of the top 5. And if you're going to say that there's maybe only 5 like truly elite players worth taking in this draft in that range, do the Titans really want to move out of the top 5?
He began his career at LSU, so to have that performance against Will Campbell, one of the top tackles in the draft, is pretty sweet. Look at these top NGS athleticism scores. Landon Jackson right up there tied for first. Again, this is the athleticism side of it, and we know he has the production because, look, he had 9.5 TFL, 6.5 sacks, 16 career sacks. Good combo.
I do believe this is the conversion drill we were referring to moments ago.
Oh, here we go.
I do believe
Let's see how many drops we get.
Throws, not harpoons. Okay, let's try and keep it a little lighter.
Okay.
Just gonna
Well, you can't really just go sign Kirk Cousins. He's not a free agent. Wilson or Rodgers, it's tough. The Giants are just in a really bad spot.
And are they athletic enough movement-wise that you could get away with some things?
So straight on.
Ooh, Tyler Barron with the catch.
And see who catches it with their hands and who's going to cradle catch it.
Is it Matt Corral throwing, by the way?
Oh, they're throwing them nice and smooth and soft here. No.
What do you want them to just?
I think that's Matt Corral. Is that Matt Corral?
Is that Matt Corral?
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Who's the quarterback here?
And you'll see him kind of pause and gather. Not gonna, ideally you want to see him just kind of run through it, come downhill and run through it.
Diggs. Ethan Downs.
He's rocking some crazy veneers.
It's not going to be perfect. You have a bad rep, you flush it, you get on to your next one.
Well done, DJ. Nice. goodness we didn't have a full naked gun moment there. These guys all want to prove that they're number one.
Look at him move.
Donovan Ezeraku not looking bad.
Then again, it's, see him run a 40. He ran through the ball. That's a good rep.
Now, Ashton Gelati jumped really well. Did not see him run a 40.
I love that name, by the way. Gelati just sounds, it's a great name.
He does.
Dropped.
God was up there saying, I give you a great name or great hands. You can't have both.
Hassanin. Let's see him. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it.
I don't expect Hassanin to catch the football. We'll see. Oh, didn't look good, but he did catch it.
Take it to the house. It's contagious watching him, actually. Hassanin.
Yeah, it's fun.
You say everybody just loves him, right?
Everybody loves being around him. High energy.
There's Jackson.
There we go. Look like a tight end right there.
Landon Jackson is huge.
That's right.
He's had a good day.
Every bit of 6'6" that he's listed at.
I can second that emotion.
I'm heading that direction.
Getting ready for linebackers pretty soon. We got an hour left. Linebackers are going to be really fun. Yeah, I don't really know that Landon is a first-round level player, but he's definitely big and athletic. We've seen teams fall in love with the type. Jahad Campbell sub 4.4. That would be nuts, but he did drop to 235. So definitely dropped a bit of weight here to run, you'd imagine. I don't know if he's going to be... Like 4.3 is just ridiculous. I feel like we kind of... I say we. I feel like some people kind of forget about how ridiculous a 4.3 anything 40 is. At 195 pounds, 4.3 anything is pretty damn good. Let alone 235. It's insane. Dude, I keep accidentally running into my cat. She's just got to be exactly where I am, so I quickly went to the other room to flick the heat on. And then I as I turn back, my cat runs right into my legs. I don't see her. I'm like, ah. It's killing me. I hope this Giants trade-up thing is just a... stupid rumor, but it feels like it's got some validity to it, which is concerning, to say the least. But I appreciate you guys hanging out. We've been live for 4 hours now, seeing defensive tackles, edge rushers, getting ready to see linebackers going a little bit.
He's going places like up the draft board. 4.68 40, 40.5-inch vert.
No 3-cone, no 20-yard shuttle yet. We have verified times, though, at least for everybody.
Now you're watching the agility that goes along with it.
Fastest time so far for defensive tackle, well, just in general for defensive tackles. 4.83 from Nebraska's Ty Robinson. Slowest 539 from Yaya Black. Big difference between 288 though and Yaya Black's 336. For defensive ends, James Pierce verified 447. Slowest was Sean Martin, but again, at 4'8", Sean Martin is 293 pounds. It's not going to be his game. I mean, sub 1.7 is very good. Anything under 1.75 is a really nice time. Smooth Operator, thanks for the $2. Ty Robinson, second round thoughts. Seems a bit high.
Show me the tape that means it's a first round pick. I mean, that's where we go. It's what it is. It's a debate. And we go through it all the time. Chop Robinson had 4.5 sacks last year at Penn State. Ended up having a heck of a rookie season.
Antoine Paul Ryland, he was busy out there as well. Almost 10.5 feet on the broad, 36.5-inch vert.
And speaking of production, how about the season he had last year at Virginia Tech with over 16 sacks?
Princely. Old Miss, boy, they're loaded this. You're going to see them all.
A little bit surprised, James Pierce. Only a 31-inch vertical. Broad jump wasn't anything crazy. Princely Uman Mielen. It's not that tough. Just got to learn it once.
Fast. Only guy sub 4.540 today. You must be very proud as a Vol. OG, I heard that, by the way.
I absolutely am. Right now, I'm just bursting. My blood runs orange, as you know. But the best part was we didn't just see him run super fast at 4.47. Watch the fluidity going through these drills. Look where the eyes are, finding the coach, staying up. Footwork, look at him change of direction. Foot goes in the ground, he plants and he goes. Zero wasted movements.
He's the new hoodie in the NFL now as well.
Bottom line is this tape here, you can make it into how are these drills supposed to look? Just take James Pierce's reps.
The hoodie is crazy, but
when he ran that 40, the whole place erupted. And what I loved was a few of his Tennessee teammates who were on the defensive tackle group came running out and celebrated with him. Again, that's the stuff I'm looking for. I want to see which guys are loved by their teammates and which guys are cheering on their other guys out there.
Well, here's a guy.
Hell yeah, Peter.
And beloved.
Hell yeah, dude.
Ohio, Jack Sawyer. We didn't see him run the 40, but Peter, he did great work out there.
He did, and cool anecdote. I was down there with Sean Payton. Jack Sawyer ran over to introduce himself. Hey, Coach Payton, Jack Sawyer, Ohio State. Like, one of those guys, also aware of the situation. He talked about what he did in the college football playoffs and did really well here in the drills without even having to run a 40.
Yeah, just watching him play, you see the joy that he plays with, but you see the power and the understanding of how to play the game. What do we say at the end of the day with a lot of these guys? Is he a football player? Jack Sawyer is a football player.
So too is Princely Mielen.
Remember, he started his career at the University of Florida. The way things go now, this open transfer, you're seeing guys go from school to school, and oftentimes it's not schools you would ever have gone to the second time before because of...
Come on, Cat.
All that's out the window. Where's a place that I'm going to go to have a chance to show
Getting ready for the linebackers.
and have an opportunity to play?
Should be a ton of fun. We're going to see some really good times for some of these guys.
And as I mentioned, there's going to be so
Let me put out a tweet about it.
out there this weekend. We're wondering how the heck weren't they?
Yeah, they were right on the verge of the college football
I know they were right there, but
the Kentucky loss was probably the one that got them, the upset at home. But all in all, they were right there sitting there in consideration.
Barrett Carter's going to run fast. Smile Munden.
Aggies busy today. The defensive line.
Jeffrey Bassa probably.
Boy, they are athletic.
I know this, guys. Mike Elko's a new head coach at Texas A&M, first year there. The defensive guys, if you're a defensive player at Texas A&M, you should be rejoicing with him as your head football coach.
Jahad Campbell.
More guys like Shamar Stewart coming out of A&M as long as Mike Elko's there.
Yeah, Scorton's an interesting guy.
Eugene Asante.
Certainly heard Daniel Jeremiah with his comments. Talented. People can't quite figure out exactly where he's going to fit, but
just one of 11. That'd be a great idea. One of 11.
I mean, do I put Chris Paul in the tweet? Demetrius Knight's good too.
It's not that quarterback draft where 6 are going in the first round. It's not that wide receiver draft where 8 are going. These guys are first-round prospects, a lot of them.
Demetrius Knight has a lot of fans.
Positions have certain strengths. Defensive end,
But
defensive tackle, and I think tight ends and running backs are what I'm hearing are the really, really rich position groups this year.
No doubt about it. And the interior offensive line guys who typically get moved down in the draft, they may jump up a little bit more here because Will Campbell's going to be a great example. How do you evaluate him, the great left tackle at LSU? There are a lot of people say I'd like him at left tackle. But a few people say
is Jason Dominguez still struggling in left field?
To the offensive linemen when they
Yep, looks like it.
Sunday, but up next we got the linebackers still to come on this Thursday night. Who are you looking forward to seeing, Peter?
Yeah, Carson Schwessinger is a guy who just kind of broke out onto the scene this year. He was a walk-on at UCLA and sat for 3 years, had 27 career tackles going to his final season, was third in the country in tackles this year and led the Big Ten. I don't know if he's going to be running the 40, but we know in the broads and the verts he was very impressive, and I know in the interviews this guy has...
Kyle Lynch, the prime, NECS tonight. Doubt it with you streaming 5 hours tonight already. It's unlikely. It's unlikely. Appreciate the resub.
Don't let the first couple years of your career define you. You can have that great senior season and still find yourself at the combine.
Yeah, and I think all the NFL guys are not going to just talk to him about his playing career. They're going to call the coach at UCLA and say, what took you so long?
Is Chris Paul Jr. taller than Chris Paul? No relation. I don't think so. I think Chris Paul is 6'2".
Can't wait to watch him run the 40, but I think he'll be one of those great
I don't know, 6 foot. Or maybe he isn't. I knew Chris Paul was short for NBA standards, but like you'd think Steph Curry's like Chris Paul's height, and he's not. Steph Curry's like 6'3". I'm pretty sure.
A guy tackling everyone on the field.
All right,
6'2".
For us to check in on our next gen stats, powered by AWS. Top speed, 10 yards in the 40-yard dash. Antoine Powell-Ryland, you talked about it, Charles. What a performance he had today. Besting Landon Jackson might be best in show when you put it all together with all the numbers.
Top speed at 10 yards in the 40. Antoine Powell-Ryland was the fastest. No James Pierce? Did he really just build up all that speed over time?
I love this. We got introduced to this week, and you can look at the combine results from this combine and compare them against the top guys from the last 2 years. All sorts of athleticism scores.
Where is James Pierce?
You're such a quick study on that. Bill Smith tried to teach me.
Didn't go great?
Well, I don't. You know me. Cognitive, a little tough.
Stop that. Linebackers still to come. Hold tight.
Chipotle's braised beef barbacoa might be our best kept secret. Slow cooked.
All right, here's what I need for the linebackers.
Garlic and cumin.
This is what I'm rooting for underdog with code Bengal.
Chipotle's braised beef barbacoa. If you know,
I've picked some linebackers here. I need Jeffrey Bassa, faster than
After
4.67.
has receipts. And with the Microsoft Surface, we can dive into those receipts.
I think those are the big ones.
On the sideline and break down what the team is putting on film. Technology gives us that advantage where we can work smarter, not harder. This is a great example of the whole system coming together. From earlier in the game, we knew that he was going to be too hard.
That's what I need. I'm watching 2 linebackers. But obviously very interested in some of these other guys. What is Arian Smith trying to hit? Has he said? Real Analytics has put out their expected 40 times with in-game data. Has Arian Smith 4.32 to 4.34, Isaiah Bond 4.33 to 4.35. I need Arian Smith to be 4.30 or better, but no wide receivers going today, of course. Like, sometimes these guys say what they're trying to hit. Arian Smith is still ridiculously fast, but Very curious if it's going to be in the 4.2s. I sure would like it to be, because I have him at faster 4.31 on like a bunch of different entries. Smith apparently ran a 4.29 sprint in high school. Seems encouraging.
Are done for the day, getting ready to check out the linebackers on the field. But first, I have an order for Ian. Ian has an order. Go ahead.
I see what you're doing there, and I accept all of it. Let's start with a little news today that we got officially confirmed. Something we thought a couple days ago, but now it is final. Travis Kelce is back for another season.
Okay, I thought it was something interesting. So, if you didn't get the order for Ian joke, Ian Rappaport at Starbucks was apparently yelled at and supposedly cursed out by Jordan Schultz, another NFL reporter. Which is also interesting because Jordan Schultz's dad is the former CEO of Starbucks. So they're doing the order for Ian thing, referencing that.
Most notably, who have interest, who've had conversations with Stafford's agent Jimmy Sexton about if they were able to do a deal with the Los Angeles Rams, what would the contract be? From what I understand, they would be able to get a contract done. It's really just, are the Rams going to trade him? And really, does Stafford want to leave the Rams? Just based on the people I've spoken with, is something I reported with my fellow insiders. It's just not clear right now if Matthew Stafford himself would want to take the leap, leave the Rams, and go to someplace like the Las Vegas Raiders to start again for what might be maybe
Giants.
Obviously, something, Rose, that we will be discussing as it develops over the next couple of
Go to Giants.
Ian, thank you very much. Peter Schrager, you're close to Los Angeles.
For a 7th round pick, that'd be sick.
How's this thing going to play out?
Every day there's a new spin to this, and the latest I'm hearing is, of course, that, like Ian said, the agent Jimmy Sexton has permission to speak with the other teams, but as much as these teams are interested, dialogue is still going on between Matthew Stafford himself and Sean McVay and that front office. So those are the questions and comments that happen. This isn't a team of 10 people talking to. This is very direct. It's Stafford. His wife is obviously going to involve. He's got 4 kids, but he is going to have a very big part in a decision on whether this trade goes down or not. The Rams right now have not been dangling him. They're just listening to what everyone else is saying.
Any meetings in Yellowstone?
Charles, if you can get me into the Yellowstone.
Come on, man, enough.
If you can get me into the Yellowstone, I'll take it, my friend.
By the way, on Saturday, the quarterbacks throw, and it's all tied in one another. We can't wait for that. Stacey Dale's doing an outstanding job, as always, down there.
I personally, at 3, want the Giants to take Travis Hunter.
Yeah, Rose, you may have wondered.
It's my number 1 want.
Texas A&M edge rusher Shamar Stewart, the electric guy off the edge who ran the 4.59 40 here today. Well, I just spoke with him. He had an MRI. He told me on his first 40, he actually tweaked his hamstring. He wasn't overly concerned and really in good spirits, but that is why you didn't see him continue on in the drill work. Disappointing, because we all love watching him. Certainly will be okay. One guy we will be watching in this next batch is the
Jahad Campbell,
incredible linebacker out of Alabama. That guy, Jahad Campbell, I got to tell you guys, when I spent time with him, just blown away. I already knew his leadership abilities were going to be
from New Jersey.
We know what he can do on the field, but he's just so special. He's so unselfish, and he's got a great personality off the field. He told me he loves horse riding. It's something he picked up. Listen, he's a Jersey guy, right? So he's a Jersey guy, goes to Alabama, picks up horse riding, and he's.
Why do I feel like Stacey Dales is a New Jersey person?
Combine, we love to share puppy pics.
From Canada.
Simba, everybody. Take a look at Simba. That's his pride and joy.
Why do I feel like she lives in New Jersey?
And we certainly celebrate with him because of all of our.
Stacey Dales was a WNBA player, 3rd overall pick by the Washington Mystics in 2002.
I mentioned how selfless he
played college basketball at OU.
Turner were once his teammates, and they're now in the NFL. He took kind of a, I wouldn't say backseat, but he made a move. He moved from the defensive line over to linebacker because of their greatness. And He told me that it's just a part of who he is. It's a gift, part of his personality. And when I spoke with scouts this week, multiple people about him, the constant feedback I get, just a no-brainer of a player in terms of...
Where's Shahad Campbell from in New Jersey?
Guys, thank you, T-Man. Thank you to those of you in the truck for pulling
Went to
this
Timber
picture,
Creek, East South Jersey.
this guy sitting on that horse. Now I said
Basically Philadelphia. It's a shame.
Rider, and he said no, I just get on and trot. So we'll leave it there with the horse riding. But on the field, we know his versatility, Peter and company and Chris.
These will be the fastest times of the day.
Understand that versatility. That's what he wants to showcase.
Not everyone's going to be as fast as James Pierce,
wherever they want, and he is willing to
but
do that.
you're going to see a lot of these guys run 4.6 and better.
He told me that I'm going to play Mike linebacker. And
Andrew the 5, thanks for hosting the Draft Bengal. You're always welcome to follow Saquon and be an Eagle. We're the real America's team.
Loved it. Seeing the horsepower down there, literally, with this kid. He is something special. You know what, Peter Traeger? There's been a great pipeline from Tuscaloosa, Alabama to Baltimore, Maryland.
Thanks for the 5.
Years, particularly on the defensive side of football.
Rolando McClain and Terrence Cody, and we could go on and on. The Baltimore Ravens are representing, and I had a really cool...
Was Demetrius Knight another Georgia Tech transfer?
General manager and executive vice president.
Man, they recruit at a great level and then lose everyone.
Time as a Raven front office member. Very happy to be here with the general manager and the EVP of the Baltimore Ravens, Mr. Eric DeCosta. We were just talking off camera a little bit. 29th combine with the same NFL team. Is that right?
It is. I've been blessed. And, you know, my first combine, 1997, I sat with Ozzie Newsome. And here I am now, 29 years later. I'm still sitting up there with Ozzie Newsome, watching players.
Who do you remember? Was it like...
Did not realize EDC was so short.
But I got to think like Ed Reed and Boulware and Haloti Nada, all these guys. You remember seeing them here in Indy?
Terrell Suggs, Haloti put on a show here. Ed Reed, you know, all those guys. Recently, you know, Kyle Hamilton, Tyler Linderbaum, guys like that, Zay Flowers. You know, we've been blessed. I've seen a bunch of them. Joe Flacco, I mean, you know, put on an exhibition here. So I've had a chance to see a lot of great players play here, and we've been fortunate to draft a lot of those guys.
They call you EDC, and earlier this month, Lamar Jackson joked that it's EDC because every dollar counts. There are some decisions to be made in Baltimore this offseason. When do you start really digging in? Because we know there's been lots of conversations with agents, and you start talking to the players, but there are some big decisions in Baltimore to be made right now.
Well, I would say that EDC stands for every draft counts, because we never have any money. We're always up against the cap, and our job is really to find the best talent we can here. We have 11 picks, I think, this year. You know, we're going to try and retain some of our guys. We do have some free agents, not quite as many as last year, but we definitely have some tough decisions to make. In saying that, you're looking at our team, we would have the majority of the team coming back this year, which is exciting based on the season.
Coffee of choice? I don't drink coffee. Never really had it.
Via the draft, I think it's a good draft with quality players in every round, and I would expect us to have a very good team on the field next year.
I would think most people would agree that the Baltimore Ravens have one of the best front offices, most consistent front offices. But it sounded like this week when they were talking to you in the media, you're getting contributions from everybody. Apparently Lamar Jackson weighs in on some players, especially in the Florida region, of guys that he's had his eye on. Do you really consult some of the players on guys that they like?
I do. You know, I think
you got to say yes to that.
The best in the business plan for you. It's wise to consider their opinions at different times. And I think, too, it's a great way to build relationships with your guys. To
no
ask
kidding.
Them about players that might have played with, guys they've seen on TV, guys from their hometowns. You know, they feel a part of the process. It's a fun thing. Our guys love college football, so they watch the game.
Well, I know Georgia Tech got a 5-star tackle this past cycle, Falcons fan. Like, I'm pretty familiar with the situation.
Bend to those opinions every single year. But it's a nice aspect of my job to be able to talk to these guys and get their opinions on players.
I love it. Hey, 29 years at the Combine, 30 years with the Ravens, all with one team in an NFL career that's been really decorated. Thanks so much for joining us, man.
Thanks, Pete.
Appreciate it.
Eric DeCosta, I mean, 29 years with the Ravens.
Didn't even make eye contact with him. That was interesting.
And, of course, is still at the top of his game. The Ravens loaded for bear again, and they're going to try to get over the hump this season.
Just think of the number of opportunities that came his way from other organizations and franchises to try and hire Eric to be a GM.
Dude, but even though Georgia Tech lost Eric Singleton,
stood there, learned it,
they brought in another transfer receiver named Eric. I can't remember his name.
And Ozzy's still there in a great advisory role.
By By the way, Eric, you're correct. You do have 11.
Eric Rivers from FIU, maybe?
First one,
yeah, it is. I should know from FIU Dynasty.
He said, I think. So we got to help him out a little bit. Oh, look what's back, guys. The chattering helmets. Can you believe it? Free agency frenzy begins March.
I got to make some free agency videos this time around. I feel like I've been slacking on those the past couple of years. But free agent predictions, I think, could be fun. Top 10 free agents sort of thing.
Let's see just how versatile these guys are. It's all about sticking the landing at the end, folks.
The fact that the defensive lineman can do back handsprings is insane. David Walker was one of them. Who was the other one? Can I see here?
It's all about sticking the landing at the end, folks. Linebackers still to come from Indy.
That's a defensive line. David Walker, Central Arkansas.
D lineman number 60.
Literally. Let's see just how versatile these guys are. It's all about sticking the landing at the end, folks. Linebackers still to come from Indy.
That's a defensive line.
Who is D line number 60? Let's see. I know Squirtin was 65. I wish I could sort this alphabetically. Literally no idea who the other back handspring guy was. I was watching it live, Cyber, so we're probably, now that we're back to live, it's still probably in sync, I would imagine. Who can track down who D-line number 60 was? It's not really that important. I am just curious. Antoine Powell Ryland. I will believe you. Could have told me any name. I would have been like, yeah, all right. But he is number 60. Yeah, so, no, it is. That's a good call, Noah. Yeah, I know who it is. I know who it is. And he had the fastest GPS time in the 40 as well. At 17.54 miles per hour. The IQ page has the numbers. They sure do. It's an excellent call. The linebackers should be running in like 2 minutes. When we're back from commercial, they will be going. I would imagine.
Approaching 7:30 Eastern in Indianapolis. It's the 2025 NFL Scouting Combine. The defensive tackles, the edge guys, they're done. Still waiting the linebackers to take the field, 40s, and then the drills. Peter Schrager, Charles Davis, Chris Rose with you. You know what one of our favorite things is? Kimmy Checks is down there on the field, and she's been scouring with our research department all the social media channels of these kids. And it's all good stuff, don't worry. So Walter Nolan of Ole Miss, we didn't get to see him participate until this very moment.
Your skill set in saying, I'm the next Aaron Donald man. I'm a younger, upcoming version of Aaron Donald.
Yeah, I wholeheartedly believe that. I can't wait to show it. So.
Well, he took note of that as well and actually
Oh.
wanted to send you a message today.
What?
Yeah.
Oh.
What up, Walter? Aaron Donald, man. Just wanted to reach out to you, man, and tell you good luck. At the Combine. Do your thing. Have fun. It's the same thing you've been doing all your life. It's only football, right? So whatever you did on this field this year to get you this far, it's for a reason. So be confident, believe in your abilities, and go out there and just do your thing, man. And I heard you said you're the next Aaron Donald, man. So You know, keep doing your thing, man. Hopefully you have a career, a long career, a better career than what I had, man. I'll be looking out for you. I'll be watching for you, and see how this thing, you know, turn out for you, man. And good luck. Like I said, it's football, so have fun, man. It's only football, so do your thing. Like I always say,
He actually didn't do anything.
You put the body of work in. It's gonna pay off huge for you, man. And as long as you put everything into this game,
Cody, thanks for the tier 1.
You want. So enjoy it, enjoy the ride. It's a short time to get to play this game and go by fast, but enjoy the ride, man. It's one hell of a ride. So,
man, he just kept talking. Junior, thanks for the 2. How do you think Landon went up boards now? No change. I don't know. I don't think the combine really makes guys rise up too much. I'll make a video being like, yeah, 10 guys who boosted their stock at the combine. But I don't think it's like this guy was a 3rd rounder, now he's a 1st rounder, you know.
The heavy hands to get things started. Mason Graham is maybe the leader at that, but Nolan's good.
Let's get these linebackers going, huh?
DJ said he'd like to see him find the ball a little bit more. Ball carriers are fine when he doesn't.
What about the guy that lined up next to him in Oxford, Mississippi, J.J. Pegues? You talked about him at the beginning of the day because of his versatility. We know him as a defensive lineman, but he's a guy that can literally do it all on both sides of the football.
Yeah, that's what they're hoping because they've seen evidence of it. Because when he played, and Peter, you saw it as well, he played some wildcat tailback, you know, quarterback there, where he would take the ball.
Still no James Pierce top speed.
Run for touchdown, the whole thing. So what they're doing now is seeing how
I imagine still no 3-cone times.
They're doing drills, running routes, catching the football because he's shown that versatility. We've gotten Scott Matlock with the Chargers coming out.
Nope.
These days of defensive linemen.
It's really pissing me off. We do have linebackers though with the broad jumps. Smile Munden. That is Smile. 10-10.
And look at him lead and look at that block at the point of attack.
Jihad Campbell 10-7, very good.
And then slide him into the flat.
Francisco Mauigoa, is that Francis Mauigoa's brother? Bassa was only 9'10". Barrett Carter was only 9'8".
Was drafted by the Ravens, and they've used him in this way all his career, and it takes a courageous coach to do it. But when these guys can go and perform at the college level, it's no reason they can't do it now. Like Don Terry Poe used to carry the ball every so often, but it was a freak thing. It was
Jihad Campbell didn't jump? Or maybe they don't have it. Jeffrey Bassa, 38.5. Carson Swesinger, 39.5.
Greg Roman is offensive coordinator.
Oh, good one. Good one.
Greg Roman offensive coordinator, getting both of those guys going. Seeing it, bring them over here. Let's see what it looks like. Turning them loose.
Yeah, well, I mean, the thing with Matlock is that he is literally almost becoming offensive player overnight. Move from defense in the NFL to offense. I mean, is that something that we're going to see with a guy like J.J. Pegues?
It's a possibility. That's why, as Peter pointed out, they're doing these drills here. It's already been identified. They want to get their first look at it.
Yeah, I mean, he's testing very well. And the big thing for Carson Swesinger here came in at 242.
I think we need to get back to the field.
His playing weight was like 225.
One more position group still to hit the turf. The linebackers coming your way live from Indy.
So this is a big box that just got checked. Purple Shark, thanks for the Prime sub. 225. What did UCLA have him at? 225. He really just added 15 pounds and then jumped almost 40 inches. That's really, really good. I mean, Sports Reference has him at 210, whenever that was. Really good player. Came from YouTube, didn't know you had a Twitch. I don't know how that's even possible. I shouted out at the beginning of like so many videos, but I appreciate you coming in. How are you? Yeah, this is very impressive for Swesinger here. Now, Teddy Buchanan is somebody I have not watched. I hate how he spells Teddy, but is testing very well at 6'2", 233. What was he listed at? 6'2", 235, so pretty consistent. It's at UC Davis for 4 years before transferring into Cal. Put up 5 sacks, 2 forced fumbles, 45 solo tackles, 114 overall. It's very good production. I mean, that's off to a pretty good start. Let's see if we have any update here on Combine IQ. I doubt it. Not that I can tell. Because we would have James Pierce. We would have Derek Harmon. We have neither. But I'm going to try not to keep getting upset about this.
Take the field here in Indianapolis, the 2025 NFL Scouting Combine. Earlier tonight, Peter with Peters.
Really thrilled here to have the architect of a team that went to the NFC Championship game this year, the Washington Commanders general manager, Mr. Adam Peters. Adam, we're in our 2nd year now as GM. Everything last year was coming fast at you. Does it feel a little different in year 2?
Oh, it's very different. I remember we were right up there. I was really nervous talking to you. I didn't know what was going on, but now it's we've had a year. We've pretty much done everything in this year once, right? So it's been really cool. We have a great staff, and it's been awesome to come and see these guys perform.
Last year at this time, so many questions about the Commanders. Jaden Daniels didn't perform. He didn't throw. He didn't do it. And yet, you guys met with him here. Do you remember that interaction? Was there a feeling of this might be the guy?
Yeah, I remember it vividly. And we
no 3-cone, nothing.
Locked in on him. And cool story about him is we interviewed him really early in the morning, and it was like 8 or something. And so that's like 5 o'clock West Coast time. So, you know, Jaden, he's chill. He's kind of relaxed and California cool and all that. But as soon as we turned on the tape, he sat up, perked up, and you could just see his eyes light up. And you could just see how much he loved football just by that little interaction.
You've been here now a couple days. You walk
Nothing.
around. Do people look at the Commanders a little different, you think? Do you think you're brass and you guys are walking around and there's a feeling?
Swessinger, though, that's the fun one.
In the house.
You know,
I think he's going to end up running pretty well. I got him on Underdog, use code Bengal, at faster than 4.67.
It's really cool to have
that feels pretty free.
Success, and that's what we plan on.
We shall see, though.
You know, I don't see us any differently. You know, we're still doing the same stuff.
At this point, I would almost be.
To find more commanders.
I'm gonna go let you watch some drills and go find the next great Washington Commander.
He might be. I'd be shocked if he was like
more relaxed this time.
Slower than 4.65. Like blown away.
On-camera interviews.
You're very intimidating.
Yeah, coolest customer here, Adam Peters. A year later.
Hey, we're testing your abilities left and right. You got to be up early for this on Friday,
We got a
right?
great show. We'll recap all of tonight's activities. That'll be on from 8 to 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. But we're also going.
All right, let's get the linebackers going. Come on.
Of course, all of the defensive backs.
They're really. They're calling them over finally. They're really like dragging this out.
Linebackers hitting the field and getting ready to run fast.
They're gonna hit me with a commercial before. Oh, you're kidding me. Do we have any FIU plans in the diary? Is that something you're trying to get going expression-wise? Not tonight. It's a lot of streaming. I mean, I've been live for 4.5 hours right now. Definitely need a break coming up. So I don't know if we're going to stay live for the linebacker drills. I'm going to watch them, of course, but I feel like it's a lot to just see nothing on the screen and then talk over and just say, oh, that looked pretty good, or, well, you tripped there. It didn't look great. So I might end up stopping the stream after these 40 times. I think that's probably the way to go. But this has been a lot of fun overall. Again, thanks so much for watching, guys. Hope you've had a fun time. I think the Patriots should just take either Carter or Hunter at 4 if either get there. Or do you think they should trade back and take one of Shamar Stewart, Mykel Williams, or a player like that? The Patriots, I think, should probably stick and pick. I don't know what they're going to be able to get to trade down, and I'm not really sure that it's going to be worth it for them. Like, this class is so few, like, blue chip players. You don't really want to trade out of blue chip range. Unless maybe they would trade down to, like, let's say they're at 4. You know, maybe a team wants to move up from, like, maybe the Saints at 9, and then you move back and Will Campbell's there, or a different offensive lineman. But I don't know, dude. I think it would be like one of the quarterbacks still on the board. Saints or Raiders try to move up. I mean, it'd be a slight trade down. I don't really think there's a point to talking about it right now. Andrew, thanks so much for the $5. W Stream. It's my guy, Andrew. Everyone, show some love in the chat to Andrew. Thanks so much for the $5. I appreciate you. We are a little over 4.5 hours in. Been streaming to both Twitch and YouTube with no problem. And losing a little bit of steam at this point, but trying to hang in there. Cougs, I missed you 37 minutes ago. Definitely not still here. Thanks for the resub. 13 months in a row. 61 overall.
Here in the booth on the 50-yard line, overlooking the field.
And I think we're about to see linebackers.
Scouting combine. Let me put my jacket. Make sure that we're all set again. Linebackers, brother. Let's do it. What do you think?
Well, we've got some guys that can really fly, and you know, some guys aren't going to work out, but there is one in particular that is going to work out, and you're going to need to buckle your seatbelt because it's going to get fun. Carson Swessinger,
Nate Dogg,
gym, but he's not going to run. We'll wait on that.
Welcome back. 3 months.
Jahad Campbell is going to run, Rich.
Carson Swessinger not running.
Why do you say that?
He's dynamic. It's something that was displayed in the jumps, and it's
oh my God.
You see on the field when you study him. The physicality is someone who was an off-the-ball linebacker in high school. They moved him off the ball because you had 2 first-round edge rushers at Alabama at the time. They wanted to get him on the field. But the explosive traits, they're all there. That gear, when he hits go, he explodes and gets there in a hurry. They started letting him get some reps on the edge, and you start to see some production there as well. Look at his ability. Talk about
so sad.
Finishing. Outstanding. A lot of different entry points as a rusher. Can rush off the edge, can blitz inside. But the explosiveness, the range, the athleticism.
Yeah, Campbell jumped. He was like
who was phenomenal last
oh no, we don't know yet. We don't know if he did a broad jump. No idea on a vert.
Heard of those guys?
Yeah, not bad.
First-round picks, including one who was the defensive rookie of the year.
And that Alabama staff said this kid's too good. We got to get him on the field. So they moved him.
He might just have chose not to do it.
To me, he's the best off-the-ball linebacker in the draft. But there's some teams, I'm telling you, they're going to be so intrigued by him as a rusher. They're going to be tempted to say, let's let this kid play on the edge and let him go get the quarterback.
And as you can see, he's LB5. So it won't be too long till
this is going to be a big one. Eugene Asante, only 2:23. This one's going to be the fastest time of the day.
To be fair and balanced, to lead us off.
I would bet.
Asante, let me give you the numbers here. If we're just taking a number, let's just look at tackles from last year, the top 10 in the league. The 40 time when you're looking at those guys, the 40's 4.63. So
this will be the fastest time of the day, I think. I think this is going to be 4.47 or better.
Here we go. Final 40s of day one. And a 4.48.
All right, 4.48.
Right there. Get us going here, Mr. Asante. Nicely done. And you'll see that.
He wanted a little bit faster.
He is twitched up all caps here when I'm looking at
this next one's going to be pretty good too, Jeffrey Bassa. I need faster than 4.57.
7 of the defensive line group, the fastest there.
Faster than 4.57.
That time threatened.
And you got to use code Bengal on underdog if that's the case.
Absolutely the unquestioned leader of that Oregon football.
It will be.
And at the Reese's Senior Bowl, established himself just in that week of practice.
Yeah, I agree with that, Ted. I think Asante slipped a little bit.
Natural leadership qualities.
So part of the Oregon Ducks team that won the Big Ten in their first year.
He had the fastest GPS time for all linebackers at the Senior Bowl.
Ran into the Ohio State.
This is going to be a good time.
Rose Bowl. That game was over before.
I'm thinking sub 4.5, but I just need sub 4.57.
Stacey Dales.
Yeah, Rich, just quickly on Jihad Campbell, obviously
4.64. Was hoping for a lot better than that.
Talked to him this week, said, you know, people think I'm a big guy, can't run. Well, DJ just said he's going to fly. And
I didn't think it was going to be 4.4s, but I was hoping for 4.5. He'll have another chance.
Very happy today, but he's certainly been.
That's going to be pretty bad for me, though.
I think he plays faster than 4.6 too, Stace. So it'll be interesting to see what that time is.
Carson Bruner.
It is also unofficial, but
Family business, Rich. Mark is dad. Steeler lore.
Off he goes. 4.59.
That's a really good time for him.
you can't let Carson Bruner run faster than you.
All over the place. You watch him against screen, sniff those out.
These next two should be pretty good. Teddy Buchanan, Jihad Campbell. The fact Teddy Buchanan had, like, what, the 40-inch vert?
Frosted lid right here.
10.5 broad jump.
That looked into my time in college. Rich.
Did you? How'd it work for you?
Well, just I would say it was a
brief moment.
I was gonna say a cousin of Justin Timberlake, not a brother. You know.
The thing is, Basso looked kind of quick out of the gate and then didn't really, like, get into another gear.
See if it translates. It's the best of the linebacker group.
Teddy Buchanan's twitched up. 4.61. That's a pretty good time.
That's the mark here. 4.63 is what you're aiming for. So he's dipped below that. It's excellent.
So here's the man of the hour, Jihad Campbell from Alabama.
Just under 6'3", 235. You're expecting in the 4.4 range from Jihad Campbell. He's a freak.
Be on this line right here. Let's give Mark Gorsick, the longtime Steelers scout.
But really, the number for him is 4.55 or better would be very nice. 4.55 or better.
He can place his hands.
Just make sure your toes not on that line. You're good.
He got out.
Good get off, yeah, for sure. Yeah, he's moving. 4.52. It's a good time.
Yeah, that's fantastic time.
You got to keep in mind he's 235. A guy like Eugene Asante's, like, I think it was like 224, 226.
There's sometimes where you don't see a DNA match from the tape to the time. That one is the speed that you see when you watch him play. He plays that fast.
That'll play.
It's a great name for a linebacker.
Power Eccles from UNC.
Won't be able to believe it that Bill Belichick is going to be on a sideline with the Carolina.
Sub 6 foot.
College football, but sure enough, that was happening.
He's moving. 4.74. That 10-yard split looked very good.
Someone who likes to shoot gaps and is a little bit rigid.
We'll see when we get those. Eugene Asante 1.52 on the 10.
Plays with a little aggressiveness, which you like.
And may have a chance to lower that.
Jay Higgins.
He is an awesome leader. Now the challenge is the testing. The expectations are not great for the testing.
I would say
Let's see if he can surprise us.
20-yard split also pretty important here. So few positions are going to be asked to run full speed for 40 yards, you know? Higgins looks a lot slower. 4.82.
That's kind of what the expectation was there. But again, if you've got instincts, you're gonna get a nice head start, cover up some of that.
Charles Davis, take it away.
Hey guys, and DJ, you always talk about these guys and how fast they go. He said something earlier tonight about grading.
Say a lot of these linebackers, they're just not all created equal. Shamar James, 222. That's like a safety.
A couple years ago about him running down Xavier Worthy.
It's a heavy safety, but
So if I'm grading that flash,
Typically just don't see, or at least back in the day, didn't see linebackers in the, near the 210s.
He's another one. Again, you're going to hear leader a lot with these linebackers. He's the leader of that Gator team.
Looks pretty good, though. 4-7-0.
Obviously,
more water.
So many positions can be viewed as a leadership position, but on defense, you're talking about the quarterback of defense is really pretty much, certainly if we're right in the middle.
Yeah, if we're thinking sports, as you look at Coach Harbaugh and see his name in the Ring of Honor here.
Captain Comeback.
And he will appreciate this too, that in every sport, the closer to the middle of the field you get are the leadership positions. We used to always say, well, okay, with some of the other issues you might have, we were more forgiving towards the perimeter. The more we get to the middle of the field, center, quarterback, middle linebacker, safety, those are leadership communication positions. And this is another outstanding leader here, Demetrius Knight, who they love at South Carolina.
A lot of people really like Demetrius Knight.
Off he goes.
How about this one, Rich?
4.58.
Fantastic time. His story, he's at Georgia Tech for 4 years. Then he goes to Charlotte for 1 year and then shows up at South Carolina. When he was at Charlotte, he's a father of two, as we look at Ozzie Newsome, the legend there. As a father of two at Charlotte, he had to make some extra money. So he would play a game on a Saturday and DoorDash that night to get a little extra money for what he needed at home. So I love the fact you get somebody that's, you talk about having a work ethic and knowing what's at stake here. He does.
From DoorDash to 40-yard dash.
Yes.
Reef, thanks for the prime sub. Welcome back. 14, 3 in a row.
Is that the first one?
Well, how many caps have you seen?
And it's not like a skull cap. That's like a beanie.
Yeah, running a 40 in the beanie is an interesting call, too.
Beanie Bishop last year, actually.
You're offhand there or not. Okay. Now I know. Okay. And then you went low early anyway. Okay. Real good get off. Hold you off half for 3 counts, and you'll get after it now.
221 pounds, and Charles mentioned Flash a few years ago. He should be able to roll.
Ran down Xavier Worthy on that play that Charles was referring to, and Xavier Worthy, as we all know, ran down.
Gotta go to the bathroom again, too. Hit me with a commercial break or something. Now I'm actually asking for it. 4.53 for Nick Martin in the beanie.
And his head was warm the whole time. It's starting to get a little loose there.
It's funny to see the beanie slide up and down his head as he runs.
Bam Martin Scott, another South Carolina player.
I think when you got a linebacker named Bam, you'd think they'd be the #1 first name or nickname here in the draft, but Power Eccles, you got to compete with that. You got to compete with Power. That's tough.
Stacy.
Yeah, Rich, I'm going to play off DJ here and keep raving about Demetrius Knight. And people forget he went to Georgia Tech as a quarterback. He was a dual threat quarterback. And obviously, he transitioned to linebacker. We talked to him this week. He envisioned himself as a youngster coming to the NFL Combine as a quarterback. He said way back when, if you had to ask me, would you go as a linebacker, he would have cried. That's not what his vision was. But he said in order to get on the field, I had more opportunity at linebacker. Really cool story, DJ. And by the way, he's a grown man. Wife, Jency's got a son, Malachi, 7 months old. He said he already looks like a linebacker. And daughter, Camilla, 2 years old.
Not a bad time for Maui Goa, by the way, 4.61.
You hear that too often at a combine. Francisco Mauigoa of Miami with a 4.61.
You had some quarterback experience. I saw him. He played against my son in high school as a quarterback. He should run well.
Kane Medrano.
He should run well. And he's someone, again, there's some of these linebackers I kind of just said, this can be a stud special teams player. He had a pick 6 and a hurdle against Nebraska that was big time, but he plays over the top of blocks. He's got a lot of bounce and just a lot of pop in his step as he's running. He's He's got some life to him in his movement. So he gets swallowed a little bit at times. You know, he struggles to get off blocks, but this is one of those guys to me I think is going to find a role special teams. You know, run and hit, find a spot.
Your offhand went back, and you took off. So when your offhand goes back, hold it for 3 counts, and then get off. Your get off was good though. Okay, got to hold it for 3 counts when your offhand goes back.
Too much pop in his step.
Yeah. Well, you're twitchy. Twitchy doesn't like to stand still. Twitchy likes to get moving.
You 2 guys just came. Move in. They're time and 10s right here, so you're not in the way. Thank you.
Oh, he's a kind and gentle. The first kind and normally when he addresses the crowd, he's a little less kind and gentle.
Wait till Sunday. Sunday Mark's a little different.
Normally he's barking at people that get in the way. He's a kinder, gentler Mark Gorsuch we found this year, maybe.
It's early.
It is.
All right, let's see what Medrano's going to do.
He was a thrower on the UCLA track team, so.
Still kind of rolled through that a little bit, to be honest. The 4.46.
He's able to run fast.
That is the new fastest unofficial linebacker time, or anybody, 2025 NFL Combine time of the day, of the event so far. Obviously, it's been one day.
Get after it.
All right, Jihad's going to win that one.
See you later.
Look at him. Look at the length of those strides.
Yeah.
I mean, Jihad Campbell's a big dude. But also, Will Anderson came in at like 250.
Shall see what the official time is when
all right.
it's all said and done.
Bathroom time. Hopefully, Jeffrey Bassett gets down under 4.57. I doubt it at this point. I tell you, the cat loves screaming at me. Oh my goodness. How come it's never thank you? It's always like a big meow. How about thank you for taking care of me? Ungrateful. Hate to see it.
You can speak dreams into.
But we've got a few more 40s coming up, and then I think we're going to call it.
Backer group that you missed. Smile London Jr.
He can cover.
4.62 on Smile.
He lives in the weight room too. They gotta kick him out of the weight room at Georgia.
Colin Oliver.
Not a great start there from goal, Colin.
Free and easy 4,
Still
5,
got 4, 5, 6.
Coming off of a foot injury, only played 2 games this year. That's pretty good recovery there.
Paul Jr.
goes by Pooh Paul.
Yeah, there's no relation to Chris Paul, the basketball player.
4, 6, 3. And the time everybody wants to see, Danny Stutzman from Oklahoma.
Final 40 of the.
Show me something real slow. Didn't look that bad. 4, 5, 2.
Very well done.
Excellent time.
And the second run of Eugene Asante.
Back up here to the top. He started us off right.
4, 5, 6.
Stick with his first one.
Huge difference. Come on, Bassa. Break 4, 5, 7. Please.
Duck, Jeffrey Bassa.
He looks like he's starting okay. Carry it through. Fuck, it's slower. How is that 4, 6, 7? It doesn't look that bad.
As we get later, my trigger's
It's okay.
slow.
It's all right. I should have telegraphed that one a little better.
It looked faster.
It's very Berman-esque thing right there. Bassa.
Bam. Yeah, out here. I mean, Berman would be having a field day with this.
Ruins an entry.
Bam is a great name for a linebacker.
Running back, linebacker, kicker.
Correct.
Bruner was rolling.
5'9".
Yeah, Stutzman ran 4, 5, 2 just moments ago. Very good time for him. I mean, that's Jahad Campbell. I don't know how he's doing that.
For a little longer.
Won a championship in Washington in 91. 14 years.
What did Stutzman weigh in at, though?
A lot of time.
233. It's not even small. Kane Medrano, though, at 4, 4, 6. Very impressive.
During the 40s.
More of a field drill thing.
Okay. I'm not asking for it.
We're more PGA.
4, 5, 9 again for Carson Bruner. A lot of good like West Coast linebackers in this class.
Is his time, clearly. Kane Medrano has run the fastest 40 so far of the combine. Day one, defensive line group went first. Now the linebackers.
Teddy's an interesting one. He was at UC Davis and then transferring to Cal. We had to finish up his degree first.
What, Cat?
He was going to classes in the spring at UC Davis, navigating that traffic. If you've been up in that area, you know what that looks like to get to Cal for practice.
Yeah, Swessinger decided not to run a 40. Did a vert, though, which is like near 40 inches or 40 inches or 40. Yeah, something crazy.
That's correct.
4.61. It's 2 runners in a row that had the exact same time unofficial.
He's a 4.61 guy.
2 runs. Okay, let's see what Jahad Campbell can do.
Get into the 4-4, Shahad.
First time around. New Jersey's finest. Alabama, now here in Indianapolis, going to parts unknown. Second run.
It's a decent start. 4-5-3.
Stick with the first if that is in fact official. Both.
Still very, very, very good speed.
Size. Your comp is highly complimentary, that's for sure.
Yeah, when you see the numbers as they spit out, there's a lot of similarities there. Ran a little bit faster there than Fred Warner. Say player-wise, Fred played with instinct.
RAS scores coming out.
But you had a little more burst.
Kane Medrano 975.
Man, Fred has been he's been a gold standard.
Francisco Maui go at 909.
Spectacular. For San Francisco.
Danny Stutzman's going to end up having a pretty good RAS score, I would imagine. Jahad Campbell 985.
Another identical runner here. Let's go to Kunst on the phone.
So if North Carolina loses the
And we'll have to see agility testing as well, obviously.
from Belichick.
Is that who they play next?
Yeah, it's week 2.
Look at you calling up the schedule for them. That's neat. You're on to Charlotte. Do they play Cincinnati? Tell me they play Cincinnati at some point next year.
No, not next year.
Okay.
You do have Richmond. That's
Shamar Stewart looks like he's going to hold on to a 10.
488.
I wouldn't schedule the Spiders personally. I don't think there's a lot of upside in that one.
They were one of those 12 seeds.
I'm very curious to see if these 3 cone times are going to end up coming out.
After those days.
We've got nothing.
Prefer not to see an Ivy back in the day either. There was always an Ivy in the 12 spot, that 12 seed that doing some damage.
Those 5-12s. Always those. Still are.
They said he can tell you where every single player lines up in every single play they run defensively at Florida. He is locked in mentally.
Goes. Titch better.
And I know that's minuscule, but I'm telling you, on that card when you're in the draft room,
looks better.
The 6'9" just looks so much better than that 4.70.
It's like pricing some.
Lance Zerline's mock draft has the Dolphins taking Jalen Walker at 13.
Goes.
There's a reason they do that.
Interesting.
Look at the shoes.
Surprised Landon Jackson tested so well.
Scrooge McDuck.
Did you not really know who he was?
When he lifts his knee.
I was someone I expected to be one of the best performers from the combine.
We got to see that again at some point.
I think I almost surely had him in my video.
He's taking his time here. There we go.
Good time for the Demetrius Knight here, 4.61.
Good time. Was I right? I was
Oh
right.
my
That
goodness.
is, isn't that Scrooge McDuck?
That sure is. What's up with that?
He's making some money is what he's doing.
It's an interesting choice.
Why isn't Jalen Walker running? Just didn't want to. Opted out.
Disney are already on the phone. I didn't expect to see.
He made some money on his 40, and he might have lost some money as well.
I did not expect.
Just so many opt-outs.
NIL tonight.
I get it, but it's like, you know, pretty frustrating.
General manager.
We caught Monty last year. You remember when somebody ran really fast and we got a reaction
Oh, he
from
was like,
him?
whoa. Was it Xavier Worthy?
It might have been.
Yeah,
He
right.
kind of jumped out of his shoes.
Well, I mean,
it was great.
Pretty much everybody did.
Yeah, he just happened to be the one that we had. It just
Right.
happened to be the one we had on camera.
What a moment that was, man. That's a top 5 combine moment in our
Really
22
cool.
years now.
Really cool.
My gosh, that was amazing. How many kid scores twice in the Super Bowl, by the way? Twice in the first day. And
Damn, Nick Martin is flying.
Twice in the Super Bowl.
4.55.
Nick Martin with a 4.55. Excellent times for him.
I think he took off the beanie.
40.
Has he hit 50 yet?
Grundy, I think he
Yeah,
has.
he's
Yes,
hit
sir.
50.
It's that time of night, isn't it?
Is Chris Jones 40 the best ever?
And then we'll finish up the on-field drills of night 1 of 4 here live at the Combine.
I gotta be missing something
on
here.
NFL Network.
He's a kid.
That's right.
The best 40 ever was last year with Xavier Worthy. 4.21. Before that, it was John Ross at a 4.22. Oh, you're saying where Chris Johnson's peen came out? Yep, I do remember that, actually. Dylan, thanks for the Prime sub. Is that your favorite gig? That's an interesting choice. Yeah, I thought you were just talking about Chris Johnson, but screwed up the name. Who ran a 4.24. But no, yes, Chris Jones did have a wardrobe malfunction, let's say. It's just it sucks with all the guys opting out. Like, I get that they have nothing to prove. There's not really a point. It can only hurt you type of mentality, but it's definitely fun when they go out and perform. I bet we still have no 3 cones. I think they come back to bench another day. Like maybe tomorrow. But sucks. We have the new best 10-yard splits. Jahad Campbell 153. Why is this particularly interesting? Well, for a guy that might end up being an edge rusher at about 6'3", 235, that's a pretty insane 10-yard split. Super explosive. But you might want to put on a couple pounds if he's going to be a 3-4 outside linebacker.
He did not. Same. Olingoa. Francisco. 4.66. So let's see if the leader in the clubhouse, not just for the linebacker group, but unofficially for the entire combine so far, day one, will improve his time. Peter Schrager?
Yeah, we opened up the linebacker drills talking about his teammate, Carson Schlesinger. Medrano, as Daniel said, an incredible athlete. When he was in high school, he threw the discus and did all the relay events and won the Steinmark Award, which was the best male student athlete in Colorado. A 6-year player at UCLA, and of course a captain. So between Schlesinger and
Should we get on both tomorrow? It's possible.
At UCLA this year in the draft.
No doubt.
Definitely a lot of fun today. I know these end up being really long streams over. It's just like me sitting in front of the camera for 5 hours. And there's not like you can only talk for so much, right? A lot of it is just like waiting to see what's happening, watching, and then trying to recount it. Not as good of a start for Medrano, but he really picks up steam. 4.48.
Can roll, yes sir. 2 sub 4.5 40s for King Medrano out of UCLA. Westwood to here in Indianapolis, impressing on the 40-yard dash line. And then they're going to get out there for the.
And then we're going to end up seeing another thing that I hate every year is for the guys that don't opt out and actually choose to run the 40s. Well, if they like their time a lot on the first one, they'll just say, I'm not going to run a second one. Maybe you can be better.
Done, and the offense will take over. Saturday, a big day with the quarterbacks, running backs, wide receivers, offensive line.
And they just don't do it.
Sunday. Snell London Jr. 4.58.
4.58 for Smile, a little bit better.
Stacy.
Yeah, Rich, I had to do a little digging on the shoes that Demetrius Knight is wearing. Very important stuff. They're flashy, by the way. His wife, here's the story. His wife, Jency, actually, he told me, found them. She's very fashionable, kind of his stylist of sorts. Adidas, they're made by Adidas. They sent them, so shout out Adidas. And they are Scrooge McDuck shoes, just like the Christmas Carol. And, you know, Knight told me it's kind of fitting in a way, uncanny and similar to maybe his story. And hopefully they send him more, is the message.
Hey, Stace, can you ask him if Scrooge McDuck now owns the Dodgers? I was just curious on that one.
Oh, my God.
Let me go follow up.
Don't engage.
OMW, DJ.
Sentient Napkin, thanks so much for the tier 1. Been a while since.
Yep.
Is this a setup?
Yes, sir.
Feels like part of a sentence.
All these
I'm slightly concerned. Thank you for the resub, though.
pay me on my pension. Right.
All right, Ken Chris Paul Jr.
Padre fan, use NFL Network.
Get into the 4.5s.
We had him dead to
Grind
rights.
your axe.
Seriously, no Freddie Freeman at home. I just need to win one. They've got a bullpen game, and we go 24 innings without a run. How does that happen?
This guy.
Okay, here's Chris Paul Jr. goes by Cruz.
Chris Paul Jr. really holding that arm.
4-6-5. Final 40 of the first day.
Danny Stutzman ran 4.52.
Danny Stutzman.
Was it a fluke? Or can he actually roll? We'll see.
Sleep in his own bed tonight.
Yeah, I know that. No doubt. The home team. The combine again. Danny Stutzman.
Did not hold the offhand at all.
What he ran.
4.52.
Excellent.
You took off. Offhand back. 3 good counts for us. You got this, man.
They let him stand up some and rush off the edge, plays off the ball. He's a real physical tackler. I wrote down stopping power a bunch when I watched him. Like, he hits guys, it's over. Some of this change of direction stuff I'm curious to see because he was a little bit rigid there, but you can see he can really go.
Jihad ran a 4.52.
It's whistled again. Guess Mark doesn't want to see the on-field drills.
No, you don't have to be, man. Just have clarity, man. Quiet as the stillest mind creates clarity, and you'll get off.
An off season for the Browns that's already drama-filled with Myles Garrett going.
Guess it makes sense that an OU guy would not be good at following directions.
Change of address. Second overall pick, Deshaun Watson not playing next year due to an Achilles injury.
Yeah, he's sliding.
His final 40 is a
4.56. Guys, that is going to do it for day one of this combine stream. I'm going to continue watching. I'll probably put out some thoughts on Twitter at Bengal YouTube. I'm going to link it in both chats on Twitch and YouTube. I appreciate you guys watching.
Next is defensive backs and tight ends.
Thank you so much. It was a really, really fun day one today. And I'm interested to see what some of these on-field drills look like. Obviously, still looking at some of the top guys. We may have some players that did not run, like Barrett Carter, potentially do on-field stuff. I'm not sure. But that's going to do it. Thank you guys so much for watching. And I'll see you in the next one. Take it easy.
That physical edge.